Yeah.
Just so you viewers know. All right.
All right. You do the countdown.
All right. Starting in three, two, one, go.
Yay. Get ready for many hours of comfy because all
Oh yeah.
these three games are very comfy.
Mm-hmm. There's little moments of tension followed by long pauses of comfy. Running along bridges,
I
looking at
know.
scenery, riding horses, riding giant bird, dog, cat, lizards.
And now we're gonna yell a little bit for a while. Get your
Yes, because yelling picks up the space. It picks up the pace. It saves a good bit of time. So we got to do it for a speed run.
get your was ready in chat.
Wah, what is it good for?
Oh,
I was trying to come up with more theories about what the wah could be, and I was trying to think festively. So maybe he's dreaming of a white Christmas.
the puns have begun.
I, that might have been the most I've reached for one. At the SGDQ, we thought maybe he was screaming for guacamole, um, or he just can't count past the number one, but he's really proud he knows that.
But yeah, basically, yelling means to go slightly faster. Just and we're
Mm-hmm.
gonna do it pretty much for half of the run. There will be two sections. This one at the beginning and the one at the end where we'll be pretty much constantly doing it.
Mm-hmm. Anytime Yorda is so far out of range that or anytime she's so far out of range that calling isn't going to make her run to us, that's when we're going to be doing it. So you'll hear it off and on throughout the entire run,
Very often.
but especially the first part of it. But this is my jam because right now you don't have stick yet. You haven't broken the game in 50 hertz. If we were racing, we would be neck and neck. Hopefully, I wouldn't have missed a jump or two already. Um, but things are about to go sideways really fast.
Yeah, we're gonna start skipping stuff very soon.
And the yeah, picking up the stick and the way it helps you do the super jump. I mean, I've thought through it several different times. There's maybe one puzzle that you still have to do and can't work around. And every other puzzle, you find a shortcut and
Yeah.
you can actually solve it. You just yeet over it, you yeet around it, you yeet through it. Going on a bear hunt. I think that's what I was thinking there. Can't go around it. Gotta eat over it. I don't know. Oh gosh, I'm doing commentary for this whole thing and I'm already drowning in my own bad comment. It seems like a very inefficient way to run, but I suppose it's the self-motivation compensates, someone said in chat. I've got this! I've got this!
Let's go! Keep going! Oh, there she is.
Dale! Dale!
So
I
if
usually
you're
think...
the my companion, who we'll meet very soon, I'm about to save her from the cage she's in. If you try to call her and she can't do something or she's unable to jump somewhere, she'll just yell no at you. Well, whatever no is in her language. But
And she'll shake her head. One of the very few good things about the PS2 US version is her AI wasn't that developed yet, and she would never say no.
I was slow.
Now you have stick, and everything's about to change.
Now it's time to break the game.
Everyone's excited about E-jumps. Are you doing watermelon?
No, I'm not. This is not New Game Plus, sadly. I should have gone to New Game Plus, actually. Oh well.
Are you sure? That was a lot of hits that took on that shadow. I thought he only takes 4 if it's just regular new
No,
game.
I was very slow.
Oh, okay. He was juking you. Okay.
Yep.
My bad.
It was
I'm a
definitely
little bit
for.
behind. Hmm. Well, you did that so fast, I missed the chance to do a Spanish parody song I was working on.
Oh,
So.
you can do it now if you want.
Okay, now.
Though I guess
Disclaimer.
maybe a little bit later because this is where things get interesting.
All right, we're up to our first jump.
Yep.
And as she does this jump, one of like 5 or 6 death jumps, this is where she skips huge portions of the game. If you're running 100%, this jump is shaving off 8 minutes of your run. If you're doing an any percent run, it's still shaving off about 3.5 minutes. So, I mean, you don't even need to push the block to make the stairs go up.
No.
It's ridiculous.
Whee! So that's the magic of that's the magic of 50 hertz. Just physics get broken.
So 60 hertz, you have to go all the way around without Yorda. There's a way to do it without Yorda that's risky, but it's not too risky. And in the PS2 US version, the bridge is just not there at all. So you are forced to take Yorda with you all the way around. And there's 2 other shadow fights, a bunch of puzzles. There's a nice, comfy train ride, though, you're missing, so
yeah,
I feel good about that. So.
Alright. Oh, oops. Oh, they're saying you're quiet.
Oh, they're saying my volume level is quiet? Let me just eat the mic a bit more. Let's try and not have you worry about it. Let's see if this helps. Hello. One could use a slight bump. Is that better, guys? I am now, like, hunched over my mic. So, bad for my posture, but I care more about you, the listener, hearing each of my jokes.
Oh, you're in the way. The camera is not helping either. Okay.
Yeah, the camera's unpredictable there. It's interesting. And then we do the
no,
drop.
not this again, Ico.
Did it flop you off?
Not the SGDQ thing. Let's not.
Okay, so
you can explain that.
Once again, I feel responsible. I was the one who showed you this method, and yet for some reason at 50 hertz, maybe it's a 50 hertz thing that his flop drop is what I like to call it, becomes a little more unstable. You're not supposed to bounce away from the wall like that if you're smashing X, as you do your wavy arms. But who knows? But of course, the other thing you can do is like walk off slowly, and then you'll hit the upper ledge and then drop from there. So there's always that option. There's safer strats available, but I mean, this is a really, really long-a-thon. They've told us to take as much time as possible, so we're risking it for the biscuit.
Okay.
And this whole puzzle right here, it's pretty early in the game, and yet it's not super intuitive. Like, you don't think climb up all the way to the ceiling and then go down to the bottom and use a torch to light a bomb to turn the bridge into a ramp. That took me and my friend a full day to figure out first time we played through this game. Alright, so the way we were doing it earlier, she was trying to skip the second ledge, but it's not a huge time loss.
The huge time loss is if I die here, which I hope I don't.
You never have, so I don't see
good.
why you would now.
We're good.
Yay! Woohoo! Take that, SGDQ!
We're not stuck here for 10 minutes!
I mean, there might have been 50,000 people watching then, but who cares? But now we get to see Yorda run all the way down instead, which is fun. She puts on her tennis shoes. Fun fact, I do a... oh wait, are you at the Benny Hill section?
Right now, I just started.
It's like tradition for me now. And now that fun fact I was going to share from earlier, it doesn't matter anymore. But music is more important. Anything I can do to destroy this beautiful ambiance.
Don't you enjoy silence?
My mom used to say that to me all the time.
Oh no, I'm sorry.
I'm having flashbacks. I mean, and she had a thick Spanish accent too, so it's the grief is so real right now. So yeah, now we're pulling these torches. So plot-wise, what happened here was they fake you out and make you think you're about to escape. This is a cutscene we're skipping. That the gate closes. The queen shows up and says, "You're just a Hoyne boy from a poor family." And Nico's like, "Let Yorda go," and she's like, "We will not let her go." And he's like, "Let her go." And then Yorda's like, "Mamma mia, let me go," and she says, "No, no, no." I might be confusing this with Bohemian Rhapsody now. I'm not sure. But the queen had a purpose set aside for Yorda, and we'd find out what that is later. So
Yeah, she's just stuck in the cage because her mom.
Despite all her rage, she's still just a Yorda in a cage. Bomb toss number 2. In 60 hertz, we have to do 4 bomb tosses. I'm not bitter.
The good thing about these bombs is that I can just jump into the torch and it will light up. It's cool.
Yeah. I don't know who was the first one to discover it. Probably a Japanese runner.
Probably.
You know, the PS2 US version is unfinished. When you jump with the bomb, it bounced off that corner thing, didn't it? That's so annoying. When you jump with the bomb, you go that's the super jump for the PS2 US version. You cover like twice the distance of a normal jump. I don't know why, they just hadn't worked out that bug yet. And so, unfortunately, you can't just grab the bomb and jump everywhere, or that would have been a fun strat.
My hand. There we go.
She's so shy. She's so demure. It's been a long time since she's seen any living person, though. So, if she's having some doubts, it's understandable.
So,
all right, first yeet jump.
Yep. If you thought the longer jumps were broken, you'll see something even better.
Yeah, makes me think of the scene of What's Up Danger from Spider-Man Into the Spider-Verse. What's up, Danger?
So, basically, what I'm doing to get that result is I'm doing the same inputs for a super jump, but I'm doing it as Ico is doing his animation where he goes up a slope or a staircase. And that combined, I guess, just makes the game break its physics. That shadow hesitated.
Oh, goodness. Everyone's being shy right now.
Yeah, even the shadows. Better for me.
Well, in the 60 hertz version, you have to, like, while the shadows are chasing, you have to try and get Yorda to stand on that second pressure plate so you can go through and then run up to the top and push the cube down. Yet another thing that you skipped, possibly fighting 9 total shadows in that area. 6 other shadows here with this other one that you skipped. Oh, you're on fire right now. This is going really well.
It's time to say hello to the windmill.
No, it's bad luck to say hello to the windmill.
And now we're gonna say goodbye to the windmill.
Bye, windmill. So iconic. I think it's the part of the game that everybody remembers.
Yeah. 30
Oh
seconds.
my gosh.
There's a
So,
whole
yeah, she's
section with that windmill and you go all the way around, but just to
Yeah,
lower
you have
this
to
bridge.
like climb on it, jump off of it as it's turning. It's really fun. And now we get to what is the most difficult RNG part of the game. For that's not based on like the jumping skills, but just on Yorda and the shadows and how they interact.
Alright. So I want
So
your in a very specific position here. Just a little bit. There we go.
a yoga position?
Just there in the middle. She will be just under these things. So the shadows that will spawn right now won't take. Like it will take more or longer to notice her.
Yeah. They swoop in like a circular pattern, and that pattern keeps them from like flying directly to her, and so that overpass that Ico was standing on will keep them from getting to her. And the hope is that she won't get scared by the little spider shadows that float around,
Uh-oh.
because sometimes that causes her to run.
Oh, that was so close.
Ooh.
I think that might be the first time ever that she's got grabbed in one of my runs, and I've been able to
Still
make
made
it
it
in.
through?
Yeah.
That was pretty epic. That's amazing. And they're both down there, so neither is gonna drop through the top and troll you like that other.
Oh
event.
yeah.
You are just totally demolishing your previous time right now.
We haven't got into the worst part. Just wait.
Yeah, that's true. That's true. I was like, Bucci, you know, they told us to take as long as possible.
I know. The game is deciding otherwise.
Yeah. But that's fun. It shows up. You know, there's like the plus and minus side to it. On the plus side, people are seeing how great the run is. On the other side, when you see it go so smoothly, you have no idea how hard it is. Like, that skip is so hard that the world record for PS3, he had just reset the game in that spot 8 separate times in a row before he got his world record run. Like, he hadn't made it past the sewer section, is what I call it.
Those are very nice shadows too.
Wow. I love when the other one is like, hey, I want to get hit too, and so
Yeah.
he just runs right into the corner. He could just hit you from where he's standing, but he's an overachiever. It probably has something to do with where Yorda was standing.
She's so fast too. Look at this. What is going on?
Wow. That's lovely.
Yorda's just very cooperative today.
What? You didn't have to call her at all.
No.
Then we let her stay up there.
Hopefully she stays up there. I haven't heard her, so I think we're fine.
Yeah, if she falls, you'll hear off in the distance this little. And yeah, every super jump here, jumping up to that cube, jumping over that on top of and over that elevator, it skips this whole puzzle section where you're double backing through the sewer section that we just saw.
Oh,
Golly!
what a run!
This is insane. Like, guys, I don't think you understand. Like, all of these happening at the same time. I don't think I've ever seen it in any of your runs. This is fun.
Yeah.
Now let's see if she gets grabbed or not. I mean, it gets where she gets grabbed. I still have to pull her out of the pool, but that's fine.
Unfortunately, it's not game over here. As soon as she
Yeah.
gets pulled in.
Yeah, there's a
Takes a
timer. If
while.
she's in the pool, you accidentally go into another room. That's the only time where it's like near death sentence almost immediately.
So now we're approaching the hard part of the run.
Yeah. So now we get the real tricky jumps, the ones
Yeah.
that take people many tries, even on good runs sometimes.
Mhm.
If you look at the leaderboards, I think Bucci, you got first try on East and maybe like third try on West in your world record run or something like that. It was something close like that.
Yeah, something like
But
that.
it's tough to get them all. But this is gonna be fun for if you guys haven't seen it before. You're in for a fun experience with these yeet jumps in it's called an arena, and I didn't even think about it until reading the books. But you know, that gate goes up, and it seems like it was like stairs where people could sit and actually watch people fight to the death in that room.
Oh, I guess that makes sense.
Yeah, I know it's called
The
an
way it's
arena.
set
Go
up.
figure. I'm just like, hey, look at all these puzzles. Oh, that's cool. A gate went up, not thinking that it's trapping the two combatants like a MMA cage. And I know when Bucci gets it, even though I'm a little behind, because I'll hear her classic "wee."
Not yet.
Okay, that's fine. Unfortunately, like there's no shadows here or anything. It's just the stress of how precise, near frame perfect this jump is. Yay!
We made it. So there are 3 other giant rooms to this place, but we're just gonna stay here.
Yeah. Yeah, there's these, yeah. I don't even want to go into it right now. Let's just say that she saved about 6 minutes, 6 minutes on a really good run of going through the rest of this, and avoided another shadow fight skip. So it's super impressive.
Yeah, we're gonna do this fight though because I wanna do a safety save.
Save the bench.
Yeah.
Yeah. If not, she'd have to go back and do those jumps again. So, with these bench saves, probably there goes a chance at world record, but that's okay. This is still a really epic run happening right now.
Oh, nice.
All the shadows were together.
Yeah.
The spider shadows. Those little guys are annoying.
Yeah, and usually for this one you don't really have to. You can just forget about them. But for these bench scenes,
Yeah.
She won't sit on it if there are little spiders around, so I have to kill them.
Yeah, there could be one spider all the way up on the stairs on the other side of the room, and Yorda will be like, "I'm scared."
Too scared to sit on the bench.
So how'd she do on this ladder? Did she come all the way down, or did she go back up to get her purse?
No, it was fine. It was fine. This time
Wow.
at least.
And we're back out into another cozy rest area. Oh, but except for the 4 shadows chasing you.
We'll see if they get close.
I remember they grabbed her in SGDQ, and it almost never happens. You really got trolled so much that run. And it may look like Yorda is slowing Ico down because of that jerking motion, and it actually, like, you feel the vibration in your hand every time Ico dislocates her shoulder. But in actuality, from that gate all the way over to the door on the other side, Bucci, do you want to guess how much time you lose holding Yorda's hand?
I'm gonna say 10 seconds.
Closer to between 2 and 3 seconds.
Okay, so that's not even that much.
I know, right? I've been doing some timing test things, and I had no idea. So there are times where, you know, you feel like, oh, if I let go of her, I'll go faster here. And usually it's a safer bet to just keep her close to you. Wow.
Right, so this
Close
is
to you.
the reason why I took the safety save. This jump is dangerous.
This is the most risky jump in the game.
It's fine. It's fine. It's all good. We're just gonna one try everything.
Yeah. What in the world? Ah. And again, with that jump, she skips 17 minutes of the game. She skips a puzzle to get to like a waterfall area, and then these two super long ladders that you have to wait for Yorda to climb up, and it takes her over a minute. And then a water pump, a water mill, going down, going up this elevator, um, going into this high platforming section where any missed jump could kill you. Getting through all of that to get to where she got just by jumping over to the other lever.
Mm-hmm.
And actually, she's not even supposed to be able to reach that point until she's finished with the arena on the other side. So she's kind of doing a tiny other shortcut on top of that. 17 minutes of the game, which is why the 50 hertz world record run, or which is why her average runs are like 35 to 40 minutes faster than my average runs.
Yeah,
I mean, it's not the only reason. You have skill too, I guess. It's not like it's just the game. We're just it's not like we're racing each other in cookie clicker at 50 hertz and 60 hertz. So, fun trivia. Would you care to guess who has the most submissions for an eco run on all of the leaderboards?
I don't know. I imagine it's either you or me.
I have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I've got 7. You and brand new have 9. It's a tie.
Oh.
Nations. So brand new was like just learning the run and submitting a new PB every day for a while. I was like, okay, I guess I'll check this one too. By the end of it, I got really lazy with my verification.
Oh, nice.
What?
Nice.
Good job. I'm really interested already in what this IGT is gonna be. Okay, now can you get the shadow skip?
That would be harder.
Yeah, it's tricky.
If you wanna
We're trying to what we're trying to do is get Yorda through the door after we cut the rope to open the door within like 5 or 6 seconds, so that the shadows that spawn in that room will take a lot longer to spawn on the exit, and it makes it much less dangerous. Now, Bucci's made it out of the room with the shadows already fully spawned before, but since we took that strat from PS3 and added it to this run, it's lowered the danger a little bit, would you say?
Yeah, for sure.
Because I remember your old runs, like the shadows would already be out and running around as you came back into that room, and I would just be watching and like on pins and needles, like, how can you even do this? How can you face this type of trauma at this point in the run? I would be a nervous wreck. Eco 3 times. No, it's not Eco 3 times. Chat, we are running Eco and then Shadow the Colossus and then Last Guardian. Although we started earlier, so if our Shadow the Colossus runner is still asleep... Oh, she kept your hand that time, nice. If our Shadow the Colossus runner is still asleep, we will show you some of the differences in the Eco at 60 hertz. So...
Yeah, we can show you the areas I'm not going to.
Some of them, yeah, until Sean's ready. I don't think we'll do a full run. But yeah, we'll get to enjoy. Yeah, that run puts the hertz in 60 hertz.
So on this side arena, I have to go through the whole arena, I guess, through all of the rooms in it, just because the reflector structure is not on the position it needs to be, so I have to move it.
Yeah, in the East Arena, the reflector was already facing forward, but part of the puzzle of West Arena it's somewhat symmetrical and somewhat not. And one of the is you have to turn it to face forward. So, surprise, you have to do about like 1 more minute of this side than the other side.
Well, it's gonna be more just because this jump sucks.
This jump. That really is the toughest jump because it's off camera. And the camera isn't always exactly in the same spot either. And you really have no control over the camera. I mean, you can look with it, but Lakitu stays put. Like you can't move the camera around. I tend to call Ueda's camera Lakitu because in all 3 games the camera can be super trolly. But with Ico, it's trolly in that you don't have any control over it. So you've got to learn how to constantly be rolling the joystick as the camera changes angles if you want to try and run straight. Yes, all the games from the same developer and supposedly in the same universe. And there's a very direct connection between Ico and Shadow of the Colossus. Which we'll find out. Don't want to spoil it for anybody if they haven't watched all this before and they plan to, so we'll find that out at the end of Shadow of the Colossus.
So now we can
Do you think you'd... Go ahead.
No, yeah, that's all I was gonna say. Oh, she's up here. That's good. She didn't go down the ladder. Sometimes she does.
What is this run? I think the game is apologizing to you.
Maybe.
Oh, that's great.
She'll take the ladder.
Twig, just switch to Mario Cam then.
I still had to deal with shadows, but that was so much better than having them.
If they'd already been out.
Yeah.
Yeah. And you were, wow. Yeah, and the jump swing knocks them over, and even the single swing will stun them a little bit. That was still really great. Sometimes we try to get Yorda to just drop straight down without climbing down, but that's pretty tough. So again, if this were 60 Hz, I would now be climbing all the way up that big ladder to pull a lever that Beauty already pulled, and then going all the way back down. It's like my mind is still processing how much you skipped. Like I still haven't even thought through all of it.
Well,
I know how much time difference it is.
On this section, we're not skipping anything. It's just walking back to the big door.
But you still are, Beauty, you still are, because in that chandelier room where those shadows spawn, in the 60 Hz version, you've already run through that room once, and so the shadows are already out, and sometimes they meet you right as you come in the room. And so it's a lot harder. There's a very good chance that part of the run could still kill it for you. But for you, you're like halfway across before they even show up. So I just want you to know how good you have it. Good times. It's still a great, fun game either way, though. It's so beautiful. Even at this, I mean, if someone were just tuning in, I don't know that they'd know that this is PS2. You know, it's not like heavily polygonal, like a Spyro game or something like that. It's just solid. No Benny Hill music this time, it's just a nice calm walk. That'd be anticlimactic. So yeah, you've been running the game for 33 minutes, and that's most of the time has already... From here on out, this run is very similar, except to skipping the shadows at the end. So you reached this point about a half hour ahead of me.
Yeah, the difference is crazy.
Yeah, but it's fun. Oh, so the question I was gonna ask is, would you ever, for nostalgia's sake, because I'm assuming the first time you ran the game, you didn't know about the super jump yet, correct? You just solved it normally?
I can't remember. I think my first run was still with at least some super jumps, but right now I can't remember.
Wow. But I guess I'm just curious if anything could ever compel you to just play through the game normally again, just for nostalgia's sake.
Maybe.
It'd be hard not to jump though, right? At any given moment,
Yeah.
you'd be like, but I could just skip it.
Now for
Oh, the saddest part of the run. I have an emote ready for this. Last time I was watching back at SGDQ and I was talking over you during this epic moment, and I cannot forgive myself for that, but I can redeem it now. You let me know when it's time.
Goodbye, Stick. Oh, it's already gone.
No. Aw, Stick, no, I was still talking over it. Alright, restart the run.
It's okay.
Restart the run. It was closer though. At least I was talking about it instead of making some lame joke about Titanic or something like that.
There is the evil queen.
Yes. We call her Karen. At least in my chat.
So now we don't have the stick, and sadly the stick is what makes those jumps be broken. So now we can't skip anything.
Yeah, but we can do more yelling.
Yeah.
And that's always good. And there's still some really cool platform tricks. We still skip a little bit, just not in the same way. It's more just the most optimized movements that we've found and or stolen from other people. Mostly stolen from JP runners, but I found a couple of myself. Yeah, and the yelling's back. But I love how the atmosphere in this game and in Shadow of the Colossus, you get to the end and it'd been bright and sunny and nice, and now it's like ain't no sunshine when she's gone. It's all gloomy. And she's always gone too long. Anytime she's turned to stone. I think that's the lyrics.
Maybe a little bit different, but we're close.
At least I didn't do the I know section, and I know. I think he sings that like 23 times or something. Self-motivating, that's right. I also like the theory of echolocation. You know, Trico's horns have kind of this sensory ability to them, this antennus about them, so he screams, it reverberates off the walls, and it comes back to his horns, and it helps him measure distances.
Yeah, because I don't think we mentioned it, but Ico has horns on his head.
Yeah, I don't think anyone watching the stream noticed. And it's the... Go ahead.
Yeah, it's the reason why he's here. In his village, it's supposed to be a curse. So,
yes.
When he's old enough, they take him to this place to be sacrificed.
Yes. According to the novelization, which is unofficial, when he turns 12, his horns turn from little baby nub horns to those giant horns overnight. And that's the sign that it's time for him to be the sacrifice. And the amazing thing about this, it's such good storytelling, because as we go to the place where we would have fought the 53 shadows, there's only all the others are full, which means this boy would have been the last boy needed for what the queen wants to do. And so it's like, it's a very, fate sort of thing that he escaped. But the fact that 53 other shadows, 53 other homeboys had been sacrificed before this time means that this is a practice that this village had been doing, if we assume a boy every generation, for around 1600 years. And that's just, it's cool lore to think about. That tummy oop. How's the pipe? Even the pipe was nice to you.
Yeah.
There's something about you can feel that it's a PS2 when you need to grab a pipe sometimes, and you're just not right at the right spot with how they were designed. Oh, I think someone typed echolocation instead of echolocation. I agree.
I like that.
How did I miss that? I renounced my name of Papa Sancho. I've now lost it. Because I missed that very obvious dad joke.
Now, did we get the jump?
The jump. Oh, you're gonna go for it? Might as well,
Yeah,
right? Until
yeah,
you get it.
of
There's
course.
no reason not to. It's totally unnecessary. It's actually a tiny bit slower than if you jump down to the lower ledge and then jump across because of how long it takes him to stand back up, but it's super swaggy.
Oops.
Nope, not the first time.
Not first time. We'll give it 3 tries.
One of my favorite clips is one time, like, he had made it by, like, a pixel. And you stood up and he was just on air and you were like, what the heck? I'm standing on nothing!
Yep.
I'm standing on nothing!
Okay, we got it.
Yay!
Just
I'm
looks cool.
standing on something. Alright. And then one of my favorite jumps in the game, because it just looks like you're jumping into oblivion, and especially the way you do it with the hand grab. And it's very reliable. But I still don't know how you do that jump with the joystick. I'm a chicken and I rely on the D-pad every time, because it's just a straight left jump.
There we go. It just doesn't look like he's making it. And
No,
then he just
and the
snaps
camera-
back to it.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. 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 It just does not look like it at all. Now we're running along this pipe, which we would have actually seen on the way in with the opening cinematics. Ueda is all about taking you back to places you've been before, showing you stuff you've seen, but from a different perspective. And actually, you could have seen these when we went at the beginning, when we were on that crumbling bridge. Another thing Ueda loves. You could have seen these pipes down below, and now we're running on them. And so if you're paying attention, you're like, I know where we're going.
It's like we're going full circle.
Mm-hmm. I remember the first time I played this game, you know, about halfway through, I was like, we are still in the castle. This castle is one giant puzzle, and I just love that about the game. You know, you're not like running out into fields looking for bugs as a side quest, or there's no currency in the game, there's no health bar. Yorda is your health bar. You're plopped in the middle of nowhere, and if you don't have the instruction manual, you could still just figure it out by pushing buttons. It's so great. So I love the minimalisticness about it. Yelling in the rain. Oh, that's another one I should start doing. I'm yelling in the rain.
I could have taken that ladder, but this is better. Just land on top of the door.
Another place that SGDQ trolled you.
Yep.
I'm surprised how vivid my memories still are of this. It was so fun, that's why. And it's fun this time too. Woohoo.
And it's an even better run.
Yeah, oh, I mean it's gonna beat your other time by at least 10-12 minutes.
Yep.
I think so. This should be sub 1 hour, right? I mean, there's almost no danger left at this point.
I think we're on sub 1 pace, yeah. Which is
and even
crazy.
the death to the queen is only like about a 1.5 minute loss or something, so this should be sub 1 hour. Whee!
So
Again, here's a place where the camera... Go ahead.
Yeah, now we have a sword. And we may not have a stick, but the sword pretty much works like the stick, so now we're able to do the crazy jumps again.
Yeah. Sword is like, I'm not stick, but I guess I'll have to do. I think it'll do just fine. The cool thing about the sword, if you're in the 60 Hz version, is you get to these shadows and you're like, how many swings is it going to take? And a single swing will fell a shadow. Which is pretty awesome.
And this sword has the same powers as Yorda, so it can open doors.
Yeah, it's like Yorda plus stick.
So this is the fight that Sancho was talking about. There's all those shadows waiting, and as soon as
and it's a cool reveal because it shows you that all the shadows you've been fighting this whole time are actually your ancestors. They're other horn boys who'd been sacrificed before you. And but yeah, you skip over it, and those 53 shadows take the fastest time anyone's ever beaten those shadows is like around 2 minutes and 20 seconds. But usually it takes like around 3.5 minutes more that you're skipping. Oh, Shadow Pajama Party!
I had to show them.
All right.
This run is too good.
Let me know.
We need to.
Let me know when the queen shows her face. I've got something prepared.
Oh, okay.
Just let me know. I'm a little behind.
Going to her throne. And now she says, wait.
Just a little Western showdown.
Oh, nice. I got the first hit very quick. First hit very quick. I can't speak. It's too late.
I know. I know. It's okay.
So yeah, you have to hit her shield like 4 times, and every time you hit it, the sword will just jump out and get flung somewhere, and it's always on the same 4 spots. So this fight is pretty scripted.
Yeah, it's awesome. It's kind of anticlimactic. Like, it pretty much goes the same way every time. We won't be stopping the timer here. We're gonna wait till the very end.
Yeah, the only way you can save time is being able to deflect her waves. And now the queen is dead.
Yay! I don't have my clapper thing, but I'll clap. Woo! What a great run, Bucci. Congratulations, that was awesome.
Thank you.
GG.
I don't know what to say. It was just very quick.
Okay, and you didn't practice yesterday, did you?
No.
Okay, so guys, she ran this at GDQ in July, right? And then this week on Tuesday and Wednesday, you ran this game, just to de-rust 2 or 3 times each day. And then you did this run like as if you hadn't stopped practicing since SGDQ, to be honest. So there are 2 queens in Ico, ladies and gentlemen. One is Karen, the other is Bucci.
Please, no. I'm nowhere close.
You're not the evil one. You're the good one who lives on the other side of the world. You're the bright queen, shining a light in the speedrunning community.
That's too much.
And if you like Bucci and you're enjoying her laugh, you'll get it a lot on her channel. So you guys should check it out. She runs a lot of fun PlayStation games. I think one of my favorite to watch you run was the Emperor's New Groove one, because it was so bad.
Just casual sub 1D Rust. Yep.
Yeah.
Like, it's funny. I did like 4 D Rust runs before these, and all of them were better than my SGDQ run.
Yeah. That was just a fluke. That was just a fluke. But so we only had. You didn't die at any of the death jumps. The only
No.
death was the flop, right?
Yep.
Wow. GG. Good job.
Yeah, that was a very, very good run. Like, I wish this had happened at STDQ, but it's okay. It's still a marathon. It's a marathon run, and it's a very good marathon run.
And now we're just trying to figure out, Inception is awake to do Shadow of the Colossus. The only thing is, we're so early on, I'm worried about our last Guardian runner. Sorry guys if we talk shop a little bit in chat. Maybe we could still show off a little 60 hertz first. Would you be able to stay in the commentary for that?
Yeah. I'm not sure I'll be able to say much, but...
You'll be like, oh, I haven't seen that before. Oh, I haven't seen that before.
I'll just be remembering when I played these for the first time.
Wow.
The 112
Okay,
win.
let's see.
Yeah.
So we started this run how much earlier than when we had thought we were going to start?
Like an hour and a half, I think.
Yeah, like an hour and a half earlier. And then you did like a perfect run, so that doesn't help much either.
No.
Like there literally is time for a 60 hertz run in the midst of this, but we won't do that. Everybody else had been prepared for 40 minutes, so I think that gives us like 30 or 40 minutes to play around. Hey Inception, how are you? We just had someone else join. Oh, he's muted right now. So. Oh, and Church is here too. I guess they're ready to do it. We might as well just go ahead and do it then. I'm very indecisive right now. Yuchi, what do you think? Okay, all right, we'll do that. We'll show some 60 hertz just to show how it's different. Just because I'm worried that, you know, the people running Last Guardian are still asleep right now, and they're planning on waking up around a certain time, and it'd be better to show 60 hertz after 50 hertz than during the thing. But you guys are welcome to stay and hang out too.
Yeah, for
Superman
sure.
and Inception have showed up for the next part of the run, which will be the Shadow of the Colossus part. But right now we've still got this beautiful game.
Beautiful music.
Yeah. The songs at the end of all three of these are good, but I think this one is the best. Unbiased opinion. Really, really fast a Thon. Really, really short a Thon. Yeah, runners tend to overestimate just how badly all of everything can go. It's true, like there's a fear. There's this, you think about everything that could go wrong and you plan on all of it going wrong.
Yeah.
Because every runner's biggest fear is a mercy kill, right, where you don't even get to finish.
Mm-hmm.
And so you're just like, well, let me just allow myself enough time. And I think as a group, we estimated this to take 7 hours and 45 minutes. But I think if everyone brought their A game the way you did, it would be done in like 6 hours and 20 minutes. So we're gonna even make Last Guardian different. We're gonna add all barrels to the Last Guardian run to make it longer. So we're gonna really, really try a Thon to make it longer. We'll see how it goes. I'm curious about this time, but I'm positive that that if you didn't have the world record before now, this would get it. Like this would beat second
Maybe.
place. I think so. If you took out the bench saves, especially.
Yeah, without the saves, probably.
Because that second save slowed you down because of how far out of the because you had to do a fight too, and you had to make Yorta go up and down the ladder. But even then, it was still really, really solid. Really, really solid-a-thon. Really, really yeet-a-thon. I think that's the best one. I like it.
That just summarizes the run very well, in my opinion.
Yeah, it really does.
Just yeet everywhere. Skip puzzles. And whole areas of the game.
Yeah, this eco game, it yeeteth and it yeeteth away. And this time it gave you all the yeets. Like the jumps up to in the arena rooms are the most impressive. But to me, I just can't believe you didn't get a single death on the bridge jump, jumping underneath the chandelier, jumping by the windmill, even though you chose to show the windmill, which was tempting fate. and then the jump from that one lever to the other in the courtyard area.
That
you nailed all of.
That's always...
and the elevator jump.
Oh gosh. Yeah. That's always the one that scares me the most. The one in between the balconies with the levers. It's just, if you don't save, you go back to the beginning of the arena, the previous arena that I did, and I have to do the yeet again and light up torches and do all that stuff. So it loses a lot of time.
Yeah. So what a solid run. Right, I'm gonna be quiet for a minute while I try and get my stuff set up, which we weren't planning beforehand. So
it's good.
We'll just have fun. It'll just be a showcase for the contrast.
We're getting to the part where I have to keep running again, so it's all good.
And more yelling.
Yep.
Yeah. That's true.
Though this time we won't be hearing it because he's very far away from the camera, so it's just like a tiny wah, wah.
Oh, I had to restart my stream. I don't even get to enjoy it. Instead, I'm getting a commercial with people dancing at me.
Oh, nice.
I'm missing so much epic content right now.
So now Ico wakes up in this beach. Just wondering what to do. Just run along and see what we can find.
Now I'm just picturing Ico, the way you phrase that, now I'm just picturing him with like a metal detector just walking along the beach. I'm gonna find some money to bring back to my poor family. They'll be so surprised. Not only am I alive, we're rich. I found 3 engagement rings and a Coke can.
If I were running this on New Game Plus, there's back there, there's a tree with... No, there's not a tree. I don't think there's a tree.
No,
there's just a bunch of watermelons just laying around. And it actually changes the ending slightly. It adds a little cutscene at the end, but I forgot to do this on New Game Plus. I should have.
I mean, it's a really, really long-a-thon, but that's okay. I think we had easier shadows, but it kind of showed. This time we got to show, like, your real skill, which makes me really happy.
Oh, what's this? Who's that?
There's someone on the ground. What's this?
Okay, yeah, that was a 59-24.
What? 59-24 with the bench saves, ladies
Mm-hmm.
and gentlemen.
That was
So
such a crazy run.
second place RTA is 59-40. So you beat their real time, and we'll see what the in-game time is too. Can we see what the in-game time is at the end, please?
Yeah, yeah.
Woohoo! Which is something you don't get in New Game Plus, because you can't save a New Game Plus game for some reason.
That is true. Let's see. Let's just save here. $56.11.
56-11. Wow, that is so. That's good.
That's
yeah.
crazy.
Would have been well. I mean, that's only. Golly, that's really great.
Mm-hmm.
Congrats.
Thank
Bucci.
you, thank
Great
you.
run.
I'm super happy about this run.
Yeah.
I didn't even expect it was gonna go this well, but
This
hey,
was better than practices.
yeah,
I think it's really good.
yeah,
So solid.
and it was 13, almost 13 minutes faster than my STDQ run. Which makes me feel bad about it, but
well, no, that was all watermelon. That's just how long it takes to carry the watermelon across the beach. That's what that was. So that is not the world record. Her world record has an in-game time of 52:43, and it's nigh untouchable. But it would have been the world record had she not beat it yet. Like, it's still better than second place. But this would rank. This would definitely rank in your top 10 best runs, probably.
Yeah.
It was really good. So, that's, which, considering how many times you've run the game, that's insane. Alright, so I think from here, as I am also still managing stuff on the other side, we're going to end your feed and kick mine in and see if it handles it okay.
We'll be right back real quick. Don't move.
Right? Yes, don't move. Don't touch that dial. Frozen in stone. All right. Oh, we need to get our... This is not showing the full game. We are now in... I need to message the... Sorry, guys. Tiny technical difficulty here. We just need to let Kicot know that we are switching to a different aspect ratio. And while we wait, I guess I can do the Yorda parody song. I don't know what else to do right now. So while we wait for that, when we met, you were in a bird cage. You made the cutest parakeet. All of my life, I felt like a sacrifice, till you touched me on the cheek, Yorda. Don't, please open doors for me, Yorda. Unleash your inner Palpatine, Yorda. And together we'll escape this castle keep. Oh, he fixed it. He didn't want to hear me sing anymore. All right. Anyways, that's Eric Clapton's Layla, of course. There's some face palms. All right. The rest of the lyrics are good too. I guess turn into my channel. We'll let me turn the Elgato music back on. And this is with no prep, and I haven't played this game in a while, but we're just gonna commiserate together, Bucci, you and I. And now you're the one with the delay. My, how the tables have turned.
Oh.
All right, let's go ahead and show this opening cutscene. How about that?
Sounds good. So people can get the lore.
Yeah. So here we are. It feels really weird not skipping this, but wah. They really like their fade to whites in this game. Lore. So if you're interested, there is a novelization of this book written originally in Japanese by a woman who's a famous Japanese young adult novelist. And she just loved the game, and so she asked, "Hey, can I do my own novelization? Unofficial, but it'll just be my interpretation." And Team Ico was like, "Yeah, sure, go ahead." It is so good. It's like in 4 sections. The first section is like Ico while living in the village before ever coming. The second section is when he first meets Yorda all the way to the gate for the first time. The third section is Yorda's backstory and what life was like in the castle. And then the fourth section is the rest of their escape. And there's some twists and turns along the way, and it doesn't follow the video game exactly, which I kind of like, but it's really good. Had you ever tried reading it, Bucci?
No,
Did I sell it well? Are
probably.
you like, wow, now I really gotta?
Yeah, yeah. I've been interested in it for a while.
It's good and creepy too, but it's fun. Like they explain in the book, there's some fun little things they do. Like they say, because he's born with horns, he's got super strength. He can fall off a tree and not get hurt. He can yell and people can hear him for miles. It's like you could tell she really loved the game.
Yeah, this kid is indestructible.
He really is. I would argue that Boy in Last Guardian is the toughest of the three, but
Yeah, that is a
because he can break
that
his leg and then walk it off.
and the arm strength too to
Yes,
like
I
grab
mean, yeah,
Pico all the jumps and stuff.
yeah. He has the biggest heights to scale too. Like I don't have a fear of heights, but when I was playing Last Guardian for the first time, I legit like just felt a pit in my stomach anytime there was a really high part. Don't be angry with us. This is for the good of the village. So this is supposedly in the novelization anyways to keep the queen from going to the village and turning the entire village to stone.
Who knows what her reasons were for doing that?
Yeah. Um well, I mean in this game, it's she just wants to continue to live. But man, I want to spoil the book, but I won't. Let's just say that the book does a good job of making neither side seem like the good side, and Ico's just kind of caught in the middle, which I really think is neat. Like, what a neat way to tell the story. All right, and now my vibrator's shaking, and that's the elevator going back down. But lo and behold, through some luck, or the book explains it as being the particular pattern that they put on his cloth, he gets rejected from, what would you call these? Coffin? It's not a
I,
coffin.
it's not, but
She's just
might as
misunderstood.
well be. Just
Yeah, yeah, really, really. Doo doo doo. All right, and then we have a dream. And the good thing is these cutscenes actually don't cut into in-game time; they just cut into real time. If you can't move Ico, the clock's not running. Yeah, this isn't creepy at all.
we mentioned that it's related to Shadow of the Colossus, but
We don't want to
um
spoil the relation because that's you have to sit to the ending of Shadow of the Colossus to see the connection.
yeah,
But I will say you
since we're
see.
doing all of them, yeah,
Mm-hmm.
since we're doing all of them in a relay, might as well just leave you for that part
Soup.
to have the feel.
All right, and after all that, we pick ourselves up off the ground. And unfortunately, what you're going to see here is exactly the same as hers until we get the stick, and then everything's going to be much slower. But I think the best thing about this is that the check gets more wahs. Does this part look familiar? Hello?
My video is frozen, so
Oh, no.
I can't see anything.
I think mine did too. Let me just hit play again and see what's going on. Yeah, my video's frozen too. Interesting. Oh, the feed is frozen on my end. Everybody's asking that now. Hold on, I'm getting a message. Let me just pause for a second.
Wow, the queen turned the whole screen to stone. Oh no. she heard us talking about her.
Is it the stream or is it? Yeah, cause my. Let me look at OBS. OBS is fine. Queen turned the feed to stone. No.
Yeah, it seems to just be your feed because I see the timer on the stream running. So something weird's going on.
Huh. So the timer and the still running. It looks that will work. They might have told me not to do that, but we're gonna try anyways. To do that, but we're gonna try anyways. Oh, I can hear our voices though, just not the video.
Oh, weird.
Oh, I can hear our voices.
really frozen.
So this whole time we've been talking, I didn't realize they could hear us. This is why 60 hertz is so much slower. Look how I can't even move.
The cutscenes were fine. It's just stuck on like halfway through the dream. It's just
that is really
just it.
Yeah. Oh, it didn't even make it past the dream? Or yeah, you're right.
No, I think this is still the dream cutscene.
Oh, they missed all my sweet moves.
Yeah, we definitely didn't get to gameplay.
Okay. Let's see. I tried stopping and starting streaming again. Maybe I'll just quit out of OBS maybe, because it's not gonna kill their stream. And start again. I don't know if there's something they have to do on their end, because even if I do start streaming, Kitcott broke it. Why is it always on your ships? I have no clue what to do. I don't think it's OBS. Thanks, everyone. I noticed our viewers aren't dropping, so we really super appreciate that. Should I just do more of my song? Let's wait and see if they can figure something out in the really, really long-a-thon end.
Oh, I think it's back.
Hey! No clue what happened, but here we are.
Let's see. Unpause real quick.
Okay, yeah.
Move around. It's back!
All right. Thank you.
Yay.
Thank you, Kit Cot. Thank you so much. We appreciate that. All right, and now you get to hear the wahs again. Bucci, I think you and I do this part a little different. I like to hold down R1 for this instead of tapping it. I don't know if it actually makes any difference. I haven't timed it. But...
Oh, no idea. I just like going.
Yeah, the
Like
rhythm
I
of
haven't been up for it. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I play a lot of rhythm games, so it's probably because of that.
Just the rhythm and the habit, yeah. They're just quiet. It sounds like that might just be how bad my feed is. Let me turn you up some. I think. Sorry guys. I think I just normally when I stream I'm pretty quiet. The same thing's gonna happen with Sable Dragon Rook.
Oh,
We just don't. We're just not pro streamers the way that that Bucci is. Oh, the game sounds are quiet. Okay, I can turn that up too. Commentary's fine. Game sounds are quiet. Okay. There we go. Is anybody there? We'll still play the cutscenes. This is kind of fun. When I saw her face, dun, 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 now I'm a believer.
She just looks so bored.
She really does. In the book, she's actually trapped in time, and she has no sense of how long she's even been there.
Oh.
See, like,
I feel like that's even.
Yes, there's so much creative stuff about that Shrek Ico crossover. That's not Shrek. I'm just singing the monkeys. All right, we'll skip that cutscene because that's boring. That's just her going to the bottom. Oops. Thank you, Ledge.
Hey, Tic Tac. Pal just went very fast.
And by bad, you mean like so well we were having to fill time? We started early. Oh yeah, I bet Yorda is confused right now. All of a sudden, this thing is going down after who knows how long she's been up there. Probably for as long as the sacrifices have been going on. You know, you've got to explain how, even though there's some disrepair, how are these torches lit? A great explanation would be that this whole castle has been trapped in time.
That is a good point.
So all the disrepair beforehand was probably from a great battle that took place where they tried to destroy the queen and failed. And now they're living with the consequences.
Maybe that's why they can't go out of the castle.
Mm-hmm. All right, we're almost to the part that's different. I've picked up stick. And now we go. Whee! Please open doors for me, Yoda. Oh, can you please read that line? I love how you read it.
I was doing it.
Oh, sorry.
You read my mind. How did you do that?
I love it every time you say that. All right. It's not good for a speed run, but I'm going to let go of Yorda here just to show you guys when you're not doing it as a speed run. Look at her. She's pointing at it. She pointed to it, the bridge, to the thing. She's like, "Hey, check this out. We can totally make out here." I'm like, "No, we need to focus." I like doing this too. Whoops. Some people think it's mean. It is a tiny bit faster to abandon her right there. Alright, now, since I cannot super jump over the bridge, we're gonna need to find another way to get out of this room, aka the designed way. And now we've got to hope that Yorda comes and meets us, like, at the stairs and doesn't chase any pigeons. She can literally wander anywhere around this room instead of coming and meeting us at the bottom of the stairs. Oh no! Now I know how far the delay is. That was that was me thinking about what I was saying as opposed to just, walking upstairs. Doing things as intended, yeah. Now this part will be not as intended. The any percent run does get to do a skip. Actually, I think this skip was intended. It's programmed into the game. Or the designers did this on purpose. They wanted to make a way for you to be able to leave Yorda here. Instead of, like, there's a shadow fight that would happen here that we're skipping. We would have to push that block in order to get Yorda to climb up with us. We'd have to take her up here, and there'd be another shadow fight at the top up of this staircase. So how does it feel seeing this part of the game, Bucci?
It's just bringing back memories
From long ago?
Yeah, very long ago at this point.
And I do a little jump to get on those train tracks, which saves like 4 seconds, but you die if you don't get it. That's how this run is. Like, there's these jumps you do that they can save you a couple seconds, and that's it. that's how impoverished we are trying to save time in this little version, in this longer version. Yay! Leaving on a midnight train for Yorda.
That was nice.
Yeah, it's so beautiful. So, another section. So all of this, and this is the faster route. All of this Bucci skipped with jumping over that drawbridge, which we are now on our way to. It's insane. So yeah, this part, there is, the slower way is taking Yorda with you through all of this, and then you've got to move that giant crane that we run past and get her on it, and then move it again and get her off of it. And then finally, when you're already like, what, at the end of the game, I finally get to pull the drawbridge. And now we go back and get her.
Yeah, even for these, like after the drawbridge, Pal is still saving time over here in TSC just because Yorda is already at the drawbridge.
Yes.
On NTSC, you have to take her.
I have to leave her somewhere safe. Like, we have to leave her there. We can't leave her at the drawbridge or she'll get grabbed by the shadows. So that's the one spot where, like, you stay close enough to her and you're in the same loading place that she is, that she's not in danger of getting grabbed. We still skip that shadow fight, though, for what that's worth. Now, after you died doing that flop, it makes me not even want to try, because think of how much more I'll have to redo if I miss it. Even though it works for me every time.
You should do it.
Okay, we'll do it. And if we die, maybe that's a sign that it's so that we could just have Sean start early.
Yeah.
So this part's kind of the same. Alright, here we go. I know what I'm doing. This won't kill me. And I'm just being quiet to leave you in suspense.
I was tense.
You're like, what?
I'll be honest.
We do have this swag bomb toss here, though. Which, if you're doing 60 hertz and you miss that, that's a reason to restart. It's just such a different animal. But it's also a reason to restart because the world record run is insane and I'm still 2 minutes away from it. Sitting in second place. You know, before I started the run I started running this game I think in March of this year. And before I started running, the difference between first and second place was 12 minutes.
Yeah, that's just how good
yes.
the first is.
Yeah, it really was insane. It was crazy. Okay, do you want to do the music?
We want music.
The do. Do you want to be my soundtrack?
No, you do it better than me.
Okay.
You'll also get time for it with it, so.
Yeah. What I really want to do is get to the we don't have I just want to get through. Oh goodness. Why? Oh, what? Oh,
jeez.
Oh, he's coming down the stairs. Come here, buddy. Oh, I missed him. That's what I get for singing and playing around. Like, this is definitely one of those never happens to me kind of things. Alright, Yorda. We're on the ground. We should be fine now. I was just a little sloppy turning that corner. Wow, I'm not used to the camera angle here. Yay, PB pace? No. Alright, we'll show the cutscene. Now you guys get to see what happens. How this tugs at your heart. We're like, yay, we beat the game! I mean, forget the fact that the bridge is still closed. If you ask me, they started running a little late to try and make it. Oh, wow! You know, that big spherical ball that she appears as makes me think of the Master of the Valley in The Last Guardian.
Oh. I did not realize that.
I'd never thought about it before, that shadowy stuff is like her protective cover. You know? It's not just like a cloak.
Mm-hmm.
More connections!
Lore!
I mean, just these games are so minimalist. Like, we have, like, you know, pages and pages of Reddit threads trying to make these connections, especially with Last Guardian when there isn't anything super clear. You know, it's Trico has the horns instead of a boy. Stuff like that. Know your place and leave here. I love how in this distress, his concern and care is still for the girl. He's still like, are you okay? And then she's like, garble, blah, 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 whatever those words are supposed to mean.
Bird, boat, bird, more bird. Those are the symbols.
Yes. I do know that at the end, when you lose Stick, she does say 4-4 sailboat lizard eating seagulls. So, and we always say that. And then as boy is falling, he manages to say direct translation. Torches. But see, even this section right here for me is slower because I don't have a super jump to cover the long distance between these. So even just when you're like moving, you're faster with Stick. Even without all the yeets. But I do have to say, Bucci, I'm just going to go ahead and point this out since this is more of a showcase. So in the PS3 run, the world record run, he starts by running over to the far torch. And I noticed in your run, you run to the torch that is closest to you. And not only is it faster because you don't have to backtrack, but it also puts Yorda's pathing on a better...
Yeah, because she kind of follows you around, and when you light the last one, there's times where she'll run to you or she'll just stay close.
Right,
But
and there's ones that she wants to point out, and something about the way you do it that way. If you do it the other way, she might chase a bird and be by the gate. Like, and you've done it super fast, but there's just something about that particular way of doing it that's better. So that's super cool. Oh, she took her time here. I don't like how she wants to point out the bombs even though you already have a bomb. It's kind of annoying. All right, stay here, Yorda. And then if you can get close enough, you can kind of get her concerned for you and she'll run to you after the explosion. But $10 says, oh good, at least she didn't go back towards the bombs. And now I'm out of practice, but if I can show you how it works, I'll show you why this little part right here is a little more trauma-inducing than in your version. This graveyard. I think the graveyard cut skip is probably like the biggest skill gap for runners who are trying to learn this run. It's just a lot of stuff to try and learn how to keep in your head about what to do. Alright, Yorda, come on down. You're the next contestant on The Price is Right. Perfect. Now don't step off. Don't step off. Thank you. And now if we're lucky, she won't get grabbed while we leave her. But it's total RNG. You can't do it fast enough to ensure she doesn't get grabbed, and sometimes you do it slowly and she doesn't. It's like the AI has her like running around out there, and sometimes she gets grabbed and sometimes she doesn't. This time she didn't, which is much faster. And now we've got to see if she runs to us when we fall. If she does, that's good. Unless she gets in our way. We're gonna let them grab her this time. Excuse me. Oh, that went too far. No! Oh, good. So what I was doing there was trying to make sure that the camera was on Yorda when she got brought into the pool so it wouldn't swing around. And there are 6 shadows on us right now. Gosh! Give her
family
back!
reunion.
She's mine! That's my future wife, let go! Alright, I think we're in the clear. I don't know why he suddenly has a Mickey Mouse voice. And that is a decent graveyard skip at 60 Hertz. What are your thoughts?
That was very cool.
Thanks.
It was very good.
The dream is to actually get her through the door by going back and forth between moving the cube a couple blocks and rescuing her from the shadows right away so that she never even gets grabbed and taken up to the top. But that's super hard to do. And if you fail it, it's a super waste of time. So we're not going to try that this time. Yorda delivery service was not operative today. Nope, that's a 50 Hertz thing. Oops, I missed that jump. At least it doesn't kill you.
Safe strats, best strats.
Yes, agreed. Alright, so here's another place where we have to do something. Because, you know, you just super jumped up to that staircase. But we have to make a way to reach the staircase. And then there's another shadow skip which we have to do here. Oh, I climbed up too high. good. Drop down, boy. So, some shadows are going to spawn on the top, and if Yorda comes up too fast, then the shadows will grab her or knock you over. So by scooting over 2 places, she's going to be close enough to this shadow pool that she's going to be scared and she's going to say, no, I don't want to get up. And the shadow will look like he grabs her, but then he fakes out because he sees you. And because it delays her, the other shadows run to get her instead of you, and they fall over, and then you don't have to fight any of them because they don't have wings.
Oh no, he fell off.
Who are you rooting for, Bucci? I'm already way behind your run. Oops, I shouldn't have called her there. That was just muscle memory kicking in. So that was, we're taking our time. This is fine. So that now we get to enjoy the windmill in all its majesty.
We say hello to the windmill, and we stay in the windmill.
Hello, windmill. That was supposed to be like romantic music. Oh, I don't want to risk that. There's a nice water below, so this won't kill you. But whee! And again, you know, he's showing you other parts of the game. Here's the east reflector, which you can see. Oh, I should have been climbing. I should have been climbing instead of showing you parts of the game. Can I drop here? Can I jump? Nope. Well, that was a very generous fall. Okay. No more scenic views. You can actually go too fast and fall off the other side of the panel that you're holding on to. You gotta wait till it's like a 45-degree angle. So when was the last time?
Many times.
When was the last time you were up here?
When I played the game casually.
So like 4 years ago.
Yeah, 4 or 5 years ago.
Crazy. All right, this part's
my eyes are being open here.
Oh right, yeah, all of your streamers who are still graciously in chat for this. Oh, I should have moved further to the. It's hard to predict how she's gonna handle this. Sometimes she jumps right away. Sometimes she shakes her head no. Now, in your version of the skip coming up, all you have to do is get her through the gate. But since I can't super jump up to the top of the, up to the hole that you came in, I have to try and get her through the gate and get back out. Which means I have to do these movements which are much faster, which means that it feels like the gates open a little longer. But that also gives the shadows a better chance of climbing in through the gate. And I've had times where I made it through successfully, did the skip successfully, and then both shadows just went in before the gate closed. No, Yorda, why are you following me? And if this takes too long, then she'll see birds, so... Okay.
Why did she start following you? That was weird.
Every once in a while, I think it's like wherever you are in your step when you let go of her or something. She's just like, oh, okay, I'm supposed to keep going. Here's the flying monkeys. Alright, that was good. Let's see. Yorda ran to me! Thank you! No! No! Oh, that was so close! Oh no, he wants to hit me. Alright, hopefully we'll make it up. Okay, and that's the first time I've successfully done that skip in, like, months. That went really, really well. Usually, a lot of times she doesn't run towards you, and you need her to do that.
Yeah, that was very good.
And neither of them are close to us, which means they probably won't be able to grab her on the stairs either, which is another thing that can happen. Woohoo! So if I were,
Yay!
when you get both a graveyard like that and that run in a row, that's when your nerves start shaking because it's really hard to get both of those. So. Woohoo! I think, let's see, I'm looking at the time. I think what we'll do from here is see if we can just show all of East Arena, unless I die, and leave it at that. I should not have fallen there. I should not have said I shouldn't have fallen there. No one would have known. That's the best strat to do.
Yeah, that just saved 3 seconds. No big deal.
Yes, it did.
We're good.
Mm-hmm. Beauty knows, even that that's how well she knows the game. She's never done it, and she still knows how much time it saves. Oh, weird. Okay, whatever. And in case anyone's wondering, you can also scoot while standing, but it's significantly faster to scoot while hanging in this game. Whereas in The Last Guardian, for some reason, it's way faster to scoot while standing, and it's a lot slower to scoot while hanging. And now I'll probably show you why Bucci's shadow fight was so good. Come on. Ah. Come here, buddy. You only need 2 more hits. This is how they usually go. Gosh, I forgot how good your shadow fights were. Alright, we'll just go ahead and start moving this block. Alright. So at least if the fight goes bad, you can save a little bit of time while you're waiting for the next one, unless Yorda wants to stop you from pushing a block for some unforeseen reason. So you just jumped up to the block and I had to do all that scaling around. Oh, Tic Tac saying moving the block is so smart. Thanks! I don't know that I'm the one who thought of it first. I think it might have been the Snake, which is snake with a Z. But I can't say snake if I see the Z, so the Snake might have been the first one to do it. Come on, Yorda! Some more scooting. So again, a whole other portion of the game that you skip just by jumping off the elevator. And you never even, like, see these shadows below, do you? The shadows that appear below the elevator? Alright, now we get to... This is the closest thing we have to a super jump.
Oh, this jump. I still don't understand how it works.
So, there's something...
Yeah. It's just the camera that makes it very strange.
Yeah, there's like this sort of like slingshot, like there's a magnetizing effect that happens for some reason in that one spot that you can't see it because it's happening off screen. Whoops, I should have pulled that further over. But Ico is actually really far away from the chain, but he just zips over to it. And we didn't even know what was happening until Pete Dor accidentally jumped in the other direction, and we thought he jumped to his death. And then from about the distance of 2 blocks away, he just yoinked right over to the chain. And we were like, what? What is happening? This is crazy. So I had a really good shadow fight down there while we were talking about that, though. I didn't have to fight either of the shadows. They both squished into the ground. They can really troll you when you're trying to climb up that ledge. And this part is the same. Except I actually have to swing on the chain like a noob. Let's check for Yorda while we're swinging. Nope, she wants to be stubborn. You took all the good Yorda RNG. Oh, why'd I pull it? You've
I'm
made that
sorry.
mistake. You've made that mistake. We all have. It's like, you know she's not there, but then you see a lever and you just pull it.
You're just hoping for her to be there, but
Yeah.
then she's like, nah, I
No.
just didn't feel
And
like going there.
she's still waiting for me to call. Okay, there we go. Do you want to share what else can happen here?
Yeah, so sometimes I think it happens if you push the lever as she's walking into the platform.
Mm-hmm.
The cutscene will trigger, everything will be fine, except Yorda's AI will still be walking and she'll just walk off the platform to her death.
And it will say, you know, game over. Do you want to continue? It's the best. It is literally the funniest thing whenever it happens, because it's so rare. I've seen it happen on your stream. Actually, I think I only saw a VOD. Maybe it's happened twice?
Yeah, it's happened to me twice.
It's never happened to me on stream. Yeah, it's just a Yorda thing. Alright, I think we're doing pretty well time-wise that once we finish East Arena, and maybe I'll try and do the sword skip at the end of it, we will be ready for Xion to take over. Xion Han. That's how I say his name, because he's French, although I've never said it like that before. Oh yeah, that's right. There's another place where if you're calling Yorda and you're just a little bit too far off, she will just walk off of something that's off of a giant cube. It's the best. So, are you excited to see more of East Arena, Muji?
Yeah, why not? Just more content.
I'm really glad we get to do this right after your run, though, so people can see, like, how much.
Yeah, how much you just skip with these
Yeah.
dumb jumps.
Yeah, I mean, and it's not, I'm not gonna, like, you could probably try and debate about which one is harder. I think that each is harder in its own way. Yours are very unforgiving with those death jumps. And ours is just, there's just that challenge of all the weird shadow skips we have to do to try and save time. Like in the graveyard specifically, especially. Alright, welcome to East Idle Stairs. We skipped going down the ladder there? I was kind of hoping she would get stuck. And now we're going to try and skip fighting 4 shadows. And whether or not this works is mostly about whether or not this guy flies to her or runs to her. And he flew to her. So that means she should not get grabbed, but of course she still did because this is a marathon stream. So what happened, for some reason, she decided to start going back down again, I guess. And now there's 4 shadows here, which we could still try and get her up the ladder, I guess. If I can get him to fly at her instead of running. Oh well, we'll just trap him in the corner. Fine. Come on, Yorda. Go, 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 go! Go, 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 go! Not even trying. And now we're gonna have to rescue her again. I shouldn't have even tried that. So, I'm usually pretty good at this skip. Maybe me swinging the camera around and running away, which is not something I usually do, messed it up a little. But most runners, this is their least favorite skip to try and have to do, because as you can see, this kills the run if you're going for a PB or something. Oh, thank you. Ooh, we tied. Oh no! It's really hard when you're like sandwiched between shadows. Alright, Yorda. I think we might be able to skip 1 shadow fight, because I still want to show what it looks like. Yay, we're gonna skip 1 shadow!
Yeah!
This is what the first thing should have looked like, him swirling underneath. but I messed up. I was putting the camera on him, and I think that and my movement weirded out Yorda's normal AI in that situation. Enemies everywhere. Alright, so now we're leaving her alone and we're trying to do this next part as fast as possible. All for the sake of skipping those foreshadows. And it's the sort of thing where if you don't do it fast enough, she will get grabbed. And if you're really slow, you lose the run completely. Alright, we're still doing fine time-wise. East Reflector! As you pointed out earlier, though, this one doesn't have to be turned. So you'll notice anytime I'm in a standing position, I start by doing a jump, and then I do a little swing to get going to maximum speed and to not do a tiny stumble afterwards. These are the peasant things I have to do in order to try and save tiny bits of time, since I can't just leap over stuff.
It's good optimization.
Yeah, it is. It is. It's fun. It gives you something to do, right? If you're just running, that would be boring. Hey, look where Yorda is. That's pretty handy. Yay! At least I got sword earlier. Although you could have picked the sword up if you wanted to. I'm gonna try and time this right so she'll be at the bottom when I'm done. Oops, that didn't work out too well. Nope, she decided not to come at all. Thank you, Yorda. I helped. I love when your chat says that at any time.
Am I helping?
Yes, you are. But there are very calm parts even in this run. Like this part right here. Like there's pretty much nothing that can go wrong. You're just scooting along. The only time you see this animation is on the pipe and the cliffs, correct? Like you're never doing any of the scaling in the normal part of the game.
Yeah, I don't think so.
So we're kind of only halfway through this east area right now, and we still need to find a way to get Yorda. Yorda can't follow us, so we've got to find a way to get her to follow us. And that's going to involve finding another lever that will be able to turn the water off. And after we get her up there, finding a way across and back. And that's by opening this bridge, and then the lever that's in the next room.
Oh, I love the double rope.
Yeah, it's really fun. I love how far his backswing carries, you know? Like, he's getting that one behind him that's, like, so far behind him at that point. And a nice little skip you could do afterwards to not have to run all the way back around to get Yorda. You know, and as I think through the things that you just totally get to skip that can frustrate a run, one of the greatest ones is coming up, and it's trying to get Yorda on that down elevator at the same time as you. because the way the game is made is to make you go down first, then go back up, and then call her. And that eats up like 25 more seconds. And so we try to make sure we're going like at full speed and then like doing a hard turn to get Yorda's footing so that she barely makes it on the platform before it starts to go down. If it trolls me this time, I'd actually be okay with that, just so everyone could see. Whoop! Barely. You'll see. Beauty, you'll see. Like one
She's right at the edge.
Yeah, one step back and she would have been like, bye. And now I'm back where you were.
Yay!
So you did that one jump and skipped all of that. And that's why I said, you know, about it really is about 6 minutes of gameplay there.
Yeah, just a single jump.
Yep. All right. I think that's good enough to show how much more painful this is and why I hate you, so people will realize it's justified. No, you're awesome. And your run was amazing. Oh, and Yorda went to go get her purse. How what a fitting ending.
Very appropriate.
She's like, nah, come on, Yorda. So, at this point, we'll see if Sean is ready. Sean, are you good to go? Can you unmute yourself in chat?
Yeah, I'm ready.
Okay, and you have the stream key and everything for when I quit?
Yeah.
All right.
Fine.
Thanks, guys. Stick with us. We'll be right back in a split second for the person who holds the world record for more than half of the categories of Shadow of the Colossus. Oh, you're tired. I really appreciate that.
It's fun. It was fun.
Yeah, seriously though, I can't get over how good that run was. I'm so happy.
Yeah, it was crazy.
Woohoo!
I saw the end of it. It looked really, really good.
I mean, she didn't. It was bananas. It would have been first place if she hadn't already had first place. Oh, that's very beautiful. I'm not sure what's going on on the stream.
It's a nice barcode.
Sean, you're running any percent normal?
Yeah.
Okay. Just making sure.
You may need to put your res at 720. For the stream.
Let's launch that again.
It sounds kind of like the issue you were having.
Yeah. I think, you know, we're all on the same key. And it's interesting. Of course, your beautiful, perfect run had nothing happen to it. You were protected by RNGesus tonight, Beauty.
I guess so.
It was gorgeous. It was great. I love that. I mean, I love how the SGDQ run went because of all the support you got. Like, that's its own kind of memory. But I love, like, tonight's redemption story.
Yeah, for sure.
I switched to 720, but we're still on a good bar.
Do you want to try closing and restarting? I'm going to, this will give me time to edit runner. Make sure it has you as the runner.
We don't know Kit Kats.
It's like the curtain and we're waiting for it to unveil. You're the Beatles, you're just building hype. by making wait longer. All right, let me poor what's the mod's name? Poor KitKat. He said, "Yeah, let me if anything goes to bleep," and I'm like, "Hey, things went to bleep."
Uh-oh.
Yeah, I don't know what can cause that.
Tic Tac, the SSD will make up for it. Okay, he's on it.
You don't want it? Okay.
Oh, he's doing some kind of refresh.
Okay. Let's see.
So fortunately, sweet. You know why this happens? So, Bucci, do you remember what your in-game
Blue
time
square
was? I
now.
want to keep track of this so we can have a total at
Oh,
the end.
okay. It's live.
56. Yep, it's good now. 56:11.
56:11. IGT for Eco. Yay! There we are. Beautiful soaring birds.
Nice. Thank you, KitKat.
Well, thank you so much, Bucci, for your leg. You must
Thank
be
you for the
you must be super
commentary.
tired now. Yeah, I'll do it anytime you ask me. I'll be ready with my new recorder bit. So, yeah, have a great sleep. You've earned it.
Thanks.
Great run.
Thanks. Good luck.
Thank you.
Oh, good, Gooperman. I'm glad you commented, so I can add you to the commentary.
Nice.
Okay. Is everything ready, Sancho?
Yeah. So since we're doing your IGT, we're gonna wait for the end of it. We really don't
Okay.
need to have the timer running, but I can still count off to start, and if you want, just for the officialness of it.
Yeah, go do it.
Yep.
It will be more
And
fun.
we can note where I'll tell you what, let's wait till the stream hits 27:35. So it's 3 seconds for me. Wait, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, go. And there's a little bit of a delay, but at least for me with you, you can tell me when the final jump is made, and
Yeah.
I'll be able to math out what your RTA is as well. All right, so as we get started, would you like to introduce yourself first, our runner, Inception?
Yeah, I'm Inception. You can just call me Sean if you want. And yeah, I've been running that game for like a little less than a year, I would say. I basically started like at the beginning of 2020. And yeah, I have some recce's on the game.
Some.
Some recce's. Okay, hold on. I can pull this up really quickly.
Some means a lot in this case.
Let me just click on his name here. So first of all, let me talk about how many different categories you have entered into in Shadow Colossus. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15. 15 different categories. Gooperman, you want to guess how many of those he has first place in?
I'm gonna say 10.
6, 7, 8, 9. You were really close. Wait, let me recount just to make sure. So 9 first place, 1, 2, 3, 4 second place, 1 third place, and then I'm like the disappointed parent. I'm like, what's up with that 4th place? John, this is not what we want on your report cards. You are not getting your allowance this week.
So this right here is the first Colossi, or the first Colossus Valis. What's really interesting about him is, as we just saw, you can actually move during that cutscene after you destroy the weak point on the leg. And that's pretty interesting because a lot of cutscenes in this game, you're actually unable to move. I think there's only like 2 of them where you're actually able to move in the cutscene, and this is one of those. So pretty neat.
Whoa, there's only 2? What's the other one?
The other one. Oh wow, I'm blanking on this. Sean?
I'm sorry, I didn't mean...
You put me on the spot on this one. I thought there was another one. You can like kind of move during the Barber one, but like yeah, there's.
You can definitely move during the Cenobia one, where you can do the
Right.
the weapon
Yes,
jump.
yeah, that's what I was thinking.
Oh, that's right, right. And I guess technically if you're on aggro and he's walking, you can move on dirge as well.
Yeah.
I mean, you're moving, you're not controlling it, but you're still moving.
Right. Yeah, there's some of those where you want to put yourself in like positions to where the things are going to move you around during the cutscene, or
Mhm.
like, yeah, you just like a lot of cutscenes you want to put yourself in the right position to where like you'll fall. Like we might even see on this one. I'm not sure. Sean might play it a little bit safe, but Quadratus here is the next one.
No need to
And-
play it safe. Where they told us to take up as much time as possible. We're
So-
still like over an hour ahead.
Oh wow, that's crazy. Yeah, this is So we use time attack a lot of the time to practice different colossi, but the thing about the second one here is that the strategy is different at any percent, like pretty different comparatively.
Mhm.
And yeah, so you can't really like practice this one in time attacks, but luckily it's pretty easy. You just have to line yourself up correctly on this cliff above the cave, and then it'll actually trigger the cutscene for Quadratus to come out, and then you'll be on the cliff. You can just jump straight to Quadratus. So it's probably, I'd say it's probably the easiest any percent strat, honestly.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean it's the one that you want to do first to just give you that feeling of, hey, maybe I could do these. And you don't even have to do the crazy jump the way he does. You can like walk further down and just jump in this little hole in the wall.
Right. And I do want to bring up something interesting that Sean's going to be doing right now. This is a technique known as planting, and there are certain spots on most of the colossi where you can grab onto, and no matter what they do, like they can be shaking like this, and you will not be knocked out of your plant position. So you can just like freely stab, basically.
Right. And if you don't get the plant, then you're like holding on by one hand and flopping around like a fish.
Right, and you are literally unable to like charge a stab. So, and
Right. Which yeah. Mhm.
And another interesting thing is Quadratus is pretty good at showing off the like 2 different styles that we would use to stab. Like on the back there, you actually saw that he was on a section of Quadratus where he could stab and then immediately let go and regrab, and that actually, we call that cycle stabbing. It just means basically it's like the fastest you can stab, essentially, consecutively.
And as we go through this cutscene, and then the next journey is a little bit longer. Gooperman, could you introduce yourself and say what you've say how many records you have?
That's a good one. Yeah, my name is Gooperman. I've been playing this game since right before the PS4 version. I speedran the PS3 version maybe for a couple months.
Mhm.
Yeah, so I did pretty well over my time in this version of the game. I'm relegated to Shadow the Colossus Boomer at this point. So I just like watching everyone succeed, and yeah, I had my time in the sun, so it's good
Yeah,
to see everyone.
You were at a live GDQ, correct?
Yes, AGDQ 2019. My name was Church Neo at that point, so
You
Yeah.
actually are in the book of records too.
yeah, that was interesting. So
The Guinness Book of World Records?
Yeah, for
yeah, it
video
was
games.
it was the video game Guinness Book of World Records. They had like a bunch of like random speedrun records in there, and they just chose mine, I guess.
They're so sloppy when it comes to like. I'm so glad we have our other things we depend on, like speedrun.com and other places like that.
Mhm. It's just really interesting. I think it was because like one of my records got like featured in a Kotaku article, so like the run kind of I mean, for me, it blew up at least. It wasn't like,
Right. Yeah. Well, I mean, that's still at the time. Yeah.
yeah. But like I said, I'm old. Sean's young. He's a beast, and I can't believe the amount of progress that he's made in such a little time speedrunning this game.
It really is impressive considering he started speedrunning this like 1 or 2 months before I started speedrunning Eco. I still have yet to get close to that world record in Eco, and he has 9.
Yeah, and I mean, it's also like his ethic is pretty insane too. Always,
yeah.
always grinding, never satisfied. So
Yeah, that's true. He's got that. Sean, you've got that killer instinct.
I don't know.
I've got
Most-
something called wife and daughter, which interferes just a little bit with my gaming work.
Oh yeah, that's my secret. Having no wife, no kids, no
Wait,
no
let me
work.
write this down. Let me write down some tips for good speedrunning. Don't be married. Be married. Okay. Don't have kid. Cool French accent.
we actually
any-
see. I'm sorry. I was just
Go
gonna
ahead,
say
go-
we're actually seeing a pretty cool movement technique that you can actually only do with certain control schemes. So there's like this version of the game introduced a new control scheme. Actually, a couple new ones. There's modern and modern remapped, and those essentially allow you to do things that you can't do on classic, which is like roll right after another roll. And yeah, this is actually Gaius, the third one, and this is probably the coolest trick to watch in the game. So let's hope he can get it first try here. If not, the backup doesn't really take too long. Here we go.
Meanwhile, I still get hit by the sword sometimes.
I like to call this one the Space Jam.
Space Jam. Space Jam.
All right, that was perfect.
Wow, good job, Sean.
And then we're gonna see Sean go for this plant on the head here after Gaius is done shaking. This way he can get a perfect amount of stabs in, and then Gaius, the AI, will recognize Wander on the head and kind of fly backwards a little bit, tilt his head backwards, and then you just drop right to the platform on the lower back. So
Would you say that as long as you're doing things consistently, for the most part, the Colosse's AI will behave as you expect?
yeah, I would say that, but it isn't necessarily easy to do it like things consistently. But if you are at that point, then yeah, you should be able to manipulate the AI the way you want it.
But some
Good
of them
guy,
are really
Sean.
precise. Like Barba, for example, and Plagia.
Mhm.
If you change only like a little thing, the AI will just change completely.
Right.
Yeah, and that's
Yeah.
actually one thing I wanted to bring up too, is that this game is like super punishing, especially any percent. Any percent is
Mhm.
definitely like the more daunting of the two full game categories that are being boss rush. And so, if you mess up on some of these colossi, you can lose like minutes at a time. So
Yeah.
that's just like kind of like another testament to like how crazy it is to be good at this category. And yeah, so if you mess up too, like you also have to recover. And that's the thing about this game, is we were talking about AI manipulation and stuff like that. If you're in one of those situations where you have to recover, you might be put in a lot of unfamiliar positions because you're not familiar with kind of how the AI is going to act. So that's a big part of the game, is just recovery too as well.
Mm-hmm.
So the next Colossus we have coming up is Phaedra. This is probably one of the least fun to do casually for a lot of people. Definitely myself included.
Yes. Yes.
Yeah, the AI is really weird. I'm not entirely sure how it works when it comes to the like underground portion.
I don't know how to consistently get this stinking colossi to actually stick its head. Like, you can do everything correctly and it still just won't stick its head down into the tunnel for you to climb out. Like, the way you're supposed to do it, it just doesn't happen easily or naturally like some of the others do with their environments.
Right. And the this is also a Colossus where it's like if you mess up, the backup strategy isn't like there is really no backup
No,
strategy.
no,
It's
yeah.
just get
The
back on
backup
there.
strategy is literally get back on that horse,
Yep.
and if you don't get on the horse fast enough, he'll run and hide in the trees. And I know this from multiple experience.
So and this trick isn't necessarily easy either. Uh,
No, no, yeah.
so the way we practice, like I said earlier, is using time attack trials, but those set you in a particular position every time
Hmm.
to restart. But in this, you choose where you're starting the fight at. So
And you're on the horse instead of off the horse.
right. So there are a lot of like minute differences like that. And luckily, Sean was able to get up on the leg, plays it pretty safe.
Big
Oh, wow.
surprise.
It
Oh,
was fast.
a little bit of what in the world?
Yeah,
that
so
was something.
if you're slightly angled differently, Wanderer can just like jump straight to the side. It's really good.
And I still sometimes have a hard time with the depth perspective of where to jump to catch Phaedra's saggy underwear, as I like to call it. Like, it's so easy to jump short or long trying to reach it.
It really is. That was something I definitely struggled with as well. But that looked to be a pretty clean Phaedra. Another thing that happens a lot, sorry to cut you off there, is but with this time loss from Colossi like shaking around and stuff like that, basically with Phaedra, you're kind of like on a timer to get to the neck and stab twice, or else Phaedra will start like shaking and you pretty much just like lose 10 seconds like outright there. So
Right. And when you're at Sion's level, is that enough of a reason to restart?
not quite, but
Not yet. I would
we
say.
will get to that point. It's actually in boss rush. It's almost to that point actually, but
Right.
we do use a different strategy for that because it's that category is less committal. So
You're not spending over half your time on the horse, journeying from spot to spot.
exactly. So and actually, it's funny because you look at the length of the time of the entire run, and you think that, oh well, you know, an hour and a half, that's kind of like a long time, so you could probably have a couple mistakes here or there and be fine. But so much of the run is just horseback riding that you really don't lose time anywhere except for the fights. So it's like just as important to like save, you know, a couple seconds here or there as it is in any other category.
Yeah. I mean, as long as your PB isn't like super great. One of the things I do like about the any percent run is somewhere your PB has a big mistake. And if you make a big mistake in your next run, you may still overcome it by not making that other mistake.
Yeah, yeah. This is definitely super punishing. You could lose like this next Colossus, Avion, which is
Oh
like
yeah.
I think one of it's definitely one of the more popular ones that people enjoy a lot.
It's more memorable.
Exactly, yeah. And if you fall off of Avion, it's a real bad look for your run. You could lose like a minute and a half, sometimes 2 minutes, just depending on where you fall off at.
Where you fall off, how long it takes you to get back to where you can shoot your arrows, and then sometimes even it takes forever to get that bird's attention again.
Sometimes you just miss your arrows too, so
Yeah.
hitting a moving target on that one.
Ooh, good jump.
So there's a pretty interesting thing about Avion is that it's one of the only colossi to actually have like RNG elements in it.
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
And
I would
so,
agree.
yeah, so there are two cycles. There are two different patterns that Avion can do once you're on Avion, and the first wing we get on is Avion's right wing, and that wing will either dip down or rise upwards. And depending on that, the trick is a little bit different. Sean has actually found a pretty consistent setup for himself on that one, but I'm pretty sure the wing up strategy is probably the easier of the two.
but that's just up to the game to decide, and then you have to cope and do whatever your method is based
Right.
off of that. To still be fast, but then any percent to also try and be safe.
Exactly.
Yeah.
And this is actually one of the cooler strats, I think, too, for spectators.
Yeah, yeah.
I think it looks a lot harder than what it is, but it's still really cool.
Yeah, just hope I'm not gonna mess it up.
I have faith.
Alright, let's bring down.
Okay, so wing down means that it's going to have to do a little bit different strategy here. He's going to wait for a little bit so that way Avion is in the right position. And then...
Like,
Nice.
y'all's knowledge of the game is insane. Wow, great drop, Sean. Great drop.
Yeah, so there's like one unfortunate thing that can happen on these wings as well. Actually, I want to bring up something even funnier first. Is just check out this hitbox on the tail sigil. It's pretty ridiculous. He could actually go even further up the tail if he wanted, and he would still be hitting it. That's how crazy that hitbox is in that sigil.
And a little jump stab at the end for swag, and because it's faster.
But yeah, if you actually get a plant on one of those wings at the right time, when Avion goes upside down, the stab you'll pull the sword out at like the exact moment for Wander just to like let go entirely. Then you can't do anything about it.
You just like clip through the wing too, right? Or that's how it looks.
Well, Avion goes upside down, and I don't know why, but for some reason Wander just like can't hang on when he's upside down.
Yeah.
So no matter what you're holding, like if you're pressing the button or holding it down or whatever to grab, it just falls straight off. You can clip through the wing if you do certain strategies, like harder strategies and more risky strategies, but it's pretty funny when that happens. But yeah, if you're interested in that, you should check out the ILs because the ILs are all very fantastic.
Oh gosh, yeah. I mean, the ILs, it looks like you're playing Journey and you're flying from one sigil to the next.
All right, so next up we have Barba. And Barba is located on the very far side of the desert in this map. And to get there, you have to go through this forest. And this forest is a lot more difficult to get through than you would think. Especially if you're trying to speedrun.
Right, right. Now, if you're a casual runner, just know that you don't actually need to steer aggro. You just need to tap X and his pathing will take you there. All you have to do is turn right at the log. But how is that different from what Xian will be doing?
So when you do a quick start with aggro will actually run at like max speed for a little bit until she realizes that she's still in the forest, and so she'll slow down again. So if you're in an unfortunate position or like you don't steer properly, aggro gets scared of grass and will just like stop dead in her tracks. And then if you try to rear again, she just won't move. So you have to slowly walk back to the path and get aggro to move again. So this can be pretty annoying and lose a lot of time if you mess it up.
Yeah, because Agro has like some kind of roads that only she can see, and she really wants to stay on those roads, and sometimes she will just like make crazy turns to avoid things you cannot see.
So you remember how I brought up the differences between the time attack trials and any percent?
Yes, yeah, that sometimes the beginning of that strat, especially how you would mount the Colossi, is different.
Right, and this is one of those where it's like very different. This is actually something that was discovered semi-recently, and it was only like really implemented like even more recent than that. Like we knew about it for a little bit, and no one really wanted to like learn how to do it until we finally had someone do it. But essentially, in this cutscene, and in actually a lot of other cutscenes, this applies to, but this one is the only useful one. When you skip it at a certain time, Wander will actually be in a different location, or sometimes a Colossus will be in a different location, depending on when you skip the cutscene. So it's really interesting, and what we're gonna do is we're gonna try to line it up. There's like a certain part in the cutscene that we look for, and then you skip it right then and there, and you will actually appear on Barba's beard, which is pretty interesting.
Did someone search for this, or was it found by accident? Because it's so specific.
I'm honestly not entirely sure. I believe this was found by one of our Japanese runners.
Mm-hmm.
They are very, very good at finding these things. So shout outs to like Iguchi and Upsill and
Mm-hmm.
Odawara. They're all
Oh,
amazing.
that was late.
Quite unfortunate.
That was late
Oh, so
by
close.
like a millisecond.
And would that be a run restart?
Oh yeah, definitely.
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah.
And this is what I was saying earlier, where like the backups are just kind of like are interesting because Barba. We usually kind of want Barba to slam his fist.
Oh, he's still walking.
Yeah, he is
Come
still
on,
walking.
Barba!
Oh god,
Be aggressive.
that's a failed
You
backup.
can do it. No. Well, you can jump on hand, or no?
I jumped right into his fist, got damn it.
So a lot
I'm
of
sorry for
times,
laughing.
a lot of the times you could actually just go ahead and like.
Oh, and I'm actually dead. All right. You
Okay,
killed me
yeah,
during the
so-
cutscene.
That's not the worst thing in the world, actually. It's a
Right.
good way to restart the fight, and this is what we would normally do in Time Attack, actually. So it's pretty funny that we get to see this. This is what we do in the Time Attack or in the Boss Rush category. So you got to see two different strats. This one's cooler anyway.
Yeah, it is. It really is. I mean, the other one just looks like, okay, that was a nice cheat that you found. This one takes skill. Whee!
The other one I think takes a little bit of skill, but yeah, this one is just like, ooh, this one's kind of fun to watch.
Oh, I love that little hop you do where you stab and then as his head goes down, you release and then catch up higher. That's... I don't know that everyone would catch that that's what happened, but that was amazing.
So he just did something pretty cool there. Barbara, once he realizes you're on his back, he will try to shake. And you can, if you actually do damage to that sigil before he starts shaking, he actually won't. He'll just kind of stand there and then start walking. So if you're positioned well enough and you time it well enough, you can actually get all three stabs in without losing time to Barbara shaking. So that's like another, time save optimization throughout the run. So yeah, that's Barbara. That's number 6.
Woohoo! You know, each of the Ueda games has its own type of technicality, but Colossus, I feel like I'm still a year away from learning, from having the knowledge you guys do of these.
It's a lot of playtime, that's for sure. I've watched and played this game very much, and the funny thing is, I only know like speedrun stuff. Like I know the story, obviously, but there's a lot of like secrets that I didn't even know about, even like up until recently. So there's just a lot of stuff in this game, that's for sure.
Did you know that Dorman gives you hints about the next Colossi you fight?
I have those turned off. But yeah. There's actually something funny and interesting with that. If you have those turned on, you can actually Valis, you remember how I said you could move during that cutscene?
Mm-hmm.
You can actually completely bypass that cutscene if the dormant hits were turned on.
Oh, wow.
So yeah, like the black bars don't come up on the top and bottom of the screen, and like you're just controlling yourself like normal, so it's a lot easier to line up. But it's pretty funny. In the older versions, oh, go ahead.
Is there any penalty for having them on?
Actually, I don't think there is now that we switched to in-game time.
Right.
You just have one more cutscene, I think, when you leave the temple the first time.
Yeah, for Quadratus.
For
happens.
yeah.
Right. It adds an extra one in there.
It's funny, in the older versions, you can't turn off dormant hits, I'm pretty sure. If you can, then I'm mistaken. But when I was learning the game, it was always kind of like a slap in the face when you are like practicing a Colossus or like you mess up and then dormant hits come on, and you're like, I know how to beat it, dormant. So that's always pretty funny. It's like in DMC. Which DMC is it? I think it's DMC 3. When you like lose, it asks if you want to like play easy mode.
Right. Or you're like already halfway doing the thing that he wants you to do.
Yeah,
and
you're
then
in
he
the
tells you,
process.
and you're like, aren't you watching me? I've almost destroyed him already. Or you're doing a strat that's. And he's like, hey, you should be doing this.
It's pretty funny. So next up we have Hydrus, and Hydrus is my fear when I was younger. I actually stopped playing this game when I was younger because I was scared to actually like to do this Colossus to fight against this Colossus. It's terrifying,
Yeah,
especially if
hard.
you're scared of like open water and like big creatures. Then yeah, that doesn't mix very well.
It's basically the water equivalent of snakes on a plane, as far as like crossing off all of your phobias at once.
Yeah, it's a big electric eel, and it's got 3 horns sticking on the out of the back of it that emit electricity. Every time it goes underwater, it'll shock you if you're close to them. You don't like that, and this is actually something that's pretty difficult to do in any percent. This skip that we're about to do, it's extremely like position based, and you could, like I said, you control your position when you skip. Like, you know, when you skip the cutscene, you put yourself where you're gonna spawn. Whereas in time attacks, the game puts you there already, so you got to try to line it up as close to that as possible.
Okay.
Right, because it's like a certain amount of swims that you do, and from a certain point.
Right. Yep. You line yourself up and you swim in a straight line, and you count the amount of strokes that you're doing, and then there's this weird like AI manipulation that we have here to where if you're like stabbing close to Hydrus's head, Hydrus will want to like come up out of the water because it like kind of thinks you're on top of him. And in order for the fight to like happen, if you're on top of Hydrus, in order to stab it, you know, has to be above water. So nice. It looks like he is able to get it first try. Maybe. I heard. Oh wow.
Oh no!
What is going on?
He,
I stabbed the horn
oh,
Oh my
in
god.
midair and got bounced. That's okay.
I have not seen that happen very often.
let him on.
Oh god,
Jeez.
that was something.
So
That was a good
So,
recovery, though. That's scary.
you suicide at this point to restart.
You could, but
You're gonna
he
do
was
it.
able to save it. Yeah, he was able to save it pretty easily.
My fear
Um,
is him going back into the water.
Right.
Yeah, the longer you're on Hydrus' back, the more risky because he will have to go underwater eventually.
Okay, that was extremely scuffed, but
Well, you still showed like the normal way is you grab the tail after he's passed by and slowly make your way up. So you still showed what the skip is supposed to do and how the kill works without having to deal with the other 2 towers. So nice
Yeah, so-
recovery in my
so-
opinion.
So if anything, it was
Yeah.
better than actually doing it perfectly.
Yeah. See, sometimes you have to not do it perfectly to illustrate how difficult it is. And to not discourage other people from thinking they could never do it.
Exactly.
We
And then
appreciate the
this-
sacrifices you're making for the community right now.
This is what I like to call the potty break. 'Cause,
Oh gosh, yeah.
after you destroy Hydrus, it's about 40 seconds until
I like
Oh,
putting
yeah.
the camera under the water and like looking up at the sky from underneath the water. That's what I
That's-
do.
yeah,
You know, you
that's
gotta
one of-
entertain yourself somehow.
yeah, if you're like me and you fidget a lot, you're just rotating the camera around, zooming in and out. Yeah.
Doing some Michael Bay directing.
Yeah. So that's definitely one of the more punishing ones too. If you mess up on that one, you lose a good amount of time. Actually, we almost saw Sean lose like a really good amount of time just from
Yeah.
that. So
that would have been like a minute or 2 minutes, depending on the
Exactly.
Hydrus.
Right, because it puts you back at having to swim into position again and waiting for Hydrus to come back.
Yeah,
Right,
and
and I thi-
sometimes Hydrus just doesn't want to like attack you, and he will just swim at the bottom of the lake, and you just have to
That's
wait.
so annoying. That is like one of the most annoying things, and it's sad because you can't even like. A lot of times, the strategy is to just go ahead and like kill yourself in game,
Yeah.
so that way it kind of like resets like as fast as possible. But
Right, right.
if Hydrus is like all the way underwater, what are you gonna do? You just gotta try to get its attention. So
So, will you eventually get its attention, or can it actually soft lock like that?
uh, I mean, it's variable. I don't know if it could ever soft lock. I've never seen someone like never be able to get its attention again. But I've seen it take minutes before. Actually, it's happened to me before plenty of times, where it's taken minutes to even like get Hydrus to recognize you. So
Right, because you can't shoot any arrows at it.
correct. So this one right here, this is the 8th Colossus. This is probably the easiest one, I would say, or one of the easiest one. Quadratus is like pretty easy in any percent. But, this
Right,
is-
yeah. This is the first one you want to learn to just get into the habit of stabs and learning how there is a pattern for each. This is a great one to start with.
Mhm. Yeah, this one is called Kuramori. It's the lizard one that shoots laser bolts at you. It's pretty cool. Actually, it's like residue too. It leaves residue that hurts you, which is pretty funny. I'm not sure where they came up with that idea, but I like it.
Tic Tac is saying in chat that Hydrus can tie itself into a knot.
Yeah, so if you set up that strategy at the start of the fight a little bit incorrectly, Hydrus will actually just like ball up and like freak out. There's actually like I'm pretty sure there's probably plenty of footage somewhere out there of it because it's kind of common on actually.
Mm-hmm.
I've seen it happen quite a bit to people, but oh, that's one of the cool things. There is if you're whistling while running over an edge, uh, it's like there's I don't know. It's weird. It's like the animation still continues and you don't fall. It's pretty interesting. You got to see a really good example of it there. So yeah, this one is pretty easy. What we do is we have to whistle here. This is the other one that involves RNG. Because once you whistle, Kuramori can either react very fast, relatively fast, or slow. I'm pretty sure there are 3 different options. There are 3 different speeds that
This looks like a slow one.
it was slow. And then, yeah, so it's pretty easy and self-explanatory. Sean has a pretty cool strat there that I need to learn in order to get out Kuramori faster. But this is an example of those cycle stabs, too, on that top sigil that I was talking about earlier in Quadratus. Where if you are on certain planes, you can stab, let go, regrab, stab, let go, regrab, and it's very fast. And that's Kuramori down. That's half of them down.
Woohoo!
Unfortunately, the second half, I would say, is harder than the first half.
It's almost like this game wants to progress in difficulty.
Yeah. There's maybe like 1 or 2 like more easy ones left, and then the rest are
Yeah.
like either very punishing or like just difficult in general. So
Yeah, I feel like Celosia is a nice reward after.
Celosia and Phalanx would be the 2 that I would say are probably the most simple, straightforward, and like easy on the back half.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, all of them can absolutely destroy them. So
Right. For that is to say, we all have the capacity to ruin, to fail on any of them.
yes.
The margin for error in all of these skips is so slim. I mean, once your muscle memory kicks in, it may not feel like that anymore, but if you're first learning it, like with me, like some of them I'm still just learning, like there's really not much room for error with most of these skips.
Right. And actually, the one coming up next, Bassaran, is probably one of the more difficult ones, especially at 90%, because the lineup is different, the feel to it is different than in time attack. So this is one of those where you'd have to save at one of those shrines and practice it in an any percent setting.
Oh yeah, that's a good idea. Yeah, you did a tutorial for how to set this part up, right?
Yes, it's honestly, I feel like it's not.
Hello? Sean, can you hear Gooperman?
No.
Oh, I must have cut out there. I'm
Oh,
sorry.
yeah. You're back.
Yeah, I heard. I feel like it's not, and then that was all I heard.
Okay. Yeah, I was just gonna say I feel like it's not too much more difficult than the time attack version. It's just different. So if you're used to one over the other, it's gonna feel more difficult for sure.
Yeah. The good thing is you can pretty easily reset by just jumping off the cliff.
Right. And hopefully we don't have to see that, but if we do, it'll be good to point it out.
If I fail, I will try to do the jump stab from the leg.
Oh yeah. that's
Ooh,
right.
yes. I love that.
So the setup is pretty much you want to go like right in the middle of these this opening in the trees, and then Bassaran's right foot. So that's Bassaran's right, not the right you're looking at. But Bassaran's right foot will slam, and then that's when I rear aggro, and then you go directly to that leg and try to see this cool launch here.
Oh no.
Yep.
Okay.
Nice. Oh, almost. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Great. And that's
Wow.
that's one of the cooler skips for sure as well. There's a lot
Yeah.
of like those physics exploits where we just jumping like crazy.
I think this one probably might save the most time of any skip, except
Oh, yeah.
except maybe Argus,
It saves
just
a
because
ton of time. Yeah.
just because of how long it takes to get that stupid cow over or turtle over a geyser. Man.
Yeah, and it's not easy to do it either.
No, and it can be like right next to it, like right next to its neck, and it won't work.
You saw Sean actually get the plant there at the end.
Nice.
You save a lot of time actually by getting the plant for the second portion
Yeah.
of
and
the
it's
fight.
pretty finicky on Bassaran.
Yeah, so once you take out half of Bassaran's health, he'll do a different head shake animation, but both of them probably lose you the same amount of time. The difference is you can plant on the second one, so it's good. It's always good to get that for sure. And that's like one of my favorites to speedrun is Bassaran. So
Yeah, the strats are very cool on Bassaran. You can do so many things.
yeah, there's a bunch of strats actually for most of these that we're not even bringing it up because they're either like more beginner strats or they're even more risky.
Right.
So there are definitely plenty of strats for each Colossus. Pretty cool.
And we have tutorials that are in our Discord for all different types wherever you're at. If you're just learning it.
Yeah, definitely shout out to Tic Tac because he compiled a very excellent checklist. I'm not sure how much help he had with that, or who was helping, but yeah, Tic Tac was definitely the main like force in getting that checklist, beginner checklist set
Right.
up for new players.
And it's also that checklist is a really good. Well, the checklist and then the the PDF that has the link to all the different videos is also a good, way of showing how much more work you need to do to learn this run than the other two runs, even though they're not easy either. Just because like there's like 30 or 40 videos for Shadow of the Colossus, and then I have 7 videos for how to run Ico,
Yeah,
and there's like 3 videos for Last Guardian. I mean, it's all great content, but it just shows you the contrast.
yeah, and things are always changing in this game. There's always like new strategies being discovered.
Yes.
And we'll actually touch on one of those a little bit later, but
Yeah.
there's always like new things being found, and you can pretty much run the game however you want. Like if you're comfortable with doing something, there's multiple different ways of setting yourself up for skips and stuff like that. So this is a game you can kind of personalize too when you play. So this is one of the longest treks to the Colossus. This one's Dirge. This one, like I said, this game's punishing. This one can lose you a minute if you mess up. So
Thanks, Aggro.
And yeah.
aggro
And
hates
this was-
trees. So
Oh god.
I told you about invisible walls. Basically, that
Yeah.
was one.
We're coming up on one right at the last turn to go into Dirge's cave too.
Oh,
Like
yeah.
that rock,
I hate that one.
it sticks out like a good like 5 meters away from where the rock ends.
Yeah, it's pretty funny. And
Sean, could you show us? Could you run into it for us?
Yeah, I'm gonna try.
Just if you can't, that's fine. But just to show how like it looks like you're not anywhere near it, and you still get bumped.
yeah, you're thinking you're gonna cut this corner real quick and
Yeah.
save some frames, and you end up losing like 10 seconds.
10
with
seconds turning aggro around
That
and
corner.
rearing.
Let's see.
the giant turn radius.
Up.
Yeah, that's annoying.
Yeah.
It's just like
aggro.
shove.
Yeah, I just see really big rocks all the time.
So Dirge is the under sand colossus. It's kind of like a snake, but underground. And what you have to do is you have to get close to him, close enough for you to shoot an arrow into his eye. He's got 2 sigils, one in his lower back, one in his upper back. And this is something that we haven't had to talk about yet, but for this one and a couple others later, you have to be very precise with the amount of damage that you do. Because for a lot of colossi, once you do enough damage to a sigil and you can't stab that sigil anymore, it triggers certain like animations or events, and that's not what we want to do on Dirge, because Dirge will go back under the sand if you do too much damage to either one of the sigils. But luckily, since that arrow did damage to his health bar, we can actually cut the first sigil a little bit short, and that means that the full second sigil will actually be enough to eliminate Dirge. So it looks like he should be good. So if he stabbed just a little bit more on that sigil, Dirge would have like shaken him off and went underground. And when I say a little bit, I mean like really a little bit. It's a very precise stab.
Was it your second stab, Sean, that you backed off of?
Basically, the first stab was full, the second was like half, and the third one was like 95%.
So precise.
Yeah, that one is really precise. It's actually less precise in hard mode. Which is
Yeah,
funny.
yeah, it is pretty funny. The easier the difficulty, the more precise, because then you do more damage per stab. So in easy, it's like it's even harder to do it than in normal.
Oh yeah, and easy you have to do like some really tiny stabs.
Yeah, there's actually a really cool beginner strategy that I like for Dirge that no one really does anymore, because eventually you learn how to do the big boy strat or whatever. But if you shoot 7 arrows at the first sigil, then you could actually do 2 full stabs and not break the sigil. So it's kind of like a very precautionary thing that you can do if you're a beginner and still one cycle Dirge. Calls the 7 arrow strat. Not very original name, let me tell you.
No, not at all.
So next up we have Celosia. This is one of the 2 kind of bull-looking like colossi in the game. We like to think of them as brothers or sisters or siblings, but they're like the more aggressive ones, and I think casually a lot of people can have trouble because they can kind of stun lock you if you're not like if you don't know what you're doing. If you get hit, they can kind of just keep hitting you before you can do anything. A lot of people don't know that if you mash the face buttons, you can get up quicker after getting hit. So there's actually a really cool trick to get down into Celosia's lair. Instead of having to take the long way, you can like quite literally jump off a cliff and land right in Celosia's den. And it saves like a good bit of time. If you mess it up, you lose about 30 seconds. So you could also play it safe and pretty much like almost guarantee that you never mess it up, which I'm pretty sure Sean will probably do. But you can jump straight off of aggro to save a little bit of time. Not recommended, because I messed that up a lot.
Like, cause it will like yeet you when you jump off.
It's just hard because you know those invisible walls we were talking about with aggro.
Right. Yeah.
If you wait a little bit too long, aggro will like kind of turn, and then your whole trajectory and distance is thrown off. So
Yeah, and since you are going up a slope, when you're going up a slope on aggro and you jump, you can get some really, really high jumps, and that can throw you off too. That's why usually I just jump off aggro, and then I do the jump.
yeah, it's definitely not worth like the
Ooh.
2 seconds you would save. Um, so this one is a pretty interesting fight. I think this is actually like one of the more creative things in this game.
Yeah. Yeah.
The goal is to scare Celosia off the cliff back there with those pillars. In order to do that, you have to get Celosia to knock down a stick for you, and you can take that stick, light it on fire with another, with these statues over here, and then you would back Celosia off the cliff. But what we do is, as long as you're in the right position and can have control of the fire stick, if Celosia is close enough to the edge and charging, then it'll trigger the cutscene anyway.
Oh, thanks for moving the camera so we could see it.
So
Not
pretty
everyone
cool.
does that. I like that you do it. We get to actually see what happens.
Then you can finish it off with a jump stab from the cliff, and then another jump stab immediately afterwards.
Oh, no
I've
quick
never
stab.
made that jump stab.
The funny thing is that the game never tells you that you can jump stab. So like a lot of people are like, "What the heck is that?"
Yeah.
It's I think it's actually called the plunging attack is what the official name for it. But
I actually didn't know you could jump stab before starting speedrunning the game.
yeah, it's really
Yeah, same here.
So if you're in the air, as long as you're not too high in the air or like get launched too high in the air, you can actually trigger a jump stab, which is just holding the grab button and pressing the stab button in the air if you're using classic controls, or just like holding the stab button in the modern controls. And Wander will like go directly straight down, kind of like a Mario ground pound, and it does full damage, like full stab damage. So it's a very quick way of like doing damage quickly.
I love that you equated it to a Mario ground pound.
I honestly was. It's like a very slow Mario ground pound. Yeah. I mean, you go straight down and you do damage. So, yeah, it's pretty interesting, and it doesn't really save like time if you're not doing it to finish the Colossus. But since it does it immediately, it's always the best thing to try to end a Colossus fight with a jump stab.
Yeah, because it triggered the end fight cutscene immediately, basically.
Whereas otherwise, you're kind of just like slow motion pulling out the
Oh,
sword.
right. Yeah. It wants to make it more dramatic, so it slows it down.
Mhm.
That happens in Last Guardian a lot as well. It's like, ooh, this is important.
Yeah.
It's pretty funny. So next up, probably I would say it's like one of the more difficult ones for new players to grasp, and it's like the most punishing by far. If you mess up on this one, there are like a lot of things you can mess up on too, like a lot of small things.
Yeah.
The biggest thing though is just like with Dirge, if you don't stab this one properly with like the right percentages of stabs or whatever, it will trigger an event that you don't want to happen, because Pelagi will go back underwater and you'll be SOL. So, but we got to go through this forest first.
More running, more forcing Echo to run.
This one is Pelagi is rough. Let me tell you, it's one of those where it's like, even if you aren't the most experienced runner and you mess up on Pelagia, like you might just have to restart. It's like that bad.
Yeah.
Especially if you try to save it too, the AI gets really wonky sometimes. Definitely, it's some like the hardest AI to try to manipulate.
Well, as someone who's only been learning these runs for a little while, and I think my run is like, I don't know, like a half hour or 45 minutes slower than Sean's, maybe more. Yeah, like just if he's not lined up right, he just turns away. He's like, nah, I don't want to fight you today.
Yeah, he's a very timid Colossus.
Or docile, you know.
Yeah,
So
docile. That's a good word for it.
he's not he he'll go after you, but at the same time, he's like the Eeyore of the Colossi.
So I guess.
I guess I'll fight you if you keep hitting me with arrows.
Yeah, because like usually Pelagia just want to shoot at you and like just go away after that.
It's really funny. You make Pelagia mad enough to shoot at you, and then it's just like, my job is done.
Yeah.
It's like that Sailor Moon meme with Tuxedo Mask, where it's like, but you didn't do anything.
So Sean's really good at doing the thing where you can jump on Pelagia's head even before it shoots at you, and then jumps up like when you're intended to where it's intended to be.
Yeah, so this lineup is a little bit different in 80%. I think it's a little bit more difficult, but Sean's pretty good at it, so.
Yep, no problem.
And I'm gonna go ahead and explain the cycle stat portion.
Yeah, go ahead.
Or the stomach portion. So, what you want to do with the stomach here is if you stab 100%, like full stab the first time, and then you have to try to get like a 90% stab. As long as you don't stab 100%, and it's like over 90, you're fine. But if you do reach 100%, Pelagia will go back underwater after the third stab. But it looks like Sean got it there. Yeah, so he was able to get that really precise second stab. And if you stab more, Pelagia will go underwater after the third stab, and if you stab less, you'll end up with a pixel health bar, and Pelagia will go underwater before you can finish it up.
And if you stab too much, Pelagia will also destroy the platform, so you have to go to another one.
Yeah.
Yeah,
and
that
that's
loses you so much time.
You did great on that one, by the way.
Yeah, that was excellent.
It's so smooth.
That's like definitely one of the more nerve-wracking ones too, especially in like a marathon setting or like a race setting. That's one of those where it's like you're starting to sweat a little bit. You're like, if I mess this up, it's gonna look awful. So really happy that he got it first try there, and it was like fast too. It wasn't even just like, wow, that was first try. It was like, wow, that was really fast first try.
But that's one of those ones where, like, I think on my PB, I'd had a terrible Pelagia. So even if I'm doing terrible beforehand, I'm like, I can always turn it around if I have a good Pelagia.
Yep, exactly.
I could still PB by a minute if I turn this around.
That is the double-edged sword Colossus right there. So, I actually have like some notes written down here that I kind of wanted to go over. That being the difference between the in-game timer and real time, and like how that like operates. Because not too long ago, maybe about a year ago, we switched to in-game time, and in-game time counts everything. It counts all time that you can control Wander. If you can move Wander, even in cutscenes, it'll count that time towards the in-game time. So anytime you can't move Wander is what they don't count. It's already been 2 years. I'm old.
What did you say? The boomer of...
Yeah, I did say that. So yeah, that's a pretty interesting fact. And another interesting fact is that the in-game time runs at 90% of real time, meaning it is 10% slower than your clock. So the actual time that you see at the end of the game in the menu is not actually how long you were in, like you could control Wander for, but it's actually 90% of that. Don't ask me. That's for Blue Point.
Yeah, and so that's part of why, like, when you see real time and end time, if you just go on speedrun.com and look at these runs, you'll see like a different. Well, part of it is deaths, you know, where the real time is running and the in-game time is not. But especially at the top of the list, there's not many deaths there, if any. and yet you're still looking at like a 22 to 27-minute difference between
Oh
them.
wow.
So knowing that it part of it is just that the timer is wonky.
Right. And this is Phalanx, so this is like a lot of people's, I would say, favorite. If you probably took a poll, I would say this is the popular favorite, which
Yeah,
is
a
pretty
lot of
fun.
people like that one.
This is actually, when I was talking about new strategies still being discovered, this is one of those where we still have like innovations that just came through not too long ago.
Yeah.
There's a newer community member, his name is Frequency, and he's been playing the game for a while. And he came up with like a different way to actually beat Phalanx, and it's almost as fast as like the fastest way to do Phalanx, which Sean actually attempted to do there, but
But failed
unfortunately
miserably.
missed. Those arrows have to be very fast and very precise. So.
Failed miserably. I mean, I'm still doing the standing method, where I'm not even shooting on my horse. If you hadn't said you failed miserably, I don't think people would have thought that. But you know, that's the curse of being at the top, right? You get a PB and you're like, oh, that was garbage.
Oh,
So yeah, it's just pretty cool how new strategies are being discovered.
Yeah, I agree.
So shout out to Frequency for that.
And it's great that it can be like a completely new member out of nowhere.
Right.
You
Yeah.
know, it's just one of the exciting things about our community and how it's been growing is there's more eyes on all of the runs, and just that by itself, there's more accidents and more experiments, and we find more stuff, more new things, and it's just such a fun community to begin with.
Yeah, think it's interesting that like he found this out before he even like really tried to like run the game. Like I guess Phalanx was his favorite, so yeah, he found like a way to do it faster than we were doing it before he even started like speedrunning the entire game. So pretty interesting stuff. So yeah, that was Phalanx. Uh, that one can also lose you a good amount of time if you somehow mess up the jump to the wing, which we've all done before. So
Or stumbled when you get to the top of the wing and missed the jump onto
Oh, yeah.
onto his back.
I've done that before. Or aggro tries to go up with you. That happens a lot too.
Oh yeah.
I goes like, "Don't forget me."
There's some really funny videos out there of aggro on top of Phalanx.
Yeah, the first time that happened to me, I lost my mind. And then for Ruby to have that happen during the frame fatales, or they changed the name of it this last time, but that was epic.
Yeah, it's awesome. I love how so many of our runners too are like participating in multiple marathons and races and stuff like that. It's pretty awesome because before it was just kind of felt like whoever was running was just kind of running. But it's really cool to see the community come together and create like community events
Yeah,
and even participate in some of these marathons like ESA and online GDQ events and stuff like that. So
yeah, it's been real fun, and I think our group is unique that you know, there's no egos at the top. Hat tip to you, Sion, that we're not well, you have to be the fastest, you know, to represent us the best. We're just like, no, if you've been trying, if you've been putting in the work, if you've been improving, if you've got a good personality, if you represent our community well, go for it. And it turns out that Ruby, who might have the slowest time among those who've done runs at events, also just happened to put out the most entertaining and the best run we've had so far.
Oh yeah, definitely.
oh, it was so much fun to watch. It was awesome.
Alex's Bay, though.
I don't know about that one.
That's what Sable Dragon Wolf just said.
Yeah, I know.
Aren't you supposed to be doing work right now, Sable?
So next up we have Cenobia. I think this is actually the longest trek to a Colossus is Cenobia. It takes forever. And
yeah, it's all the way like northwest of the map, basically.
yeah, and there's actually a lot of interesting stuff, or a lot of interesting things with Zenobia when it comes to like speedrunning. A lot of people will remember the arena that Zenobia is in. It's like full of pillars and like old structures, and the goal is to kind of use them as like an obstacle course and get to the very last pillar. And when you're on that last pillar, Zenobia will run into it and knock it over and knock a wall down, allowing you to get to the second portion of the fight, basically.
Mm-hmm.
And that first part takes a very long time, especially like casually, kind of just like waiting for Zenobia a lot of the time to headbutt stuff.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. You can still make the time attack that way if you're real precise, but it still takes a while.
Yeah, exactly. So there are actually multiple different strategies on Zenobia. Sean's going to be attempting to do what we call the super jump. And you can actually run directly to that last pillar. And if you kind of try to clip into it while spamming jump, if you, under the right circumstances, you can actually kind of your jump will go higher than it normally does, and you'll be able to grab onto the like rings around the pillar,
Yeah,
and that skips that entire portion.
because the game
And
really doesn't like you clipping into stuff.
and this is actually one of those differences between if you have cinematic mode available or not. Or is performance to 60 FPS or is that performance
Yeah,
is 30, right?
performance is 60 and
It's 60?
cinematic is 30.
Right. So if you're playing in the 60 FPS version of the game, then the super jump is like, is it even possible? I don't think I've even seen anyone do
You
it.
can get super jump on 60, but it's really hard and kind of random.
Yeah, it feels like almost impossible, basically, especially to be consistent with.
Yeah.
So you'll notice Sean's actually switched to the 30 FPS mode once the fight begins, because that actually makes the super jump consistent and doable.
That's crazy.
Yeah, and there are actually some strategies where you can only do in 60 FPS, but those weren't actually in this version of the speedrun. So
Yeah, and just for some contrast, when Sion gets to that that pillar where he's gonna try and clip into it a little and leap up, I do what's called the kaze jump, which is a little wimpier. Where
shout out to Bobby Kaze.
Yes, exactly. I mean, it's great backup strat, especially for me, because I just can't mash buttons that fast. I just don't have the hands for it. I never have been a good button masher. I was terrible at the Rocky game on Sega Master System.
I'm with you on that one.
Before the internet, I did one of those like call for like $8 a minute and ask how to beat something, and they're like, yeah, you just have to mash 8 times a second. It's like, there's no way. But anyways, just to the left of the pillar where he does his super jump. From there, you can stand on the little ledge and then jump to the archway across. Getting it? It's still finicky though.
Yeah.
This is not the sort of thing where like you just have it.
Yeah, sometimes it kind of feels like random when you get it too. Like sometimes you'll get it like as soon as you land from a jump into the pillar, you just shoot up.
And then you think, oh, I can recreate that. And
There
then
we go. See, that was fast.
Yeah, I like to see it as like controlled chaos, basically.
Mhm.
Like part of it is random, and you can just try to like eliminate basically all the issue you can have. But in the end, it kind of just comes down to like the game. If the game doesn't want you to get the super jump, yeah, that's the way it is. You will get it, not fast.
And there's
What wizardry was that?
Yeah, there's a lot of stuff that goes into the last portion of this fight. So what he just did is you could actually move during that cutscene. That's like the only other one you can move in outside of Palace. And if you jump precisely in the cutscene, you can actually make it on top of that, like, what do you call it, that gazebo area or that upper ledge area. And you can make it up there without having to, like, do some platforming or whatever after the cutscene. That's called the wacky jump.
Yeah, shout out to Wacky.
Shout out to Wacky Wolf. And yeah, so this one's pretty action-packed in terms of strategies. There's like one right after the other.
Yeah, yeah.
And the wacky jump isn't necessarily very easy to like explain to someone who might not have played the game before. So.
Yeah, it's just some platforming you could do to skip your way up there.
Mm-hmm. So you see Sean switch back to 60 frames there.
If
So-
I cut out for a second, it's because my computer has decided to do a stress test, and I don't know why.
Well, I'll hold down the fort if need be.
Thanks. It may be fine. I just heard it suddenly like whir, like it's about to launch into space. All right. I think we're through. I think we made it.
So coming up next is Argus, and this is one of the other humanoid like colossi. It's got a kind of like a big butcher's knife or a sword or whatever you want to call it.
It is like a butcher's knife.
Mhm. And what's interesting is in the PS4 version of the game, actually, let's explain it this way. So in the previous versions of the game, like the PS3 and the PS2 version, there's a weak point on Argus's elbow where he's holding that sword, where if you like kind of stab it, he'll drop the sword and you can like get into his hand freely. In this version of the game, that still exists, but in order to do that, you have to actually have a cutscene play where Argus will like smash a bridge. So you kind of have to do the fight as intended up until that point. So it loses like a lot of time. So we kind of had to innovate and come up with something faster. And interestingly enough, there is a strategy where you can kind of grab onto that hand sigil while the sword is still in the hand.
Mm-hmm.
So you don't have to like worry about getting that cutscene to play so you can get the sword out of the hand.
Yeah, I feel like it's like precision-wise, early on, that's one of the more challenging things to learn.
And it was
Because-
even worse at the start.
Oh, right, before you could do hand first? Goodness.
Yeah, so there's actually a. This is one of the ones where we had to actually innovate. In the PS4 version, we couldn't just take a strat from the older game because that strat doesn't apply to this anymore. And that's like one of the only ones, if not the only one, that we really had to kind of buckle down and learn how to do something different on. And what we came up with is we knew that there was a launch that you could do previously from the PS2 version of the game. So since that launch worked, we were able to get up to the head and destroy that sigil. So we had that portion figured out. The portion that we didn't have figured out was how we were going to stab the hand. And what we would do is we would jump to the chest, and Argus would do this like weird chest shaking animation. And he would kind of, we would drop off while I was doing that. And he
It
would,
was like a sexy shimmy, if you ask me.
yeah, it was definitely more of a sexy shit. I'll give you that one. And he would pull his arm back, and you would have a very, very small window of grabbing onto the hand where the sigil is. And if you mess that up, that's like basically run dead. So we found a strat more recently. It wasn't like super recent, but we found a strat where you can kind of just do the hand section first, and it's very non-committal compared to the other. Doesn't lose you as much time, and it's actually like just faster to do it first. So it's pretty cool how the game has been kind of like evolving ever since it came out. Still, and there are even multiple ways to do this. I had my own like little method for for landing in the hand properly, and
Right, don't you grab like the wristband first and then drop at an angle?
yeah, I just do like a kind of very specific set of platforming, I guess,
Mm-hmm.
in order to get there. Whereas Sean will just like latch straight on to the back part of the hand.
Right, and the timing for that is tricky though.
Yeah, both are not easy. It's just, whichever way you prefer to learn.
Yeah. Yeah, it's just kind of like whichever one your brain accepts. And then at some point it's sort of a more of a mentality thing, like you just have confidence with it.
At least that's one you can reset easily on.
Yeah. So I'm glad we were able to see this
That
actually.
ran away.
So,
Whee! I regret nothing.
so previously Argus was really bad because if you messed up getting into the hand, you lost like a minute because you had to do the head portion first. So like all that time is wasted. But in this, if you mess it up, it cliffs right there. So it's very welcoming. If you mess up. It's
Yeah.
inviting you. It's inviting you to take the jump to restart. So yeah, that was a perfect jump into the hand.
Yeah, that was great.
And you got back onto the leg, which actually
Uh,
saves about 10 seconds if you go straight back to the leg from the hand.
Oh no!
I feel like it's more than that.
It's about 10 seconds. Oh my goodness.
Yeah, that's just for the show off, alright?
Okay, nice. Wow.
And there's actually a plant position on Argus's head. Wasn't necessary this time, but a lot of times it's nice to have just for safety.
Yay, second try Argus, really great in an any percent.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, for sure. Even if you mess up the first one, it doesn't, you don't lose too much time. So
But yeah,
That's
that's
definitely-
one of the, like, you could say downsides of playing on 60 FPS is that when you do jumps like that use like physics, you
Mhm.
usually get like some really big jumps, and that can just leads to you missing the skip.
Because you go too far.
Yeah, for example,
I've
on-
shot over Bassaran before.
Yeah, that's something that can happen easily.
yeah, that happens actually. Were you doing the front leg strategy?
Yeah.
Yeah, so if you don't charge your jump long enough, that's what'll happen. You'll go flying. Like, the side jump.
Mm-hmm.
If you charge it too long, you won't get like a good jump at all. And if you don't charge it long enough, you'll just go flying over Bastrian. So, future knowledge there.
Yeah, because that's
And we're headed to the last one.
that's something pretty weird in the game is that when you do side jump, the less you charge the jump, the bigger jump you will get, even if you jump from a ledge.
Yeah, that is interesting. Never really actually thought about it that way. Even just like normally, not just for like skips or whatever. So yeah, I can't believe
Right.
we're already on the way to the last one. I feel like
You know,
this run is blown by.
Ico has something similar where, like, if you do a standing flick jump, you actually go higher and farther than if you hold down and do a long jump. There's like something really powerful in both of these games about the quick jump.
Yeah, I don't know why. Like, yeah, the inertia behind it is kind of weird.
It's like if someone is trying to do one of those long jumps where they just start with both feet planted and just hurl their bodies forward. I always hated that in gym class. Wow, I'm bringing up some raw emotions here, guys. That's how you twist an ankle.
Yeah, but no wonder you cannot really get injured. You can just
Yeah.
jump off cliff and be fine.
Boy from The Last Guardian's the only one who gets injured, and he breaks his leg and he walks it off.
Yeah, fall damage in this game, it might as well just be non-existent.
Yeah. Falling off of a phalanx, for example, only drops you to half health. No matter, like, there's a certain point at which if you fall from higher, it doesn't do any more damage.
Yeah, it's pretty crazy.
Yeah, Wonder is basically superhuman.
I think like the only risk of actually dying from fall damage in the run is if you like somehow mess up Quadratus. You can straight up die from that from the top of the cave to the ground.
Oh yeah,
And
because your
even
health
that
is you haven't
sometimes-
gained a lot of health bar yet.
Sometimes you can just like be left with 1 HP basically.
Yeah, and then Quad will just step on you as soon as the cutscene ends. So you might as well have just died from the fall.
Now at this door, I don't know how I managed to do it, but one time I was able to get aggro trotting pretty fast, and after the cutscene ended, I was all the way by the stairs.
Yeah, it very, very seldom does that happen. It's very hard to do, so I typically don't go for it, because if you
Right.
you
Because
go
if you're
for
not
it and
straight
don't do it-
on, yeah, if you're not straight on, instead he clips against the wall and like slides off to the right.
right, and if you're too fast, he'll bump into the door, and aggro will like turn all the way around. So
Ugh. Yeah. It's just one of those noob moments where you're like, oh, did I find a thing nobody's done? And then you can never do it again. You're like, oh, that's why no one does it. I'm
And
not a genius.
this is every Shadow of the Colossus runner's favorite part of the run.
Yay! Yes.
You got
Or
a
people who
Bible
hate
thump in the chat.
Bible thump?
stick. No, stick. Oh wait, it's aggro. I forgot which game we were playing.
Poor aggro.
Yeah, but don't worry, she's not dead. Spoil.
Yeah, spoiler alert. She's fine.
It's fine. See, what we didn't see was like right before that moment, she picked Wander's wallet and pulled out the cloak that has the parachute on it.
Yeah.
And right after the camera cuts away, whoop, the parachute opens up.
Still manages to break her leg though.
Well, I mean, people break their legs parachuting all the time.
True, true.
So, Echo died for our sins.
So I'll go ahead and talk about Malice now, who is the very last Colossus. Definitely a very iconic design. Instead of it being like half boss, half like platforming, it kind of feels like it's mostly platforming, and like
Yeah.
you
Hmm.
do very like little fighting. And it's definitely one of the coolest to watch, like speedrun wise, because it actually feels really fun to play too. Because it feels like you're in
Yeah.
an action game.
Hmm. Yes, I agree with that. And again, you know, we're trying to showcase all of them, and I can't help but make comparisons. But the last part of Ico, when you're no longer trudging Yorda around and you're not worrying about shadows, suddenly it's pure platforming, and you just feel like you're cruising because it's always going to be the same.
Right. So for this strategy, we follow a very specific line, and we basically manipulate Malice to shoot at different times. And there's like a gap in his shot that you can get if you run a very specific path here. And once you get that, you're pretty much good to go. You can just stay by the ledges and keep running. So he was able to get to that ledge there.
Tic Tac sent his best wishes, asking you not to get soft locked,
Yeah,
like he did on a PB once.
Don't pull a tic tac.
Don't pull a Tic Tac.
Pulling a tic tac is just getting memed on by Malice.
And there you can
Right
see.
after being on PB pace,
You
yeah.
can see Malice's wonderful flip flops.
Yeah, the Birkenstocks are out today.
Yeah, he's definitely the most stylish Colossus in the game.
I like his swag for sure.
I love the person who compared him to Mega Maid from Spaceballs with the giant vacuum.
I can't say I've seen it. I'm sorry. I've seen clips, but I haven't seen it.
Okay, that's fine. Who's the real boomer here? It's me.
I was gonna say you're showing your age a little bit with that reference.
I'm pretty sure I've been showing my age the whole time with my dad jokes.
They're
And the
much-
fact that the whole community always calls me Papa Sancho is probably not a good sign either.
Your dad jokes are much appreciated.
Yeah.
Thanks. I do what I can for the community, and it's all dad jokes.
You do a lot more than just dad jokes.
2% eco, 98, 5%
Oh, wow.
crafts. What's left?
I didn't like the sound of that. Oh, whoa. Oh, okay. We're good.
That was a
Yeah.
stylish.
Oh, the way you
That was-
clipped up on its head? Like, why can't I do that every time?
Oh, what the heck?
But are you
so
too far
here's-
right?
He should be fine. I think it was just like a weird occurrence there. But yeah, you get a plant on Malice's head here. And in the boss rush category, this would be the end of the game. But there is a cool little story section that happens. For those of you who don't know, this game basically, also GG, by the way, that's pretty much
GG.
the last
Great
like
run,
difficult
John.
section in the run.
Yeah,
There'll be
very good.
There'll be another GG a little bit later, but for those of you who don't know, in this game, Wander, the main character, travels with aggro to this forbidden land with an unconscious body of a girl whose name is Mono. And in order to revive her, a deity tells him that he has to go slay these 16 colossi. and those 16 colossi basically hold like the soul of that deity. And throughout the game, the more colossi you kill,
Oh yes,
the more like
flying.
oh, what's that?
Dormin
Oh,
is
you're
flying.
flying. Yeah, that's the fly.
That's you gotta
I've
have
never
all the
seen that.
news. You gotta have flying Dormin and the Vape Nation at the end.
Oh my gosh, that's amazing. Can you move the camera around so we can see it more? Like, or just give us some cool perspective?
I think you'll see it when
Where's the
there is
Vape
the
Nation?
last
Oh, right.
cutscene.
Can we get a Vape Nation?
Yeah.
Heck yeah. Vape Noosh. Yeah. So yeah, as I was explaining earlier, the more colossi you kill, Wander gets like more pale and his eyes get darker and he starts to look like he's possessed because uh, those colossi were holding Dorman's soul basically. And so every time that when he finished off the last colossus, that's all of Dorman that was finally being able to be released, and he possessed Wander. So that's kind of why he's and now he's floating again. And
Just
so that's
casually floating.
that's why he's this big behemoth monster. That's Dorman.
Woohoo!
And so now he is about to jump into the fountain of youth. And when he lands into that fountain, that's when time is called.
And time.
I'll have to go by the thingy. 28, 58, 40. Let me bring out my trusty pencil here. Oh, this is gonna be easy. I don't have to do any carrying the ones or anything.
I think the
So
floating glitch is
your
just.
time
Go ahead, Sancho.
35
Sorry.
is 123.40.
Oh, okay.
That's really
pretty,
good.
That's pretty nice. Yeah.
That is good.
Given
I mean-
that I had a few resets,
Yeah, and the Hydras too. Like, given all that, like,
it might even be sub 101.
oh yeah. For those of you who don't know, Sean is.
I think it will be.
Sean is the first person to get under an hour in game time for Shadow of the Colossus.
That run would have still had you in second place if you didn't already have first place. That's how good it was. That's great, John.
And he is the actually the only person to ever get under an hour in game time.
Right.
So
Foxy was 7 seconds off.
yeah,
Yeah.
Foxy. So.
I was there for that one and felt bad for him and did a subscription.
Shout out to Foxy. We love you. So unfortunately, Mr. Rada doesn't like us to skip cutscenes. So
Right.
this entire last cutscene is unskippable, and in order to see your in-game time, you have to wait it out. You can't close the game. You can't do anything like that. So at least we got some bomb music at the end.
You know, Gooperman, your commentary was so good I could never interrupt it, but one of the things I like to do when I'm watching Sion play is throw in the music of the kazoo version.
Yeah. I
actually had a kazoo and was gonna play that during one of them, but your
I'm so
commentary was
sorry.
so good I couldn't play over it.
I'm so sorry. You could have cut me off at any time for that. That would have been great. Just tell me to hush up.
You know, I also have lyrics for that song.
Oh
So
god.
you are riding a colossus, he is one of 16 bosses, stab him on the head to bring your girlfriend back from the dead.
Wow. That was wonderful.
Oh god.
I haven't learned how to sing and play kazoo at the same time. That's my one downfall. I couldn't back myself up.
Aggro. She's back.
She's back.
Aggro! Yay!
Not so great leg, but it's alright. I always thought this ending was like. It's like kind of optimistic, but like just super sad in general. Because it's like. I always think about it from Wander's perspective, how I never actually got to like see her be revived.
Right.
Really. I mean, like he's a
Yeah.
baby, so he gets to see her. But now, who knows? Were they brother sister? Were they kind of like together? So that's kind of up for debate.
Yeah. Imagine the person you're in love with, and suddenly they're a baby, and you have to raise them.
And you have no clue. I don't think she would know, right? That's Wander. How would she?
Well, no. I mean, if the horse was his, I think she could infer.
That's fair.
But these are the this is the important part of the stream right here. We talk about the psychology of.
It would be very sad. Let me just say.
Well, I think of the three, probably Ico has the happiest ending, but they all have some bittersweetness to them. So the book for Ico kind of really leaves it open-ended about how much they even remember of what they went through, because they were in a castle trapped in time.
Yeah, who knows, Tic Tac? Maybe Dorman kind of let her see what was going on. What would she want to see? That's a better question. Would she want to see slaying these beasts?
She saw all Wander has done in her sleep. Well, there's a theory that when you're going through that light tunnel, that at some point she's actually telling him to stop.
Oh, I see. That's right. You can hear her voice. Yeah.
Yeah. So she has to be somehow cognizant on a spiritual plane. She's in the avatar state. So she can just...
Actually, that would really suck, because we all know how bad it feels when you're playing this game to actually like kill these beasts, but to see your loved one, kind of like killing them, be kind of sad to watch.
Yeah. As a parent, to watch someone from that perspective, like when you care for someone so deeply and you see them making choices, and you just kind of have to like, okay, you've got to make this, you got to live with this, but then there's part of you that's just screaming, stop.
Y'all are gonna make me cry during a marathon run.
That's what we bring the feels, because Ueda demands it. That's his games, and we've got to keep asking these questions every once in a while, because we do get a little hard-hearted towards this. How many times have I seen Trico throw the boy in a pool of water to wake him up again?
Yeah, for sure.
So
that was a very, very good run, Sean.
Yeah, that was insane. That was, I'm sure you, like all of us, are thinking about the things that didn't go well. But
Yeah.
You had so much of it was so smooth.
Yeah, that was okay. Usually, as long as I don't mess up anything too badly, that's fine. And Hydras and Basaran were okay. So yeah, I'm happy with that. That was good, definitely.
Yeah, you had really good recovery saves on both of those, and only needed a second try on Argus. Yeah, that's just such a good run. Thank you for showcasing it.
Well, thank you for commentating it. That was awesome.
Well, Goop carried us for this one.
Oh yeah, you guys
I had the
worked
knowledge.
really
You
well
brought the.
together.
I bring the
I brought the kazoo.
You brought the boom. You brought the boom. I brought the knowledge.
Tic Tac is saying what I was thinking. Getting second place pace run in a marathon seems kind of okay, yeah. All right, let's look at this IGT if it's sub 101. Even if it's not, I mean, it's still insane.
Yeah,
Like my goal is to someday get sub 120, and here you are.
Oh, you can get that.
Yeah, for sure. I think I might be trying to get sub 1 soon.
Woohoo!
Yeah,
Is this giving you more of a feel? Nothing makes you want to do it more than like commentating while watching someone else. Like it just gets you back into it. It gives you those vibes.
Makes me love the game again. Not that I ever stopped loving the game, but so a lot of people don't know in this part, but when you have the baby show up, if you mash the face button, so you could actually make the baby cry.
Yeah.
You can make Wander cry more if you mash the face buttons.
Someone's like, "Ew, creepy baby."
Creepy baby.
It's true. That is a creepy baby.
I
It
mean,
is.
yeah.
Yeah.
You know, they already had a canvas with which to work. They didn't get to build this baby from the ground up, did they? So,
Wait.
I don't know. I know they did that with a lot of the terrain. They kind of started from scratch in a way, but I know that the game is still running underneath it, the original.
Hmm.
Yeah.
I do like how Blue Point kind of like kept a lot of things the same, but like still added like the photo mode. I think is like an excellent addition,
Yeah.
and just like really cool
Yeah.
stuff like
Photo
that.
mode is always
Yeah.
a good idea. Honestly.
Hmm. Shadow Task says, I like how she isn't bothered that a baby has horns. What you don't see is the scene right after this one ends. She pulls a file out of her dress and starts just shaving them down. It's very loving, though. It's very touching.
Yeah, this
I
game.
just wonder, like, what are they gonna eat? How's she gonna raise this thing?
There's a
know,
bunch
she's
of
not
fruit up there.
lactating. Hmm?
Yeah, there are fruit in the garden.
Did you just say she's not lactating?
It's science. I'm just saying.
There's a ton of fruit up at the top, and there's lizards everywhere. They can
And
cook
animals
lizards.
too.
Yeah, there's turtles. There's fish.
And even
Yeah, maybe some of the
trees.
turtles are lactating. Good point.
That's
The fruit
You
at the
know what?
top is kind of sketch. Okay, very
Yeah.
next scene, she feeds him the poison fruit.
so. For those of you who don't know, the fruit at the top of this place, you can actually get up here if you have the right amount of stamina.
As in
You-
all the stamina.
Yeah. Well, I don't think you need all of it, but you definitely.
Right, close.
You need a
yeah.
lot. Yeah.
If you get up here, you can actually like shoot these fruit down that are up here and eat it, and it actually takes away your stats instead of giving you more like the fruit and the lizards throughout the rest of the world.
So baby's at like 2 stam and you feed it the thing and it goes to 1 stam.
Rest in peace. Also, I think it's really funny how a deer got up here somehow.
Yeah, I would think that deer's been trapped here for centuries. Or that deer's, family.
Or just like randomly came up through the temple, but like you never see it. That'd be really cool if they kind of had like an Easter egg where you can see the deer in like the overworld somewhere.
What, scaling the vines, like climbing up the side?
No, like up the stairs, like where Aggro and Mono.
Oh, okay. Yeah, you may
behind
be
them.
right. We could have gone up the stairs.
Also, the
It could have
song.
come from not the Forbidden Land and just trekked all the way across the bridge.
Put your cat jams in the chat for this song.
Oh yeah, wonderful song.
Get jam! It is a good song. I'll be honest though, seeing the bird right now just makes me want to play Pathless. That game looks so good.
It does look good.
Sable Dragon Rook, our next runner, just started her first playthrough of it today. And she's showing the same care and love for the bird that she shows for Trico, and it's part of why her stream is so fun. Like, she could just pet the bird to, like, get the burns off of it and it'd be done, but nope, she has to, like, rub its belly for another 30 seconds. If I have an animal, he must be pet, she says in chat.
I like that philosophy.
Yeah.
So we're nearing the end of the final cutscene here. All it's gonna take is a couple of presses of the start button, and we'll know the in-game time. You have any predictions? I'm gonna say 10. Do I say 101? I'm gonna say 101.05.
I'm gonna say 1:00:45.
I'm gonna say 1 hour and 57 minutes. That way it will make your run look amazing. I'm that guy on The Price is Right. I'm going so high, so if you underbid. Wait, no, that's not how it works. $1.
You're one of the sandwich.
I'm gonna say 1 minute. It's gonna be IGT of 1 minute.
This isn't The Price is Right.
1:00:50. I was 5 seconds
Oh
out.
wow, you were
Ooh. Wow.
nice.
Sub
Sub 101.
101. That's that's really
Okay,
cool.
between your run and Bucci's, man, if we ever do this again, we are gonna have a really
Yeah,
Oh
tall
yeah,
order.
that was two solid
lower the
runs.
estimate.
Yeah. Well, that too, but I was thinking if our goal is to try and beat this time, holy cow,
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
never work cut out for us.
So yeah, take that time right there, multiply that by point or by what is it, 1.1, and then that's the actual game time.
Or divide by 0.9, right? That's how you would do it.
Yeah, something like that. Whatever. I'm not a math major.
Okay, Sable, are you ready?
Yep, I'm ready.
Okay.
And
Thank you very
most
much,
likely we'll have to
Sancho
tell.
and
Oh,
Birch. That was amazing.
Okay.
What's up?
Have I done the thing?
Thank you for the comments.
you're
That
fine.
was
It's
really
just they
cool.
have to do something on their end.
Sure.
I talked over you again. One more time. I just want to hear you say thanks again. All right, everyone be quiet except Sion.
Yeah, thanks guys. That was really cool. I think at some point in my mind it kind of shifted to just like not really being in a marathon but just playing the game and talking about it. And I think that's the best way to do it, honestly.
Yeah.
Sancho and I were able to help it go smoothly and feel like
that
a
was
normal
really
run.
cool. You guys worked really well together for commentating.
It's the big boomer energy.
Or lack thereof.
Yeah.
Okay,
I've got my black socks and sandals on. I don't know about you.
I'm gonna go, but thanks everyone who tuned in the chat.
Thank you, Sean. It was a great
Bye
run.
guys. Thanks again.
Have a good night. I think I'm going to take my cue to head out too, so thank you for
All right,
commentating
yeah.
with me, Sancho.
It looks like we are ready to go. As people are hopping in and out, let's see. I think our second commentator will join us in a bit, but we should probably go ahead and get started.
Yep.
So I'm waiting for this timer to hit 0, and I'll say start. 2, 1, go.
All right. Sweet.
Sorry, I didn't give you a lot of time there.
That's okay.
I just looked up. I was like, oh my gosh, it's 3 seconds till it's even. Okay, never mind. I'm going to start it with, okay, so you started at, I'm writing this down, 29, 15, 15. When you started. So what do we got here?
So we getting double audio just out of curiosity. Let me know.
Let me check.
Because for some reason I can hear the game.
Can you mute? Have you muted the stream?
I have, yes. I mean, I'm not complaining that I can hear the game.
Oh, okay. Oh, are you getting double audio in the, Oh, is there a game echo?
Right. I know that there's a commentator echo. I don't know why my computer does that, but it always has. So sorry about that, but let me know if we're getting game echo as well. Because we shouldn't be.
Right. Well, what would a transition for Team Ico be without technical difficulties? The game sounds fine. A very small echo. All right. We're
Okay.
good with that then. Thank you, guys.
As long as it's not, unbearable or anything. We should be fine.
All right, and our third one will be joining us. Let me, you could, if you don't mind, taking the reins for a second. I need to change like runner and
You bet.
chat and some of the commands.
So while Sancho's doing that, hi everybody, welcome to The Last Guardian. This is the most recent? I guess technically not. I was gonna say the most recent Team Ico game, but technically the Shadow of the Colossus that you just watched came out later, although that was a remake of an earlier game, so I guess chronologically Last Guardian is the most recent. It probably takes place after the other two games. And we're in this cave with our big boy Trico here. We have to give him some barrels to make sure that he trusts us, so that he will help us with the rest of the game.
I just realized I forgot to update the last game to Shadow of the Colossus. We were running it the whole time and it was still starting to go. This is a new role for me, peoples. I think we're doing well so far. Alright, so we estimated 7:45 and we're now at 3:45. So we still have the question before us of whether or not to try all barrels. And they said it's fine if we go long, but what do you think, Sable and chat? Fast run or all barrels?
So fast run would be, right, any percent, just regular any percent. And all barrels
Yes.
would be, I give Trico every barrel in the game. There are 48 barrels.
Everyone's saying barrels.
Barrels, okay.
Sweet. All right, I've got some notes for this.
Yeah, affectionately known as chunk percent.
That's my favorite. Plat run.
Yeah, pretty sure
Maybe not.
I could fit Plat into the next, 3 hours.
Big chunk percent. Yeah, we got. Wow, that's an overwhelming number. No one's saying any percent.
Well then, I'll make everybody proud. Give Trico all the barrels.
All right, and yes, we will pray for poop. They're saying poop percent.
I will make a concerted. Oh, I got it.
What? Good job.
I will make a concerted effort to make Trico poop.
We've had some amazing magic tonight. Like you just got that. Was that your first try?
It was my second try.
Okay, awesome. Ooh.
Alright, so we're gonna grab this. This is
All right,
referred
so
to as
with
the
that
mirror.
Skip, she was able to skip Trico, like walking all the way over, climbing on him to get up to that spot.
Right. This mirror is going to be a tool that we use for the rest of, well, I guess not the rest of the game, for a large portion of the game. You'll see what it does in just a minute.
Alright, and now we have to feed Trico the 2 barrels on the ledge.
Yes.
And then one to the right of the ledge.
And we can't feed Trico these barrels before now, because we do a checkpoint reset, which means that we feed them to him and then they're like still in existence afterwards. So we have to wait until we're out here this time.
Yeah, I think that's a good call, because the option is to not do the check reset and hope
Right.
he eats one of the barrels, and they can end up being in really weird spots, and he's just like there and they're just under him. We may actually do a little bit of... Ooh, that barrel was rolling there. We may actually do a little bit of theory crafting as we go through certain of these barrels. We don't actually know, wouldn't you say, necessarily the fastest way for each one?
So, the fastest way to give Trico each of the barrels kind of varies, depending on like how he's standing and how he's looking at me. Like, right now he's paying attention to me enough that I thought that he would take that out of the air. But part of what makes all barrels fun is that Trico, you know, kind of has a mind of his own. He'll take this one.
This is really just such a different run as soon as you put the barrels into it.
Buddy.
And there are times where the barrel you're supposed to feed him is in such a small area.
Uh-huh. And he's, you know, very particular. He's like, "Oh, I'm standing on a slope. I'm whatever. I'm not going to eat this."
Mhm.
Also, why is he backing up? I desperately need to get over here. Buddy. Dude. Yeah, Baru, we got places to be, buddy.
No! Wrong way!
Here you go. He's just yelling at me. He's like, "What do you want?"
You think he'd be able to, like, smell that one or something?
Because at this point in the game, we don't have control of Trico. Trico does what Trico
Right.
wants. And even technically after we can give Trico commands, we still don't have control of Trico. But we have better, you know, ability to suggest what he should do. So for right now, getting these barrels is particularly challenging because we just have to hope that he walks in the right direction.
Right, and all you can do is call him to kind of walk towards you.
Right.
At his own pace.
You ready, dude? Well, he was ready and then it hit him in the head. He'll eat it.
Aw. Alright, well that's 6 out of 48. Woohoo! I like how sometimes he plays soccer with them. Like, I've got
There
a
you
couple
go.
clips where he, like, knocks it with his head and the barrel just, like, goes flying.
And of course, there are some points where if he doesn't catch it, it's gone. So,
Right, it just falls into the floor. So we're not guaranteeing we're gonna get this, but we will sincerely attempt every barrel. The part of the barrels will be played by me. Because you're controlling the boy and Trico controls himself. It always bugs me that the game doesn't let you see that explosion.
yeah. So as with quite a lot of places in the game, you know, Trico's kind of walking behind me. He's taking his sweet time. I'm gonna go to where the next checkpoint is and reset, because that will pull Trico to me. He'll now be standing right behind me, and I don't need to wait for him.
Yay. Trico warps. Now, my favorite thing to do here, and it's so rare, but when that door explodes and the planks go flying, sometimes they'll make a little bridge from that ledge to the rock path next to it. And it just makes me so happy when I can walk on that instead of swimming, even though swimming is a lot faster. And I think our other commentator has joined us.
Yay! Hi!
Yeah, sorry I'm late. Had a couple of complications, but it's all good now.
No problem.
We still have,
Anyways,
you know, a couple hours.
Yeah,
Oh, true.
we still have 42 barrels.
Oh, so we're doing all barrels. Nice.
Yes, we were making good time to where we could go either way. Barrels is probably still the best bet to try and use all the time. Oh, no bridge here, sadly.
Yeah.
It's just my
Did
thing.
we get a ledge jump?
Yes, second
The
try.
hardest jump in the game?
It really is.
Yeah. It's no joke, it's like a frame perfect thing, and oh, that is some blessed luck.
This is interesting. So you're still opting to lead him with that first barrel before getting
Yes.
the other two.
Because I want him to be as close to this waterfall as possible. Instead of
That's
just
brilliant.
putzing around in the corner back here and then leaving me behind.
Yeah, your current world record, I don't think you'd figured out what you wanted to do yet. And so
Yeah.
you're just like, I'm just gonna throw these into the water. So we should get a world record here, you know, barring something completely awful happening.
Coliseum barrel happening.
Yes.
Oh, man,
20 minutes of Coliseum barrel.
don't remind me.
Wait, what's he looking at? Does he still not have the first one?
No, he ate the first one.
Oh, okay. That
He's
was just some
just-
debris you swam past?
Yeah, yeah.
Oh, okay. Eat the barrel, you fool! Man, the chat is not being as nice as you usually are.
It seems like early game it takes them longer to process how to eat a barrel.
Mm-hmm.
Whereas
I would-
later game,
Yeah, I would agree
I
with
know
that.
it's easier to throw it.
Hey, buddy.
Especially in this water section.
So this game, even more so than usual, with all barrels, it's very much hurry up and wait.
Dude. Buddy. See, the problem with this one is that he won't come and stand in this waterfall. So he's barely as close as he needs to be. And if he takes steps backwards like this, like, you really basically can't reach where you need to be. Hold your head forward. Yeah, no.
Oh my
Trico.
goodness.
Just playing with AI fire right now.
Hi.
I mean, and that barrel is there too. Oh, that was a close. It almost looks like it might work for a second.
I mean,
Too
I
bad it's
think
not like Journey where. Go ahead.
I think Usurp is right that, you know, beginning of the game, he doesn't care so much about the barrels.
Mm-hmm.
Thankfully, we're
not
up
till
here
he's
now.
hungry or injured.
Yeah.
And also, what I've noticed personally is that when you throw a barrel later in the game, he's ever so slightly more likely to catch it.
How do you keep track of all the barrels? Memory?
Big brain.
Yeah. Well, I have notes out to make sure we don't miss any. It's very easy to miss one. In fact, Sable had a sub 4 hour run that would have still been sub 4 hours, but for one barrel that's a little bit out of the way, like just a little bit.
He's still left without me, despite me calling him. Come here.
He's just gone to the next area. There he is.
That was a bad idea to throw that barrel, because now it's just gonna get washed away. In my
Kinda
head,
saying,
I had it that he that he would like meet it.
whoa, you were like just
He's got it.
walking underwater. The anti-Jesus. Nice try there, buddy.
He's still figuring it out.
World record pace.
There we go.
No, gosh.
All right,
I like to imagine
he'll take
with
care of
this
the rest.
water one, he goes for the barrel, but then water gets up his nose, and he's like, ugh. So chat was saying syrup sounds a little quiet.
Okay.
So just whenever you have a chance.
I mean, I can shout, but I don't think that's good for everyone's ears.
That
Yeah,
sounds
I've-
fine to me right there.
I've got some space to turn you up. Let me just hop through this wall and get us out of the cave.
Little hole.
There.
One of my
Do I
favorite.
sound any better?
Sounds good to me, but I'm listening through
nice.
Discord.
I love technology.
One of my favorite clips of yours, Sable, is where Trico somehow managed to stick his head into one of those size holes.
It was right at the beginning on the way to the
Yes.
mirror.
It was the first barrel you removed from that hole in the wall. Trico just stuck his head right in there. This game.
He just surprises everyone.
Mm-hmm.
Obviously, he's not meant to put his head in tiny little holes, but the AI can bug out sometimes, and then you're left in quite a predicament, which isn't very fun during a.
So now we're looking at the White Tower. I have a feeling the story kind of revolves around it a little bit.
Maybe just a
I think
little.
we get reminded a few times that Trico really likes this tower.
At first, maybe it's just instinct that he knows that's where he's supposed to be.
Maybe it's just really bright and shiny, and it was like, oh, bright and shiny object, and it's big. It's like a big white.
Okay, I'm gonna risk it for the biscuit here. I could play it safe, but where's the fun in that?
Yeah.
I should have played it safe.
Oh no.
Oh, you mean the jumps you do to the chains?
I'll play it safe this
Oh
time.
no.
It makes me feel good that you missed that, because I'm so bad at them.
It's also
I
important to note that I noticed that if you die during that little section by falling off, that Trico's AI seems to reset to a different default, so the time in which how long he takes to jump all the way over to the platforms is different, and sometimes like he won't come at all, and the chances of that
wow.
actually increase. So fingers crossed that doesn't happen.
You heard it here first, chat. That was an intentional death to reset Trico's AI. That was not an accident.
Yes, it's part of what's needed to get the world record here.
Yeah.
You risked it for the biscuit, so I made sure to put the biscuit in the chat with wings, because it's dead now. Angelic wings.
No.
All right. We've done the first 10 barrels. The next one is coming up after the makeshift bridge.
Yes. Oh,
Yeah,
good.
some sections have loads of barrels, some don't.
Yusuf, you were saying something about Trico not coming at all?
Oh yeah, that tends to happen. Oh, where is he?
Not world record pace, ladies and gentlemen.
He's.
You need to blame Bucci. She had like the most ridiculous run of RNG today.
Oh,
She
so
sapped it out of us.
she stole all my RNG, I see.
She did. It was insanely good.
When
it was
Yorda behaves, but
crazy.
Trico does not.
Yorda behaved. The shadows behaved. Like Yorda was doing more helpful than usual. It was ridiculous.
Trico's
And
just being a bit slow.
there were no jump deaths.
I think it's the chonk, personally. Slowing him down a little bit.
Hmm. Yeah, I'm just making him fat and slow.
Okay, Shadow Tash, we need to stop this narrative that I am cursing the runners. That is not.
I've been cursed before, and I don't think I can get any more cursed than I have.
What
in
really
terms
happened?
Of this game and the run.
What really happened was word got out that I'm putting a compilation of all the silly stuff that happens in the game, and they're bending over backwards to do crazy things.
That's true. Trico's actually going to a really nice position on that pillar there.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that was absolutely brilliant jump. Because sometimes he'll try and follow you into that little room you just walked in, and when he does, it can take a minute for him to come out.
Little boy. Just grab the barrel.
Why can't shine be a different button?
So, this is why...
Can you take this one out to the hallway?
Yeah, this is why most runners are very happy that for one portion of the game, you do not have to use this mirror. Because everything that you do in this game, besides jumping and calling Trico, is the circle button.
And that one time you hang the pot.
Yeah, sure.
Which for some stupid reason it's suddenly square. Alright, and next we need to get over to the... Yay!
He did it!
Alright, that was barrel 11, number 12. High up on wall on opposite side of the chain you climb. My notes are brilliant. They're written for speedrunners.
Yeah, any percent is such, like, in comparison to barrels, seems like such a nice category, because the category is shorter, you have to rely on Trico's AI a lot less.
Well,
But in this room, he seems to be okay.
But Sable also pointed out his AI is meant to kind of streamline where he's supposed to go, and a lot of times going and getting these barrels throws him off what we're used to him doing.
We'll
Yeah,
see that be a problem
100%.
later in the water puzzles. It's very hard to get him to eat barrels there because he's sort of programmed to go exactly where he needs to go to help you solve the puzzle.
Right, yeah, you theoried that maybe we should try opening the gate this time instead. At the second water puzzle, we could try that. Opening the gate first.
Yeah, because he's less likely to just abandon us than to,
But then he'll...
you know, go where
yeah.
he's supposed to go.
Then his...
A little closer, dude.
That was actually a pretty lucky barrel landing.
It was, yeah. And once
Chico, the
again,
giant bird ladder.
you cannot land on something that you're supposed to grab because, you know, reasons. If you land on something you're supposed to grab, you have to fall and then grab it and climb it the way you're supposed to.
Yeah. In Ico, they at least have the decency of there's no way you could land on it. Nope.
This game tricks you into thinking something is safe when it is definitely not safe. Just another joy.
Like, all three games have some amount of wonky physics to them, but this one by far takes the cake.
And in terms of, because we reset checkpoints to get Trico all the way in better position in some sections, does that change for all barrels from any percent?
There are some resets that are, like, riskier. Like, if you don't give enough time, the barrel won't be eaten anymore. But... Hey, buddy. For the most part, the resets stay the same.
Right, because they're so close together that you reach the next reset pretty quickly.
Yeah, it's more like you change when you give the barrels than you change when you reset, because the resets are so valuable. Well, most
That
of them, at
one
least.
plank that stayed up, that was kind
Yeah.
of cool.
I wondered if it was gonna fall.
You'll always find something different. It's like, I'm the monolith, I'm that meme that's happening.
And of course there's far more resets in the early game than there is in the late game, so it's not as much of a problem to worry about.
And
Just
also
over
far
halfway
more
through.
barrels. Yeah. Way more barrels at the beginning, too.
Yeah, there does end up being a couple sections where it's just basically like any percent, you know, you can't tell the difference because there are no barrels. Trico was favorable there. He didn't turn around because he's a good guy.
Yeah, because in this section there's like a semi-pre-scripted scream he can do where he walks off into the distance and screams into the distance. Like
As
at the White
I'm
Tower.
sure, you know, we would all like to do, just scream into the distance every now and then.
That's exactly what I was gonna say. Like, COVID, am I right, guys? Don't we all wish we could do that? You gotta wear your mask, though, and it muffles the scream. It
Yeah.
reduces the tension you release.
Just grab a pillow, scream into that, and no one can hear you.
You can be on the exact
Anyway.
same place on his head, and you'll still, like, sometimes be sturdy and sometimes flop around like a fish. Alright, next barrel is under the is it under the antenna room?
Yeah, it's in this little tunnel. The antenna room is over there.
I'm thinking part of why he's scripted to growl there sometimes has to do with the fact that this barrel is here and that you're supposed to see where you'll go later as a clue for what to do.
Right.
Quite a while back, when I was trying to find out if we could get access to the antenna room early, I was also playing around in this area, and I noticed that if you place a barrel too close to the railing of the room, Trico won't eat it. Like, he'll just keep getting distracted by
Yeah.
that menacing antenna room. It's very strange.
This is the antenna
Interesting.
room that we were talking about, everybody. This glowing thing over here. Draco, buddy, it's fine. Calm it down, my dude. Buddy. I got some num-nums.
Because the other option here is to like walk it all the way up the stairs.
Yeah, he's kind of making it seem like that's what I have to do. Come on, you big feather biscuit.
Yeah, there's something, he just doesn't like being near the antenna room. It reminds me of, I see so much of Yorda in him sometimes. It reminds me of how she is. If there's still just one spider shadow left, like she just won't do normal things like walk or sit down at a bench.
Oh my.
I'm
He's
not
gonna
eating
be
that
alright
barrel.
now.
Good grab.
He's full. I mean, he's kind of like, what else do you want from me? Are you trying to fatten me up for slaughter?
Come here.
That's the best thing about this run. We're
Oh.
seeing so many things.
He desperately wants me to throw this at him. That's what he wants.
Lovely catch boy.
Don't do it.
Hey.
Hey! How about that? Alright. See, but we're gonna learn from this, and that's exactly what we're gonna do when we do our race.
Oh no.
So Usurping, Adian, and I also run this game. I'm definitely the worst at it, but I'm trying to improve. But our goal is to race all barrels without ever having practiced it. And so that'll show up in the Team Ico speedruns sometime in February is our goal. But now we all know at that spot to where to take the barrel and to throw it. So thank you for being our guinea pig.
Even then, I'm sure something will go wrong.
Yeah.
Definitely, 100%.
In fact, the entire really, really long-a-thon was designed by me just so we could exploit you here.
So that you can get a competitive edge in your race.
Yes. Well, Usurp is here too, but we'll have an edge over Adian. As long as he never watches this. Oh
If
no,
we
it
just
got
distract each
corrupted!
other and throw each other off,
Yeah.
be like,
And
oh,
then
that's
you'll
not a
take the
barrel in
lead.
this section. Oh yeah. 100%. Trick all of you.
Alright.
So okay, so we're sitting now. Okay, okay.
Had
I
you
got
done the
you, buddy.
gate reset there, or did you not do it?
Yes, I did do it.
Okay, because in one of your runs you said maybe don't do it so that it takes him longer to follow you, and
Yeah,
that way he won't get stuck here.
I
Again,
wanted
theory crafting
to.
live.
Yeah, I wanted to do it anyway because I thought that I could get to this quicker than he could get to me as long as I went right for it.
Mm-hmm.
It was 50-50.
Wow, good catch though.
It's also quite a tight corridor, which makes it hard for Trico to be able to turn around, and he usually will just keep going forward, which can also make breaking this wood a lot more problematic, but it seems to be
Yeah,
okay.
that's true. Yeah. Dunk bunk.
The any percent seems far more child and tested in comparison to this.
Yeah.
I just realized since I have the stream off, so I don't hear sound. I've been doing how many game sound effects have I done to fill them in for myself? Because I just made this noise of you doing your skip. So if you're wondering why did Sancho just go ba-dunk bunk, that was why. I'm working on my scatting. Scooby bop bop.
Is this what commentating 3 ones in a row is doing?
Oh, I was like this at run 1, baby.
Oh my goodness.
I busted out the recorder, during
It
the
reminds
eco
me, I
run.
need to buy a kazoo.
Yes, we can do
Kazoos
a
are fun.
duet. I still
Yeah.
have my kazoo. Whenever we have a boy fall death, I've got another sound effect ready though. I'm using a different wind instrument for each run. That's
Oh
the
my
type. That's the
goodness.
type of commitment and prep you get from me.
Adding
All
a
right.
nice humorous twist.
And here's a stretch because we're not gonna get any more barrels until after Bath.
Yeah. Basically.
No,
Oh
no
yeah,
more
up on
barrels.
the ledges.
Mm-hmm.
We're in the barrel free zone, baby. And the boy just got nommed, so that's always fun.
Yep. And he got more tats. And we've decided to call him Pre-Malone because as he gets more tats, he becomes more like Post Malone. That's probably one of my favorite jokes.
That killed me when I first heard it, not gonna lie. I think I said, like, Lil Peep's kid, and then you said Pre Malone, and that was a 5-head moment.
That makes me want to sing Sunflower from Into the Spider-Verse. I think your love would be too much. Be left in the dust. Unless
It's kind of funny that Trico's
You're
like
my
a
giant
walking
bird.
tattoo parlor.
Yeah.
Free.
Sancho, you're gonna
But he
get
totally
us a
could charge.
you're gonna get us a DMCA here.
Oh, it's not that accurate. You never know, right? I was gonna start making it into a parody. I was gonna say, instead of sunflower, you're my bird, cat, chicken thing. I still haven't figured out what the lyrics to that song actually mean. Like, is it a good or a bad thing to be a sunflower? Because it's not very
Skill level
flattering.
DMCA.
Nice.
So we've got a RNG skip coming up, haven't we?
We
Helmet
sure
skip.
do.
Yes.
Yeah.
I
So
wonder what that
basically,
room smells.
how it works. Of course, you know, I start explaining and then I can't talk. Trico doesn't like the armors, but specifically he doesn't like their heads. So if I can get his attention onto one of their heads that I'm carrying once he smacks them and destroys them, I can lure him into a room that he's not normally, you know, gonna walk into, and I'll be able to climb him and get up into the scaffolding of the room instead of doing what the game wants me to do, which is petting him to calm him down. I mean, he's a good boy, and I like to pet him, but it takes a long time, so I'm gonna try to trick him. But as Usurp said, it's RNG because he's gonna be fighting these armors. He might just straight up yeet them off the bridge, and then, you know, I have no helmets. There might be a bunch of helmets, and then he won't pay attention to the one that I have. So we shall see.
Yeah, I told you there was one time where he was so fast at killing the first armor that he killed the other 3 before they even made it out of that room. And I had to grab all 3 helmets to get him to move.
Oh my goodness.
It ended up costing me time because he was so fast.
So that
Yeah,
guy's
sometimes
helmet
it's
is
completely
gone.
random
Yeah.
how long he locks onto a helmet. Sometimes you can call him over to yours, but
Well, he's not
See, I
really
wonder
leaving me much choice here.
So my thinking is, when this starts happening, maybe you shove the one in the back to keep him low, to keep him behind.
oh, there's one down. Oh,
There,
He was down.
no, there are no helmets.
oh no.
Oh.
That's an arm, not a helmet.
I
Oh my
might-
goodness.
Yeah, I can still thankfully get his attention. He was very good here. Come here, buddy. So he came to me even
So we're
without
just
a
trying
helmet.
to avoid him. Yeah.
Yeah, as soon as you grab onto Trico though, he goes into this tantrum mode where he refuses to move until you pet him to calm him down. So it's important that during this section, if you don't have any helmets on the bridge or whatever, that you just do not touch him, because then he'll just
He'll stop
do what
right
he's doing
there.
here and
Yeah.
start jumping around. But no, even though there's no helmet, it's still like a really good skit. You managed to recover very nicely.
Thank you.
That's alright. There is like
Pardon?
another technique in where you can piggyback onto a suit of armor and
Yeah, that's
aggressively
cool.
roll the analog stick. But even when you do that, well, as you've seen before with the circle button in the game, the boy just sometimes won't grab onto the helmet's head, so even though you knock him down, he won't get the head.
Yeah.
And jumping on the back of a suit of armor is tricky, believe me.
Yeah, there is a reason that that's a trophy. Because it's certainly challenging to do. And part of the good thing is I don't know if y'all noticed, but once we got eaten by Trico in this cage, we lost the mirror. So that's one less thing on the circle button for right now. That gives me a better chance of, you know, grabbing a suit of armor's helmet instead of accidentally using the mirror. So we'll play a significant portion of the game without having that tool.
Which is good for runners.
Yeah.
Not so much for casual players, but runners it's a blessing, trust me. So this bit here is kind of like a scripted moment, you can't skip it. Trico's just gonna run around. You can accidentally softlock here when Trico's AI decides it forgets what it's meant to do, but fingers crossed that won't happen.
Yeah, if you can't break him
Usually,
out
like,
of
when you
that,
get past this particular bit,
yeah,
then you're at the safest point basically. This is like the last big hurdle in which the game can just Trico's AI can just stop you from progressing completely.
and if we do have to reset this, we'll go all the way back to before Trico ever jumped up, so we don't want to have to do that if we can help it.
Yeah.
Don't do it to me, buddy. Buddy. Hey.
He's thinking.
He's thinking about locking. Dude. Dude.
He's like,
Treeks, I'm gonna need you to figure out what you're doing here, okay? Thank you.
oh, we're looping. Oh boy, we're looping.
So that was nearly that lock. Thankfully he broke out of it, but it will prevent me from attempting this next skip because I'm not on his head.
Yeah, that was a close.
He's pulling out all the stops today.
He sure
like
is.
The actual stops. It's not an organ metaphor. It's actually stopping.
Yeah, Trico XZ is stop working.
Although I bet he's good at the organ.
We're playing PS4 now. We were going to be playing PS5 because I couldn't find a thing to charge my controller, but I ended up being able to unplug Morty Cam and charge the controller. So had Trico kind of behaved a little bit more, we would have been able to attempt a skip that would have taken me straight to that rooftop instead of having to pull this jug. But because Trico kind of got stuck and almost soft-locked, you know, we needed to solve it as intended. Which, honestly, is probably faster anyway. You need to get the other skip, including closing the jug on the first try, or else it's not faster, so it's fine.
And keep in mind, closing the jug when you do the skip, the jug isn't in the place it needs to be, so you kind of need to hit it in the exact correct spot, otherwise the boy will just fall down.
Yeah. It's like the game has a different set of physics rules for the lid of the jug if you do the skip. It's not ready to close it, and so it's much harder to close, and it's not in the right spot.
Yeah, and not just that. For some reason, if you do that skip, the checkpoints afterwards can actually stop working for some unknown reason.
Don't worry, this is a complete and play tested game. There are no glitches or anything like that. Things work completely as intended 100% of the time.
I found there's a spot on that ledge you just climbed where for some reason he can't actually climb up. Like boy just gets stuck. It's so weird.
I mean, he does that climb animation and he just falls back again.
Yes, as if there was something above him that he couldn't.
Then it's like,
right. It's just like he's stuck at a very specific spot in between two invisible tiles.
I don't want to be reminded of animations like that.
Oh, we'll get there, and we'll all die laughing again, I'm sure. Hey, Unicorn, stop telling people that I'm cursing Sable. We've already been through this. They're intentionally doing this to make it more clips into my video.
It's the content.
Yeah.
Sacrifice to God. Trico's just taking a nice little slash around here.
The content curse. I'm the content blessing. I'm the one bringing all of the copyright claims.
Come on, camera. Kick up. There we go. So this is what Trico's looking at. He's looking at... a friend, in quotes.
Who's this?
A frenemy.
We'll find out next time.
Next time on The Last Guardian.
Same Guardian time, same Guardian channel. Stream. Oh, I messed it up. What? I'm not thinking as fast on my feet right now. I mean, it's probably because I'm sitting down.
Yeah, and this checkpoint reset as well can be a bit finicky.
I was nervous. Trico was not behaving the way that I wanted him to, so I was nervous resetting there, but I figured I'd chance it.
And there's a barrel here too. Well,
Yep,
two barrels
there's
actually.
2 barrels.
And he must catch these. If he doesn't catch them, they will fall into, let me see, that abyss. So he has to catch
I guess
them.
you could reset,
I could reset, yeah.
so it's not the worst thing in the world if you're... I'm not gonna ask you to, though. Unless we're really, really trying for this to break the world record here. But we're off to a terrible start already, though. By no fault of your own, I might add.
I'm pretty sure Trico has actually an increased chance of catching the barrels when he's on a pillar.
Yeah,
For the
they
sake of gameplay.
yeah, they knew that messing up is not really an option there, so they made it a bit easier.
Yeah, so someone could start this and be like, wow, this must be so easy, but no. It's like 70% of the time he misses in every other situation.
Next barrel's in the fight, I believe. Down here.
Yes, yeah, it's in the back right of the
Yeah.
room. So we can't do the skip this time, but sometimes Trico will jump up on his own,
Sometimes.
you know, in time, because you're doing something else.
So normally what we would do here is Trico would come down, and while he's doing this fight, while he's standing right here, I would leap off of his back and onto this pillar to go up and sort of progress on my own. But because there's a barrel here, I can't leave him behind. So we'll have to kind of do this as intended.
So these become the first armors that grab you,
Yes.
that can grab you. I actually never realized those ones could, because I didn't know he could climb up there either. On the bridge.
I mean, technically the armors, like the very first armors can grab you, but it's, you really have no chance to die.
Yeah.
Good job, dude.
Smack.
Also, another thing about the armors is so when they're idle, some already have weapons, some have no weapons, and ones with no weapons typically go straight for the boy. And so consistently, when you enter a room with the armor, you know exactly which ones are going to come after you, so you can essentially plot an escape route easier.
And there will actually be a time later where we kind of use that knowledge to our advantage and do a checkpoint reset. Buddy, I'm gonna need you to be anywhere but here. We use that knowledge to our advantage to reset so that one of the armors that would have a sword and would go after me ends up having a spear instead, and so he goes after Trico and lets me pass. Okay, have it your way.
When you said anywhere but here, it's like he's like your parent who showed up to the dance, and you're just like, oh, you're chaperoning. Oh, Trico.
Well, this is fine.
The awkward parent chaperone.
Does the game tell you got all the barrels at the end? On your first playthrough, it tells you by giving you a trophy.
Right. So for us, it's just you know, we're the accountability partners. We've got the sheet out. We're trying to make sure that we don't miss any. The next one, oh, it's the command skip crates.
Yeah. We'll see if we can still get a little bit of a command skip.
There's a lot of barrels.
4?
Yeah. Oh,
3?
yeah, a mini skip. There's so many barrels around that section. There's there's 6 different barrels in that little area. Oh, 7 if you count before going into the armored rooms, the turtle armor rooms.
Yeah, and this room and the next one can often be like quite anxiety-inducing because you're being chased by suits of armor, and if you're really not careful, they will catch you straight off the bat.
Yeah, as a seasoned eco runner, this game scared the bejesus out of me because I didn't have a stick.
You don't have a weapon.
So unfair. And you know, we got that awesome mirror for a little while, but not anymore.
I think even if there was a way to hack the mirror back into the game, like I don't know if it would work or not.
How much help it would even do if it could.
Yeah.
Well, maybe it would.
Or if it would just slow you down.
The reason I reset there was because Trico was following very far behind me. And I didn't want to wait for him. Climb, please. And so I reset, that pulled him to me, and in pulling him to me, he stepped on a pressure plate that trapped his tail underneath the door. So I'm gonna go and free him right now. That's what I'm doing, and then he will be able to help me with this fight.
Yeah, that was a very good route. Well, running. The fight goes differently. So fights in this game are very RNG.
It goes a little bit
just
stuck.
all depends on how Trico's feeling at that particular moment.
Trico is currently feeling like I didn't actually lift the door,
like he didn't
even though I
move
did.
forward?
Yeah, there we go.
I hate when that happens.
Oh, fun.
So he needs to destroy all of these armors. He cannot move on, or he will break. So we need him to destroy these before he turns right and goes down this hallway.
If Trico walks too far forward or spots the armor down the hallway, like to the right, he will get a bit lost and won't know what to do. And then his AI will keep on like doing this semi-loop where it's like, okay, do I target this one? Do I go for this one? And it's no.
He has a scripted thing where he's gonna come down and just absolutely obliterate this guy, which is great. There he comes. Schmack.
Bam! That was a good hit too.
It was a good hit.
Better
It
than
destroyed the armor instead of just knocking him down.
Yeah, that was powerful.
But if he sees that armor before he finishes the fight with the other armors, then he won't do the run. He'll just kind of very slowly walk down the hallway, and then he won't kill the one at the end. He'll just turn around and go back to the beginning and back and forth and back and forth. It breaks his scripted thing, so.
Yeah. Here's something I'm looking forward to because we don't see it very often we don't see it at all in our any % runs, but just the animation of him like crushing a crate.
Mm-hmm.
This is fun.
So in any percent, we skip this room entirely by manipulating his AI to jump on that ledge you see just up there. Obviously,
He stepped over it.
Nice.
Or don't. I mean, it's just a smorgasbord. There we go.
Smart.
Smorgasbord German?
Probably, right?
Where's
I don't know,
our German runner when we need him?
Yeah. I just said the word. I have no idea.
That was actually a pretty good box break. Sometimes he'll do this animation where he just kind of taps it a little bit again and again.
Mm-hmm.
And that
Oh, look at
animation
him.
is like a waste time. He was being really good today.
That was like a grab and then a catch and then another grab.
Alright, let's see, just for funsies, if I can get him to do this. Come here, buddy.
Ooh. So we're gonna try and reset his positioning to do the command skip the regular way.
He lost interest in it. Hey, buddy. There you go. A little bit further. Ready? Good.
Yay! He's getting good at catching them.
Now I need him to not move, which is part of the problem. So I'm gonna pet him. That'll cause him to sit down. And then I'm gonna get on his head, pet him again. So close, buddy. So close.
Come on, you can do it!
You got it, Trico.
Yay!
You got it, buddy.
Come on.
Ugh. Whew.
Oh, that
Oh
was a
my God.
bold one. What a bold jump. Good job.
It's one thing to note as well. The collision on that ledge
Is awful.
Very. Like, I think if Sable got a few more pixels to the left, the boy would have just fallen straight back
Yeah,
Yeah, or
that
to
was
the
certainly
right,
close.
down. Yeah.
Flat.
We're
Oh,
not
good.
resetting. And the next barrel is up. Is right outside this door and up to Trico's right.
Yes, this is one that I very nearly missed, I think, in the world record. I actually backtracked for it, and thank goodness
Yes.
it was one of the only barrels you can backtrack to get, so... What? Did you just see that? Okay, it
What is he
absolutely...
doing?
Wait, what?
It absolutely doesn't matter. The text that explains move the boy while holding R1 to issue commands said hit triangle while holding R1.
Wait, Sable, there's two
You missed
barrels
the
behind
barrel.
us.
Oh
There's two
yeah.
barrel-
No, you're right. You're
two-
right.
Yeah. Sorry
Go
about
back
that.
here, buddy. I was so focused on the fact
You were
that
so focused on the one you missed.
What was that about backtracking?
yeah.
Can he jump back or?
Oh, he'll jump back. Yeah. No, I was so focused on the fact that text box said triangle for what literally I think is the first time ever. Why would it say triangle?
Oh.
Because giving commands to Trico is not triangle plus R1. You know?
All right, we got to go to both sides. There's one barrel on this side and then one down the stairs on the left, on the outside.
Focus, buddy. Yeah, I'm asking him to focus after I just like completely ignored these. Very handsome, dude. Good job.
Yeah.
I need you to go
Showing
over
off.
here though, okay?
He and Morty are kindred spirits when it comes to posing in
Being
front of the
handsome.
camera.
And the purpose of the previous room, by the way, was the marker in the game that gives us the ability to give commands to Trico. So that's what I'm doing. I can now strongly suggest what I would like for him to do. Doesn't mean he'll do it, but with practice you can get, you know, pretty consistent to have him listen to you. You actually want to grab this, or are you just gonna ignore me? Good job.
Good job. All right, and on the other side.
Get down.
Boy. Never fails. This one was pretty sneaky, I think.
Yeah.
Like, you have to be in an explorative mood.
Especially because it's near the door. The armors, if they pick you up, want to take you into those blue doors. And so, you know, usually you see a door and you're like, I'm staying away from that. And then the fight with the armor is
Yeah.
done. So you're like, you know, I don't need to worry about the door anymore. And that leaves all of this unexplored.
Not that there's much to explore. Unless you're Brian Davidson and you're parkouring all over the place where you shouldn't. The guy who found White Tower Skip.
Mm-hmm. Brian
I'm still
Davidson's...
gonna do the song when we get there.
Oh, sure. Brian Davidson's passion was, like, breaking this game as much as possible.
It would have been a lot of fun to watch his stream when he was just exploring like one area for hours.
Okay, now, do I have permission to proceed? You ready, buddy? Let's go.
You've paid the barrel tax.
What are you...
What'd be really funny is if we forgot the other barrel now after doubling
Yeah.
back.
He's looking at something.
He's
Oh,
yeah,
looking
he's
at the
looking at the door.
That's a nice door.
Is that double take? What? Oh, he's so adorable.
So now we can go get the barrel that I nearly forgot, which you can actually see it over there on the ledge.
Yeah.
Sometimes his head movement is so like a pigeon.
He just kind of bobbles around.
Yeah,
He
yeah.
has a spear in his neck. Oh my goodness. Ouch.
It helps him swallow. Don't ask for me to explain the logic of that.
I won't. I most certainly won't.
Oh, his little ear wiggles. He's so cute. Wiggle, wiggle.
No, stop, stop.
That could have ended horribly wrong.
Okay, sorry, dude.
Whoa! Whoa!
He was ready to catch it, and then he changed his mind.
Like, no. I mean, there is a real charm to all barrels. It's just, you have to just put up with, you have to be so much more understanding.
Trico is certainly, you know, programmed to act like an animal. And that makes him charming, and it makes speedruns with him interesting. But that's why I like running this game so much. I understand how to issue commands. I really hoped that on the PS5 version they would finally remove the incessant, like, hints. Because you'll see that at the end of the game, you know, still, we're...
Giving you...
Yeah, we're
and
at...
sometimes it's wrong hint.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like, we're at the final 5 minutes of the game or whatever, and it's being like, hey, did you know that you can hit circle to grab?
Yeah. Not only that, but in segments where you can often fall to your death,
Right.
it will tell you to let go.
Yeah, it'll be
tell
like,
you, hey, you can
reminder.
drop here, and you might actually think, oh, is there something
Oh, I'm
hidden?
supposed to go.
All right, I'm ready. I'm ready for my wind instrument. Are you gonna do the drop?
Sancho
I took
coming in
time.
prepared.
I took time considering which instrument was most apropos for which game, and totally the slide whistle for this one.
There's another jump as well in the next room, so do it again.
Whoa, even Nightbot laughed at me. How does that work?
Very impressed.
Splat. Good kills.
Yeah.
Well said. I'm feeling it. It's almost 5 a.m. here.
Oh my goodness.
Oh yeah, that's true. It's 6 a.m. for me. I completely lost track of what time it was. Okay, so
So you
next...
stayed up all night?
Well, I mean,
Sancho
the run started
did,
around
yeah.
midnight, so I took a good nap in the afternoon, as you guys are aware of, because I was asleep at the beginning of our supposed sound check.
So next barrel should
See, but,
be
like-
Hodor, right? By the jump.
In demo room.
Yes, yes. Underneath the, like in the grate.
Yeah, after you open, get Trico through before the eyes. Yeah, definitely.
You okay there, little boy? I can take the spear out. Next time I see Chico, I can take the spear out.
I think Chad is getting a little upset about it. Do it later. It's slow.
We have a
You're
nice
really getting-
segment coming up where we can
Keep us-
actually remove spears
Mhm.
freely.
Yeah, that's true. That's true. All right, I'm ready.
brings me warmth.
I like this part. I just like that it feels like for a second you're just a secret agent.
I
It's
much
funny
prefer.
because, at least in my opinion, this room, despite having 4 more suits of armor, is actually easier than the other
Yes.
one.
Yeah.
I much prefer the way we used to do this, just because it felt a lot safer. But you know, we used to stay completely
But it
hidden from
actually-
them, basically.
Right, but it took a lot more skill too.
Sure. To
In-
know how
in my
long to
opinion.
let the guys go before you hop
Yeah.
up.
Yeah, the timing to pull that chain, you've got a lot more, and it's less likely that something will go wrong. Because the
Yeah,
game,
I mean,
yeah, the game just, in the first room especially, sometimes it won't register, like how much you're pulling the chain.
are you just standing there to see if his tail knocks you over? I held my breath for a second after it nudged you some.
And
Yeah,
then that was a
it's-
good fight.
and if you don't have a PS4 Pro, like it's even slower pulling that chain, or what I think actually happens is the turtles have already turned more.
Yeah,
by
their
the time you
cycle
can
is a
move.
little bit different, yeah.
So it's actually safer if you don't want to risk failing an attempt. It's safer to let them do a full rotation first, which is annoying, but
I'll take
that's
one
where
now
I'm at right now.
and one later.
You lose time, but you can also save time.
Yeah, it's safer until, you know, I'm trying to get like sub 25 or something. Keep climbing, boy. Spearless percent. I call that pincushion percent. Where you try and get as many spears in Trico as possible.
There is one point in the game where the game does a spear check and you cannot progress until all the spears are out of Trico. So getting rid of some spears early on definitely helps.
Sure.
Yeah.
And I don't think
Don't
we've
work so
actually... I don't think we've actually mentioned, but for those unfamiliar, Trico will not progress past these eyeballs that I just pushed off the bridge. He's afraid of the eyeballs, so there's going to be a lot of sections where, you know, the first order of business is getting rid of the eyes so that Trico will move and not be scared of them.
We don't know why he's scared of the eyes. It's heavily theorized among fans, but we just know he doesn't like them.
It's clearly like negative reinforcement. Like they would show them the eyes, and then they would take a spray bottle of water and spray them in the face. Just like cat conditioning, you know.
There.
So every time he sees one, he just thinks, "No, I don't want to get sprayed in the face. No." It doesn't matter if boy is in mortal peril. It doesn't matter.
The water bottle, no.
Not again. And these armors would just like walk in with like this huge water barrel. That'd be so funny.
Just on a cart, like, alright boys, we got the grander weapon.
Just like pushing it on one of those train trolley things.
Greater than every war machine combined.
Do you think we could stop some nations warring if we just went to the battle line and started spraying them in the face?
It's like, in Avatar, they should have just, you know, made a giant water bottle to take out the Fire Nation.
I agree. Oh yeah, that actually makes a lot of sense. No, we're only barely in the second season of Avatar, so please no spoilers.
Okay, just think about a giant water bottle in Avatar. That's all you need to think.
All it's gonna make me think right now is how I haven't gone to the restroom yet this whole time.
Oh my goodness.
Anyways, this is the stellar content you guys came for.
Yeah. Marathon. This is the demo room. It was the first playable bit of the game that came out.
Gosh, he's
I
left
don't know if
the
it
left.
came out to the wider audience.
Mm-hmm. Oh, that's right. This spot right here. Mm-hmm. And you can see Brian Davidson already trying to parkour all over it.
Oh, why did you
Like,
do that,
that early
Trico?
No.
Thanks, buddy.
I did it late. I was looking at the wrong screen. I'm sorry.
He moved
The
his
reset is
head.
pretty good though.
Yeah, he'll just be up here again in a jiffy. He's got a spear in his neck, though. I just took that out.
Oh yeah,
that
when
was-
you reset checkpoints, spears can either come back or disappear, or move.
Oh, that was a good dad joke. Is this what we wanted? The eyes have it.
You also
Now
fall
you-
directly down in this section to avoid doing like the kind of puzzle where you jump from one platform to the other and then down a chain and now we just
I was trying to do a fall damage
Yeah, I'm
cancel.
surprised there wasn't a death
Yeah.
point there.
The fall damage cancel is a bit faster than the checkpoint reset, but not by a lot. So I would have landed on top of that pillar if the boy had decided to grab, and by grabbing in the middle of falling, it, replaces his animation and resets how far he's fallen, so he's safe. But, thankfully if you miss, the reset is right there, and it's basically the same, so... Well, I
the
mean,
reset doesn't always go
Yeah.
through because the checkpoint is it stingy.
it's a little finicky. And if it doesn't go through, you'll be back up on the platform where you jumped from. That's still not too far back.
You know, when first learning the run, there are certain skips that your brain's just like, what? And this was one of them for me. It's like, all you have to do is throw the pot and then... and then reset, and you're like in a better place.
Yep.
Amazing.
You reset, and both you and the pot have been teleported right next to this thing you need to hang it on, so...
Square,
It's-
everybody! We used square! For one thing in this entire game.
Well,
Just don't get
there will be one more time that we get to use square.
Is there? I
Uh,
remember forgetting it.
if you choose to shove past the guard on the way to drawbridge skip instead of jumping in front of him.
Oh, okay.
The last
Okay.
square.
Oh, that's right. Shoving guards.
Because you can
Right,
dodge
right.
behind him, using the square button, which is probably what I'll
But-
choose to do because it looks cool.
But why would it have to be square there? And there's another barrel we'll need to get.
Yeah.
And then that sneaky one that's in that dangerous, that's in the swingy chain part.
Oh,
I'm
yeah,
using
that's
good
fun.
vocabulary now.
Big word.
And then the one that's in the place with the thing.
Oh, I know exactly which one you're talking about.
Oh yeah, Trico really likes this girder thing as well. I don't know what you want to call it.
I call it a spool.
I called it an axle, but I don't
Yeah,
actually know what it
spool
is.
me once, shame on you.
Treeks, buddy.
Spool me twice, shame on me.
He's
What Trico
breaking a little
Oh, no.
bit.
usually what his AI tries to do is he wants to ram his head into the door, and that wastes a lot of time because there's quite a few animations to go through to do that.
He may
So
still
we
do
have
it.
to like fingers crossed not.
Yeah, he's gonna do it.
Come on, buddy.
Usually if he goes and grabs that on his own without trying to charge the gate, he'll just waste time and end up doing it anyway. Stop.
Oh yeah, she's stuck.
Oh my gosh.
There you go, buddy. I had to get his attention back onto the jug.
Yeah, luckily you have a disciplinary command in this game. Like, I never used it during casual, but through speed runs, oh my goodness, it's so useful sometimes. Especially in this section.
Basically, the commands that you have in this game for Trico are jump, interact with, stop it, and shove or fight. And that's it. With that, you have to be able to solve, all of the puzzles.
Yeah, too bad there's not like a, balance my checkbook command.
And Sniskit.
very specific series of button inputs here.
Thanks, camera, for that dramatic pan out.
Yeah, into the grass.
Solve this complex math equation command. Yeah, that'd be fun too, Fanciful.
So when that door opens, Trico can sniff the thing that we just shoved under it for up to 3 or 4 minutes. But by either inputting a specific commands or calling him at just the right, I guess, like position, get him to stop sniffing.
And the commands are honestly like
Speed.
kind of nonsensical for that part. Like the command to get him to stop sniffing that is interact, call him, which makes no sense. Like why would you use the interact command to get him to stop interacting with something? But it works.
I've noticed that during my latest any percent runs, like I've stopped doing the 2 interacts. Like I'll wait till he does the first sniff, then just press R1, and then he'll just look at me, and I'm like, oh, okay. Guess I'm vibing with that now. Still need to test it a bit more, because it might be timing wise.
I've yet to get that smash blindly, like when the camera's panning away and you can throw the helmet.
It's a little bit weird as far as what you have to do on the joystick to get the boy to be like facing it instead of just chucking the helmet at nothing.
Right. Yeah, like anytime the camera's moving around, I feel like whatever my spatial reasoning is telling me I should be doing with the joystick is never quite right.
And I mean, we all know that during some cutscenes, the controls will actually invert. So it's not necessarily just you know, not having spatial awareness, being able to figure out where to go. It's literally that the controls are different.
Yeah, it might fascinate you to know that there are 3 places in the Ico run where you have to be very hyper aware that that can happen, and it's just simply because the camera changed directions, and they programmed the game to compensate for that by making it so that if you're pushing in one direction and then the camera flips, you'll keep going in that direction even though you didn't switch the joystick around. So if you're so good at the game that you want to stop to compensate for the camera, then you realize, oh, it's inverted, and it's actually best to play the game like a noob in those situations. It's so weird. So I think there's something going on behind the scenes there.
This is the E3 bridge. It was what we saw in the 2016 trailer. It's got a few different things about it. It's mostly the same.
This is also, I believe, the part that you get to play in VR if you do the VR Last Guardian.
Yes, yeah. And also the spool section.
Yeah.
But that's just a demo, right? They never finished it.
Yeah, I don't think so.
I was a little disappointed by it when I saw gameplay of the demo. That you're not actually like moving around in free space. It's more like Myst, you know, a game where you're like, okay, now I point and now I'm here, and now I point and now I'm there. Like I don't know how you could do like the fights at the end that way.
That's true. You might have to rely a lot more on Trico.
Now I'm over here. Now I'm over here. It'd be easier to escape them though.
Yeah, you just teleport out of their arms.
Oh, that would be okay. I changed my mind. I love it.
So this jump, coming up, you can sometimes miss it for no apparent reason. So put your hands together.
It's taking a while this time.
Yeah, it looks like he's got me. I say as I miss his mouth, you know.
We were talking about this in Shadow, that Ueda likes to slow the camera down in intense moments. Although there's a lot less you can do to avoid it here than you can do to avoid the slow stabs in Shadow.
Yeah. This moment isn't entirely scripted. Like, you can miss the tail and you can land on different parts of the tail as well.
Yeah, scripted is kind of a...
Inverted during this cutscene.
Yeah. scripted is a loose term in this game. All of the scripted stuff that Trico does, he does like
Yeah.
with the assistance of his AI, so he can still mess it up. He can still drop you. He can still be in the wrong spot. He can make weird decisions. He can just stop moving, like, you know. Just
Yeah, my
because
stuff- my-
it's a cutscene doesn't mean it's guaranteed, you know.
Right, yeah, my favorite is still Adium getting thrown off of Draco right after doing a successful White Tower skip.
Yeah.
And just his laugh that almost sounds like a toddler pouting, you know? He's like, oh, I find his pain so entertaining.
Because in cutscenes as well, like the game will have the same physics, and in this particular cutscene, the boy gets flung onto Trico's back. But because the cutscene is weird, sometimes the boy just kind of bounced and fell.
Mm-hmm.
That
Yeah,
was
Trico has some
Ugh.
spots where, yeah, like, it's flat, and so the boy recognizes it as a standable spot and not a grabbable spot, and so he just, like, bounces off.
Alright, so that was another long stretch, and now we've got a barrel. We gotta climb up this chain.
Yes, and
yay, a barrel.
the reason that I reset there, even though it didn't matter that Trico was with me or not, is because if I come into this room for the first time by myself, the guy who is standing in front of the wall that I just climbed will have a sword, which means he's coming after me. And so I need to lure him
Wait.
away in order to get up here.
The barrel! You're forgetting the barrel!
Well, Trico's not in here yet.
Oh, right.
And if I reset, since Trico's here, that guy will have a spear instead of a sword. And so he'll go after Trico, he'll completely walk past me, he won't care. What was that? I tried to
I
jump
didn't even have my
sideways.
slide whistle ready.
What? You just levitated over.
Yeah, right? I just
Okay.
I just floated over the railing. I tried to
was
jump
weird.
sideways to like land on Trico, but
Oh, okay, I see what you did. Here I was thinking you needed me reminding you.
This is fine. You can. This
I
is
think-
recoverable.
Yeah. I think the problem is I'm thinking I haven't seen all of your runs, and I think your strategies change
yeah,
between the
sure.
3 different all barrel runs I've seen. And so I'm like, wait, that's not how you did it last time.
He was so sad for a second. Yeah.
Oh my gosh! Whoa! He really, I thought he caught it and he was just showing off, you know, like when you're playing catch with a little kid and you just wait till the last second.
I guess I still do need to go across the thing though. So let me
That was
grab
kinda
this
scary.
again. So I guess optimal way to do this would have been to open the door first, but Trico finished that fight really fast. And there's
Yeah.
a chance that he would have gone through the door, like, and just left me with the barrel, so this is fine.
Nice jump there, by the way. I don't find that jump to be very easy.
It's
It's not.
harder than it looks, yeah.
Because I'm also, like, you know, angling off the chain. That can all depend on your camera angle and momentum. There's a lot of factors into jumping game.
Alright, so these next 2 barrels are obvious, and then the next one isn't until barrel skip.
And
Which
barrel
is not
skip is
skipping a barrel.
mandatory. Yeah.
Right, yeah. It's just a way we refer to
We
shortcutting.
don't have a better name.
Skipping the barrel puzzle, basically.
Yeah, yeah. And you're using and you're getting the barrel earlier than when the game tells you Trico needs it.
Right. So we're afraid of this eyeball. Trico's got to walk back and forth a little bit, and then I'll say, "You're still frightened, it's so far away." Then he'll get angry a little bit more, back up, and then he'll pay attention to me. And we hope that when he pays attention to me, he goes directly sideways and does not step forward. He did, because he is a good boy. If he steps forward
Yay.
again, he'll get angry at the eyeball, and you can kind of just get stuck in a cycle of that happening over and over.
Yeah, he
Cycle of
listened
rage.
straight away. Very good.
I don't think he's good at catching these ones.
He is not good at catching these
Oh,
ones.
he's so cute though.
Don't. This is why he's not good at catching them, because he gets angry. Okay, these are going on the ground.
Bloop.
Too angry to eat.
I'll help you in a second, Trico. Why are you getting closer to it if it upsets you so much? Alright, dude. Come on.
He's like, I'm sickened but curious.
It's like a bruise, you know. Ow, this hurts. Let me push it again to make
Yeah.
sure.
Buddy, I got
Just
some
gonna keep staring at
snacks.
this thing.
Yep, see, now he's angry again, so he's gotta turn around and look at it.
Oh my goodness.
What a goober. Come on.
You can do it, Rico.
Now he's angry
Boy.
again.
No.
What? He doesn't like that
Turns
spot.
Okay, he's backing up a little bit more. He should be fine now.
Backing up.
Chill it,
backing up, backing
bud.
up, backing up.
Good job. Okay, we're facing the right way now.
We made it.
Good catch. Good catch. Alright, Treeks. You and me, buddy. Good job.
Okay, at least he caught the barrel.
Alright. So those are munched. Now he can do whatever he
Yay.
likes while I'm gone.
That was really nice of them to let us do like a 60 hertz comparison for Ico. It really just kind of got the whole stream back reset on schedule. So thanks really, really long Thong for being flexible. And now we're gonna make our estimate instead of being like an hour or more ahead of it.
Yeah.
So it took everything. It took everyone's great runs. It took me doing a little bit of a run. It took all the technical difficulties. All work together.
This marathon is really incredible, being on for so long and being like a nice hub to discover, you know, runs you don't usually find in marathon setting, which is so cool.
We'll see how Coliseum Barrel treats us to see what the
Oh,
final estimate is
Maybe
gonna
it'll
be
go-
here.
Yeah, it might go super fast.
It
and then-
might be first try.
And this is a little
That would
jump
be
coming
epic.
up, I jump.
I jump. There it is. She did it. No, just kidding.
So if you stand in a certain spot, you can just jump like that, because the game doesn't know where the boy is and pushes the boy up.
That
And
was
depending on
brilliant.
the cycle of the wind cycle, you can make a jump or not.
That's about the smoothest one I think I've ever seen.
Yeah,
Maybe
that-
you've done
yeah.
it many times that
That
way.
was pretty nice. It is
That
kind
was
of
so
crazy
good.
though. You know, like Usurp said, with the wind just very slightly shifting the eyeball, that's enough to make you miss that. You know, if the wind has pushed it away from you just a smidge.
Yeah, the wind in this game with these eye things, it's one of my least favorite RNG things about the game.
And you
Because
can also
Trico
get,
I can deal with, but a spinning eye, oh my
Yeah.
gosh.
yeah. And you can get a boosted jump as well off the eye, just like you saw with ledge jump at the start of the game, where you jump abnormally far for some reason because you jumped at the right pixel at the end of a solid object.
And so, why are you dropping down here again instead of just jumping from the top?
Because there's a chance that we won't have to watch the slow-mo fall. We'll just land on Trico like that instead of doing the whole slow-mo thing.
Bloop. So how much time do you think that saves?
Like a second and a half.
Yeah, a couple seconds, nothing too big.
Well, you
Yeah.
are. I mean, you are falling from lower too, so
Right.
you've already kind of made your way down. Maybe
Right.
like 3 or 4 seconds if you can count all of that. I mean, when you're doing a run that's in a normal any percent, that's like, 3 hours, 20 minutes long when you get a really good run together. And yet you're still eking out every little second. Like,
Yeah.
I just,
Because you
I
need
find that so
you need to
fascinating and
compensate.
admirable.
Yeah, you need to compensate for Trico, you know? Those
Mhm.
couple seconds he's probably gonna spend staring at a wall, so...
Yeah, because this is such a long run, time does build up.
Right.
Or like that.
Or like for myself, who I'm a new runner, like in my latest run, I got most of the skips first try, and some of them are really hard, and I'm good at that. But just going from A to B, I just, take 10 seconds longer for every single A to B, and that adds up to being, 40 minutes behind world record, or 45 or something like that.
Yeah, there's a lot of movement optimization in this game that you have to, really train yourself to get used to.
Right. And it's such a long run, you can't just bang out run after run after run and hope to get better. You really got to do like specific segments.
Hopefully
over
get
and
a
over.
dialogue skip here.
Yep. If you stay
go
on
that
top.
safe spot.
What does he say?
He says, I'll think of something. Like, hang on, Chico, I'll think of something, right?
Yeah,
It's
stay
like,
there.
don't worry, I'll be back. Yeah. Sorry, I was thinking
Isn't-
of the actual in-game dialogue and like the language he speaks, because he calls
Oh.
Trico like kitty or something.
Mm-hmm. Aw. I like how you can skip the cutscene playing there by jumping. I haven't gotten that jump to work yet, but I thought it's more like Last of the Mohicans. He's like, stay alive, I will find you.
Yeah, this section's like quite intense. You got armor chasing you up the stairs, and
I'm so
they
bad
can
at
they
this
can
section.
follow you, and I hate this section. The drawbridge is coming up after it, which is
I hate when there's two armors in that next part, and
Yeah,
one
and
grabs you, and then you get out, and then the other one grabs you.
Or even if you bump them and then they start to follow you because you bumped into them.
Yeah.
Yep. And this is the bit you mentioned where you press square.
Yeah,
for
to
the
get
second
around this
time
guy.
in the game.
Yes! Square, everybody!
Woo! A button that's not circle.
I mean, I still don't know why the mirror couldn't have been R2. It just made everything so
Yeah,
much easier.
there are some buttons that are just completely not even used. Square!
Yay! Well done.
Showcase.
It's not easy, guys. Bloop. Now there's that jump.
This is like a 4-hour run that's just a button showcase. You know, that was square. That's the only time that we'll see this button in the entire game.
Yeah. Say goodbye to square.
I can't wait for the dodecahedral button. I don't know.
So
I was trying to remember what the name of the...
Oh.
That was my
That is
fault.
the-
I took
This
it too
skip
fast.
is hard. This skip is hard.
Bloop.
We're right here, so it's not
And-
like, you know, we're far back or anything.
And what are we trying to skip there, Usturup?
Yeah, so usually there's this like, you're meant to jump onto the pole that's dangling down, and then there's a cutscene that plays. Trico comes over and tries to grab you, and then you fall down, grab Trico's tail, climb all the way up, and then take the drawbridge down, but that takes too long. So if you jump at a very specific angle, you can land onto the top of the drawbridge, not fall off, and then essentially just go straight to the... Oh, that's very nice, very well.
Good
Second try is
job.
very good.
Do you think if you
Skip.
fail it once, it's still faster if you
Yes.
get it the next time?
Definitely.
Oh, yeah, 100%.
It's how long it takes just to climb up that giant behemoth.
Yeah. Not just that, the cutscene too.
Yeah, because you have to watch the boy grab the thing breaks so that he's hanging, Trico looks at you, Trico turns around, Trico jumps, you land on Trico, you climb Trico, you get off of Trico's head, you jump onto the floor, you hit the lever. As opposed to, you know, doing a third of that.
That's good to know. So I'm still not that good at it, but it's good to know that even if you fail it once, it's still faster.
Yeah.
Yeah. You don't have to go that side always, you can go on the other side where the ledge actually has grab. Like, you can actually
Mapping.
grab it.
Yeah.
Yeah, mapping. Because for some reason the ledge on the right side, sorry, that Sable was jumping to, if you miss the drawbridge and then hit the ledge next to it, the boy won't grab it. It sucks, but it's a
Funny
barrel
enough,
skip.
the next barrel isn't until barrel skip 2.
That's a long time.
So we
The
have got
electric
another.
boogaloo.
Yep, another long stretch without a barrel. Woohoo! Yeah.
So the intended solution to
15
this
minutes.
puzzle is, you know, throw the barrel back and forth from platform to platform and like rush over there real quick to make sure it doesn't roll off. But instead, there's just that little tiny area where the boy thinks he can stand, and so you just walk out.
Yeah. Or a boy could just learn to balance it on his head and just get out. Is that so much to ask?
Yeah, this is one of the events in the game where Trico refuses to move unless you feed him a barrel.
Is
so we
that
do this in
paint?
any percent as well.
Is that paint on his cheek?
Trico?
Or blood?
It's
so
probably.
bright.
Oh, jeez. It's
Yeah.
probably blood. Why is this like continuously rolling backwards? Could you not?
Physics, everyone.
Yay! Sable, have you seen that clip from one of my runs where all I did was try to jump on the train and I missed instead of jumping from Trico to the train, and then boy hobbled for like a solid minute?
Because the
Like,
game
I
thinks
fell,
that you've
like
been.
3 feet.
Yeah.
It thinks that I was on it to knock it off, like it enacted that script.
Right.
And I was like literally pulling my jaw away from my face. I was so frustrated. It's like, ah. Anyways.
And this dark room Trico can also get stuck in.
Oh yeah, this is, in the casual run, this was the single most frustrating part of the game for me.
Because there are also like holes
Oh, he
in the
misunderstood.
floor that you can fall through.
Mm-hmm.
So you have to be really careful.
Yeah, he's like severely misunderstanding here. You can do it, dude. You got the smarts. Big brain time. Let's go.
I did it, look! I jumped
Look
for
at
you,
me, I
master.
So I was
Are you
telling
proud
him
of
to
me?
jump, right? I was telling him to jump, and he did jump. He did listen. He just didn't do it the way that I wanted.
And we're out. Yay.
Wee.
This game is so great. Oh.
No little boys were harmed in making it.
Yeah. And part of the reason we skip there is because he asks for pets. It's adorable though.
Yeah, this is another bit. It's got a couple cool looking skips when done correctly.
Mm-hmm.
But for now we just need Trico to jump over so we can get going.
But first, foreshadowing.
I was trying to get cutscene skip there, but Trico was slow, so it didn't work. That's alright. Super, super rare, so.
You thought you were done with the tightrope walking sections.
Well, you were wrong. I love how only just now the boy's like, oh, there's more than one Trico.
Right.
No, you literally spot one 30 minutes in speedrun. Must have just thought, oh, that's a nice looking bird up there.
Hey, buddy. I'm gonna need you to chill, okay?
Maybe
I don't know
there's
what you're
an
doing
alternate-
with your ears, but...
There's an
Sable's
alternate
gonna try.
ending where the boy as a man is wearing glasses and you find out like he
He
can't
couldn't
see far
see.
distances, like he's nearsighted. You're like, oh, it makes so much sense now. I'm glad I found this hidden ending.
Oh, nice, you got it. So that jump is quite it looks risky, but if you got a lineup, then usually it's all good. Sometimes the game doesn't process your hands properly, you just fall straight through it.
Who
But
needs
this
hands?
skips like a solid minute and a half. Minute and a half. Yeah, who needs hands? Useless. I like me some stump. Would you rather have hands for feet or feet for hands?
Hands
Are you
for
asking me?
feet. Like, realistically, hands for feet. Because then you could
You
grab
could do
more
so
things.
many cool things.
Yeah.
Like
It
a monkey, you
depends-
could peel a banana with your
I think it depends on my occupation. Like, if it's a type of job where you need to do a lot of, like, walking, like, if you work at, like, an Amazon warehouse, I would hate to have hands for feet.
But then how would you lift like a box in the warehouse if you had feet?
I mean, toes are still pretty nimble.
Oh.
You don't have to have shoes on your hand feet.
It's just the shape of.
I mean, I can pick up things. There are people who can solve Rubik's Cubes with their feet in under, like,
Aliens, that's what they
10
are.
seconds.
But you know, when
I'll break
like,
the record for person solving a Rubik's Cube with feet for hands.
but like when you drop a single piece of clothes out of the laundry, and it's on the floor and your arms are full, and you try to pick it up with your toe and you like just can't, that would be the time that you want to have hands.
Yeah.
I think it depends on the quality of the feet. Like, I have pretty long toes, so that never happens. I'm always able to grab them, my laundry with my toes. So I feel sorry
like,
for
imagine-
you guys.
Or imagine you're doing something at the table and then your dog comes to see you, but your hands are full, so you just pet the dog with your feet hands. Amazing.
Alright. We're doing a cool
Also, this is,
stumble
like-
thing here.
Trick-wise skip. So
Yeah,
what the
fun-
boy does is he usually has his arms out, starts slowly walking across the tripwire, which takes oh my goodness, could take 2 minutes. But if you hold like the analog in a specific direction the entire time and stumble at a consistent rate, then you can skip the entire bit. You can be
And-
thrown off if the camera changes a bit much, but luckily it didn't happen.
Well, because he controls the camera really well. But also,
Yeah.
fun fact, because I was, preparing for this, I was looking through the chunk percent runs, and it was in her current world record run that's posted where she figured out, like, that you could do that. Like, Sable figured it out during that run. Because she knew you could do it, like, to stumble to get on, but then she kept trying it, and she was like, oh my gosh, I didn't realize you could do this. It's pretty fun to watch.
And it's certainly challenging because
Is it
there's
possible to get another like
another what?
another I don't know world record in this run or
Oh yeah, yeah.
very
I mean,
nice.
mine was not super optimized.
Trico's told us a lot, but I think we're still doing better. We haven't had to double back as much.
Yeah, the troll was pretty strong early on, but these straight any percent parts are pretty solid, so.
Another one?
If you couldn't see what he was talking about, there's another eyeball that's upsetting Trico. That's what we're going to deal with at the moment.
It is a real neat mechanic to add, like, to the puzzles, as opposed to just get from A to B to have to remove obstacles for Trico. I always want to sing Walk Like an Egyptian here. Do 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 do. Just the way he moves. Dun. I'm always like, go faster, boy. Like he's just sitting there, as if he doesn't already know that this whole place is rickety and decrepit.
Yeah, he doesn't really seem to have much of a sense of self-preservation.
Oh, it looks like we lost the syrup for a little bit. Hopefully
Bye!
she'll make it back. She couldn't stand the suspense right here. I can't say that I blame her.
I waited extra time because of the places that he's most likely to miss. This is up there.
Mhm.
So I waited a little bit extra just to make sure he was ready. Because like we said before, even though these are scripted, that doesn't actually mean that he's going to catch you.
Oh, you cut that up pretty high this time, I think. Ferp.
I love doing that. As long as you touch the ground, it doesn't matter how. So I just, you know, kind of noodle onto the ground and then we're good to reset.
Let's see. Just gonna see where she went.
Yeah.
All right. Now we got a nice break.
Yeah, this is pretty chill. Trico will basically do this on his own.
So you've tried to make him go faster before, and it doesn't really seem to do any.
It makes it
anything?
worse. Like, anytime that Trico knows
Oh.
what he is supposed to do, and you tell him to do that thing, it overwrites what he was gonna do, and then he has to start figuring it out from the beginning again. So,
Oh,
it just
goodness.
ends up making it longer. I kind of exist inside of his spine right now, but that's okay.
Yeah,
We're
I was
friends,
just
it's
thinking
cool.
about that. That there's something about like the mesh for how he works that's very, very similar to climbing a colossi. Like there are parts where it's easy to climb and parts where you're clearly at like some invisible edge or
Yeah.
it's just like stuck in there.
Like, realistically, understanding where the seams in his mesh are so that you don't get
Mhm.
stuck on them is an important part of getting down, like, sub 330 in an any percent.
Right. Right, like where to stand between shoulders to jump away.
Right, and if you're on his legs or his arms, how to get off of them without getting stuck. How to make sure that his ears aren't just going to push you off of his back because his ears aren't climbable. The only thing I don't like about this section is that, like, he doesn't have to fall every time. You know,
they
that-
really do like that stumble animation,
Yeah,
don't they?
it loses some suspense.
Like, literally give him a bone once in a while. Just everything he touches has to crumble. He's not a city pup, that's for sure. Timber. Oh, I guess I could have done the whistle there too. Didn't want to overuse it though. Figured it would get old quick.
So, you know, we spent all this effort getting all the way up there, and now here we go back down to the bottom.
But nice. We've got this handy hole in the ceiling though this time.
Now we're just out for vengeance. Nobody slaps my
Yeah.
Trico.
Gets away with it. Twice.
Hello again.
Hello.
Hello.
Welcome back.
Yes.
Oh, this is
Sorry,
Vine Skip.
Had a phone call come through, so I had to like instantly disconnect and reconnect. Sorry.
Do
Alright,
you
you want to
think?
go ahead and share your history with this?
Do you think that it's even going to work?
First try Vine Skip in a marathon? Why wouldn't it?
So you can see over on the left-hand side of the screen there are vines kind of hanging onto this pillar, basically over there. And later, once I get out of this tree predicament, I'm gonna try to jump from higher than I currently am down to those vines without the game registering me as falling too far and I die. The problem with that is that the vines and the floor for where the death is are basically at the exact same spot. So whether or not the game gives me credit for the vines or the death first, we don't know. But it saves a lot of time to jump down there, so
Yeah.
of course I'm gonna try it.
Yeah, which is so strange because it doesn't need to be there because you definitely die from that height if you fall. So why do they need a death plane?
Like, usually it just lets you fall down to the floor and die, but it just fades out. Even if you grab the vine, it can still fade out to death.
Yeah,
Right,
you can
right.
successfully grab the vine and complete the skip, and then the screen will fade. And give you a fail anyway. So I'm gonna try it, but...
Even failing it, you're still quicker than, you know, hopping all the way down.
yeah. I mean, I'll give it a couple goes. Just hopefully we can show it off. If not, oh no, I have to ride Trico down like normal. That still doesn't take very long, so...
While waiting for you to grab this tail, shout out to Bananas, the most quiet snack you can eat during a stream.
I am hungry.
Shout out to bananas.
I
I
should
mean,
have
it's about
grabbed like
time
something.
they get the recognition they deserve, right? Well, there will be time soon enough. And
Oh, we got it!
yay!
Oh, first try. Very nice.
Flat.
Beauty bless.
Thank goodness. Now if only I
That
could
was a
have that
very-
in an any percent for once.
That was a very, very good jump.
Nope. Only if you've given all the barrels up to this point. Maybe
Oh,
you
that's what
retrain
makes
the
it
game.
work.
Maybe you retrain the game to do it from now on.
So that's something that hasn't necessarily been said yet, which is the developers originally, you know, in interviews, they've talked about their intent to kind of make the game learn from you. So if you struggle on a section, Trico will become more helpful. We're not sure if that actually made it into the game, but it is worth noting that the game constantly changes, which is a lovely thing. For a speed run. To just suddenly all of the runners will be experiencing something new. As if, you know, Trico works on a seed-based AI. So there's always some interesting inconsistencies about how this run works. Can you grab that, dude? Or do you need help? You got it? Nice.
Hey.
Yay.
Because I know
So-
that for like... I ran this game for like a year and a half or something before Chico ever started to get angry at that first cage. And then he just,
Gosh.
he started doing that, and now he does. That's what he does. It's the weirdest thing.
It's like a 45 second time loss.
Yeah.
It's like a time tax you have to pay every time you run the game now. It's so weird. You know, in that little segment right there, after feeding him the barrel, it wasn't until I was watching a casual playthrough that I saw there's actually a script for Trico to throw you on his back there.
Really?
Yeah, so if you feed him the barrel and then just stay still, he'll be like, "All right, let's get out of here," and he'll throw you on his back and then leap up.
Majestic.
I'm curious if it even loses much time.
I mean, usually getting onto his back
I mean, when Trico
that way
throws
is
you
not...
onto his back, you can sometimes not grab his back and fall off.
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah.
It depends on whether you splat or whether you actually grab.
But again, it's just a testament to this game and how intricate it is, and that you can watch a casual runner, because they're going slow, get a behavior out of Trico you've never seen before in that area.
Well, even just, again, by that first cage, it was only like a month ago or so that I got a new line of dialogue from the boy that I had never heard before. After playing this game so intensely for years, you know?
Yeah, this game has a lot of, I've never seen that before
Oh.
kind of moment.
Are you still in the game? Clip. Alright, are you gonna be greedy, Sable?
No.
Okay.
Okay, I'll be a little greedy. I won't go into the corner, but I won't go all the way over to the side. So you couldn't see because I didn't look at what Trico was looking at, but he was looking at our first encounter with enemies who have eyeball shields. He's afraid of eyeballs, we know that, and now enemies have shields that look like eyeballs. So whenever Trico is fighting such an enemy, ho ho, that was close. he will stop fighting until I take care of the shield. So that adds an extra layer of detail to the fight. And if Trico sees these eyeball shields and stop fighting, that will make him more pacifist for the rest of the run. So he's more likely to slap armor and not explode them. He'll just knock them down and have to keep fighting them later. So we definitely want to make sure that he does not get the chance to see these eyeballs as much as possible.
And sometimes as well, like they'll just completely stun his AI in this section sometimes as well, especially like he's meant to jump over and save you and he overcame his fear just a little bit. But in some playthroughs he will refuse to do that unless he's at the checkpoint. Because the game's a troll.
Back kick. I want to see the back kick.
I want to
No,
see the back
that's my
kick
favorite.
too.
Aw, turned around. Oh well.
Buddy, help!
It's so powerful.
Thank you.
It's like an insta-kill. Okay, and let's not forget there's a barrel on the opposite
Yes,
side.
this is the one that I missed in my sub 4. I just want the shield so that I can break it and nobody can grab it. However, this is not a good place for these armors to be because Trico can't reach them.
They're just piled in.
They're just hanging. Maybe if we hide here and play dead, he won't notice.
Oh good, that knocked that guy back into the corner.
What in the world?
Because you can see
So
Trico won't fight them when they're in there, so...
Is it?
Back into the corner.
Bonk.
Okay, I can grab him this time though.
Oh.
There have been a lot of hiccups in this run. There we go. Alright. This barrel is a little sneaky. I never realized there was a hole there.
And you're focused on the fight, right? So you're not even like
Exactly.
paying attention.
And then as a speedrunner, you're focused on getting the skip after the fight, so... I never ever see it.
Yeah, just autopiloting back into any percent is definitely a thing.
And now here's my favorite one, is the one hidden behind the third armor.
Oh yeah, I was gonna lure Trico over here and then get a helmet, and then I was like, that's dumb, why would I do that? Because he's gonna go over there like anyway. Oh yeah, I say he's gonna go over there anyway, and then he turns around. But yeah, this one is definitely clever. This utilizes the mechanic. You can see these butterflies following me. The more butterflies you have around you, the closer you are to a barrel. A maximum of 3 butterflies. So this is a very useful, didn't want to wake that one up, a very useful little tool to teach you that there's a little hidden barrel back there.
Yeah, if you're all the way against the wall, you won't wake up
Right.
other armors, but it's nice. It's important to know that we have to round that corner a little softer. Ooh! And now he made it very far away for you to grab. You could hit him the other way, Trico. I'm just saying.
Alright, Trico's upset. Could you stop, like, hopping in my direction, dude? Just walk past me. Oh, hi, buddy. I love you. You're in the way of the helmet, though.
Oh, pets me! He wants pets!
I love you, give me attention.
Dude.
Tough love right now. You're not gonna give him encouragement after that behavior. Oh wow, that was so desperate looking.
Left. He just cornered you. Had you trapped.
There. I got caught so that Trico would start to fight. Sometimes he can be a little slow.
Alright, I heard you say here that there's a pipe in this room and that you hadn't noticed it before.
Yeah, this whole, like, little pipe system right here. Like, I wonder what it does.
But here's the thing, there is one other place where we see pipes, and it's at the very beginning when there's that cutscene that looks up at the sky and then looks down.
Really? Trico, what are you doing?
Yeah. And so... so it makes me wonder if that's connected, like where we are at this spot, how far away is that in relation to where we begin?
Right.
Like, are we above it?
I would like to think...
interloops so much.
Yeah, I would like to think that that pipe is for the sole purpose of pumping the blue Gatorade that's inside the barrels.
Oh, like there's a pipe system that pumps it into the armors.
Gatorade filled armor. I like the sound of that.
Is it in you? I forget what are the other Gatorade slogans there are. That was the only one I can think of. I was gonna say just do it, but that's Nike.
That's Nike.
We don't even have Gatorade in the UK.
No, that's okay. It's not the best.
I think we might have some like imports of it in certain shops, but I now have to find out.
Like, not gonna lie, I had Kool-Aid for the first time in my life a couple days ago, and it was like the best thing ever. I can't believe I've gone my entire life without drinking Kool-Aid. It was literally like liquefied candy.
Oh yeah, it is. Oh yeah.
I've never had Kool-Aid either.
Speaking of liquefied candy, my favorite tea is this tea made by Harney and Sons called Hot Cinnamon Spice. And if you put the right amount of sugar on it, it tastes like drinking liquid Red Hots.
Oh.
It's
That
just
sounds
amazing.
delicious.
I had a bit of banana in my mouth, that's why I didn't do the slide whistle there.
Whistle with a hint of banana.
Full disclosure, I didn't want to put tiny fragments of banana all up and down my slide whistle on the inside. I have standards.
So next barrel is the scripted one, right?
Yes, I
Mm-hmm.
think it is.
Yeah, after the.
Then after that,
the cool
it's
puzzle.
gonna be
In the Colosseum.
Coliseum.
Well, there's
Yeah, the one in the
two.
balcony. Don't
Yeah.
forget the balcony one, yeah.
Yeah.
And then the catapult.
The one that's
Or as I
actually
like to call it-
in the Colosseum is fine. It's the one that's above it that is a problem.
Yeah.
I don't know. Well, never mind. That's stupid. I was about to say I don't know why you can't just hold the helmet, but then you won't be able to grab.
Well, it's
The
actually not a bad
thing about it.
idea. Because then you
Should I
both...
try it?
I don't know actually. Or you won't be launched. So
Yeah,
high.
As
that's what
high?
happens. That's what happens. You don't get launched as high.
Oh, aw. There she goes. There she goes again. The syrup's not in our channel. The only word I can think of to rhyme with that right now is flannel. I don't know how to make that work.
I just want this
So
piece
much
of
debris.
wood to be out of my way.
Oh, I had one where it just like went flush against the,
Uh-huh.
the box.
It does impact your momentum. It does slow you down to have pieces of debris in front of the box.
I'm really impressed by the plank physics. That it does that it can make a bridge over
Yeah.
water.
Mm-hmm. Troubled water, even.
I was just thinking that. I will lay me down like a bridge over troubled water.
That was pretty fast for Trico to break through that floor. And it's not usually
Oh, he
Trico's
already
fault.
broke through?
Yeah. It's
Right,
not usually
right.
Trico's fault when it takes a long time. It's the game not giving him credit for walking on those planks.
Mm-hmm.
So as soon as he looks at me here, his tail is going to fall through that hole a little bit. And once I see it coming down a little bit, I'm going to intentionally not look at it. And then it will be down.
Movie
I
magic.
lied. It won't be down. It'll assist it in coming down though, because there it is. Because the game allows itself to
Nice
cheat
grab.
if you're not looking. Like it will allow itself to not necessarily obey all the rules if you're not looking.
Right.
And that can cause Trico's tail to come down easier instead of getting stuck on all the physics that it thinks that it has to apply because you're watching.
It's like a boiling pot of water.
Yeah.
I was trying to find that picture you sent me that details the specific terms we came up with. Mostly you, with a huge contribution from me about Trico's anatomy.
About his buzzle specifically.
Well, I was thinking of the cloaca, which
Well,
I insist
sure.
is. I'm convinced they lay eggs, and if so, then they need to have a cloaca instead of a regular waste dispenser. And plus, we refer to him as a boy, but you don't see any boy parts crawling around.
The
so
only
it has to be a
reason,
cloaca.
yeah, the only reason that everybody thinks he's a boy is just because the narrator refers to him as such. And
Oh yeah, good point.
kind of because of his colors compared to, you know, the other one. Trico, why are you standing up again, buddy? Just sit down.
So yeah, so his mouth part we call buzzle, which is beak and muzzle put together, but also the technical term is rostrum, because that's a word that literally means beak or muzzle. And it's also a boat, the front of a
It
boat.
is,
or
yeah, it
something?
is the front part of a boat.
And then, let's see, I'm trying to remember what else I remember about the names you got up. So I really like that his back feet are called Poots, and his
Poots, yeah.
front feet are called Peets. Poots and Peets. What were the official, the Latin terms?
I can't remember.
I'll have to see if I can dig it up. I'm not sure. It's somewhere like way back in our DMs to each other. But we DM a lot about this game, so I don't know if I'd have time to find it right now.
Yes, all Poots are Peets, but not all Peets are Poots.
Yes.
Oh, I should have got Trico to stick his head through one of those holes. Just because it's cute.
Oh, he can?
Yeah,
Oh, is that part of
you-
the rope?
Yeah, you need all of those holes for the Pollard trophy, for getting him to stick his head through all the available holes.
So it's only in that spot? It's not like every hole in the game?
Well, there are only certain holes that he can stick his head through.
Okay.
And those are the ones that
How
people
many is
usually
it?
miss. There's like 8 or 9, I think.
Oh my goodness. Welcome back to Serb.
I don't like being an adult,
Does anybody?
having responsibilities. Anyway, hopefully that'll be the last interruption of the day. 2 is more.
We were just talking about the anatomically correct terms for Trico's various body parts.
Oh, okay, interesting.
I honestly don't know how I got everybody to
Trico?
buy into the
Trico?
cloaca thing. But...
I just
Golly.
say butt.
It's a it has to be. It's the bird part. Alright, in Trico we trust. Here we go!
Yoink.
Ooh.
Safe.
Yay.
Am I? Do I exist somewhere?
So are you gonna do
There he is.
the spawn glitch?
Yes, I'm going to try, because I only need 1 helmet.
So, want me to explain it
Yeah,
for
sure.
everyone?
Sure. I'm gonna take a drink
so-
of water while you do that.
Awesome. So this is the only instance in the entire game where you have the power to despawn armors before you fight them. So it's thought that the loading zone, which loads in the armor at the same time, is tied to that bridge. And as soon as you touch that bridge, it starts loading up the enemies. and if you reset as it's loading in the an enemy,
An enemy?
as it's loading in the anemones, um, the game forgets how Mina's meant to be, and then that state is already saved, and so hopefully there's only going to be 1 or 2 pieces of armor, and we
Yes.
actually got the despawn, so that's super nice. It's kind of like a frame perfect-ish trick.
So it prevents 4 armors from being spawned, and
I
yeah,
think
you
frame
usually get
perfect
1
is
or
when
2.
that eye doesn't show up.
And that was very quick for Trico. I guess I'll get this one first. So yeah, we only need 1 helmet in order for this next trick to work. So I figured it was still fine to do the despawn. And obviously that makes it easier for Trico to finish the fight faster. However, it does also create a music glitch. So we will be hearing the fight music for quite a while now. Sorry, dude.
Oh,
It's
yeah,
too
that's
close to
always
the
fun.
wall. You got it, buddy? Alright, while he's
Ooh,
doing
smart
that...
boy.
Yeah, while he's doing that, I'm gonna grab this helmet. So, why do I need this helmet? This is, I would say, unarguably the hardest barrel in the run.
Agreed.
One of the hardest things in the run.
Yeah. So, I am going
Like
to
in
get
any run.
shot up toward the ceiling, courtesy of Trico. I need this helmet to come with me. I need it to stay up here. And I need to put it on a suit of armor who is standing in front of a barrel. So yeah, we're gonna we're gonna have this fight music for a bit.
It's not the most annoying music. But
No.
if you don't do the cutscene skip later, it can last a really long time.
Yeah. Okay. So here's hoping. Trico, I put that in a very specific spot. Can you not, buddy? Dude, stop. Stop.
He's like, I think it goes better over here. Trico, the interior decorator. Oh my goodness.
Alright, so both of us need to go up. Where's the helmet? It's up there. It's back down. Okay.
Ah.
And I didn't land on Trico, so I broke my leg, because, you know, that's good. So obviously, a really, really good run is going to get this on the first or second try. But it's physics. There's really not much we can do about it.
Nope. There's not like we can work out a setup or anything.
Right.
Because even if you thought, okay, this is the right place to put the cart, this
boy.
is the right place to put the helmet, he'll easily nudge it out of place.
Right. What I want is for the... No.
No!
This puzzle, I tell you what.
Oh, he just whiffed. That was great. Oh.
I need to drop the helmet in front of me so that it lands. Whoa!
Ooh!
Is the helmet up here? What happened there?
I don't know, were you still holding it?
Where's the helmet? I don't think it's up here. And also, like, I need to land on Trico in order to not break my leg, so... Trix, where
Oh,
did you
nice
put that
job.
helmet? I need it, buddy. Oh, here it is.
Oh my goodness. Yay! At least you found it quickly.
I'm not giving up, folks. We're getting this up here. This is an integral part of the run. We are getting it up to the top.
Yeah. It's not all barrels -1.
And it hit the ceiling.
And...
Trico, catch me, dude!
Oh!
Alright.
You're gonna move the thing a little?
Yeah. So while we're at this, y'all wanna talk a little bit
Igor.
about the, maybe like the chronology of of Team Ico games and how Last Guardian fits in?
Well, Syrup had to go be an adult again, but I'll do what I can.
Sure.
So it's very clear that Shadow of the Colossus is the prequel to Ico because that's where he becomes the progenitor, correct? Like the first horned person, and Ico was one many generations down the line, possibly
Buddy.
like a couple millennium even.
I have this in a specific
So we
spot,
know
my
that,
dude.
Like, it's like a...
He's just
He's
taking
just
it in a
not
circle.
hurting. He's like, look, you obviously don't know where to put it. If this works, Trico is a genius. I totally forgot what I was saying.
Neither of us
No,
even made
you
it.
didn't even...
I got brought
Hey,
back
you
to
got
the.
the trophy! You got the trophy for landing on his head.
That counts for something.
Yay! That's gonna be another pain, isn't it? In the platinum run?
That one's a little bit more farmable.
Oh, okay. That's good to know.
I am
Oh, this
going
is so
insane
great.
over here.
Oh my gosh.
Okay. All right.
Let's see if I can... Alright, let's watch this next one. Yes?
Why am I not making it anymore? Where'd the helmet go?
I think it's your position. You need to be... I think it's like that's geared for that trophy or something.
Oh, maybe because Trico moved the catapult to some place that I didn't intend?
Yeah. Yes, maybe
You little
that.
bugger. Oh yeah, shake off. You're having a good time, aren't you? Goober. Alright. Helmet goes over here. Okay, buddy? No. No!
And can you stand under him when he flaps? Aw. Now I'm just like sadistically like,
myself
hey, what
squished.
else can we do to make this annoying and funny and meme-like?
Okay, buddy. Now's your chance.
And?
Where's the helmet? I don't see it, Trico.
Wow. And now we've officially made it into a legit, really, really long Thon run.
Trico, catch me. Thank you. Good job.
Yay.
So,
Does anyone want to put you on the ground or on...
I'll leave it up to
Oh,
chat if
take
we
it
like
away.
actually want to, you know, keep going for the barrel. That can be up to chat.
Let's say 3 more tries. How
All
about
right,
that?
3 more tries. If I can find the helmet, here it is. I am going to do my best for these 3 tries, though. So, no, I don't want to pet Trico.
If
I don't want to
only
pet Trico.
He like ran you over to him desperately.
All right, buddy.
Someone say barrel?
I'm putting this in that spot for a very specific reason. Can you not? Okay.
Now he's sniffing it like it's a spool. So Shadow came first, and it's really hard to tell where Ico
No,
fit, I mean,
no.
where Last Guardian fits in the chronology.
It's almost like they didn't want you to get this barrel.
I know. Like this should. It's because they're bound to physics, right?
Yeah,
like they
yeah.
couldn't just make it easier without breaking the game somehow, I guess.
Yeah, look at that.
That
Neither
didn't
of
go
us
very
even
high at
made it.
all.
Neither of us even made it. Well, hey,
Huh.
the helmet landed right back on top, so
Yay!
we're just
Silver
gonna
lining.
go with that. It's like this coupled with the music glitch is just mocking me.
Oh my goodness. Yeah, I don't have the sound on, so I'm not having to deal with that, but my goodness.
Alright, Chico. Are you ready, buddy? We got this, dude. We got this, right? Slay him. Well, neither of us made it. Ouch. I didn't. Yeah,
All
that
right.
time I didn't break my leg. Okay, one more try. I'm moving this. I'm moving it. I'm moving it forward. We're gonna do this. Helmet, come here. Come here. Not all the way off. Don't. Okay?
Golly.
I'm holding it.
Whoa. That doesn't count as a try.
This is why we thought all barrels would be good for really, really long-a-thon. I'm concerned that I can't even make it to the top anymore.
Did you just
Okay.
like bounce off of his puzzle?
Okay, Trico,
That
just
was
take me to the
insane.
top. Take me to the top, okay?
Yeah.
If it's just me, can you do it? Or have we just permanently lost the ability to go to the top now?
I don't think I've ever seen it be that bad.
It's a nightmare for sure. What a goober. Alright, Trico. That was the wrong door.
Well, no, you already got that one open for reset.
What?
Oh
on
wait, you
earth?
can't reset. You
Yeah,
can't reset
no.
because of the other barrel.
Right.
Maybe just to be safe.
Come on, Trix.
Void run resets. Stocky. No, we just gotta be considerate of whatever run might be happening after this one, because now we're actually probably gonna be a little over the estimate.
I appreciate that we have someone
it's-
named Please Use Other Door in chat. I am gonna do the reset though.
Okay, fair enough.
Just for
Alright,
the sake
so-
of the music, I want to turn the music glitch off.
Oh yeah, that's a great reason. I'm with you on that. So now we have a barrel before one puzzle and
Yes.
one water puzzle and in the other.
Yes.
These ones aren't too hard to forget. 'Cause
No.
they're so spaced out. This will be barrels, let's see, 37 and 38, which means only 10 more after that. We can always backtrack to the Coliseum now if you change your mind. Wow. So we could do this race and literally all three of us just be stuck there.
Yeah, yeah. Like that race is going to come down to who can get that helmet through the ceiling.
Well, hopefully I'll be able to like be sub 345 or something by that point. So it really does come down to that and not me not knowing the game as well. You think I know it better how often I watch you run it? Must be your fault. There's something you're doing with how you run the game when I watch.
I was specifically not looking at Trico in an attempt to get him to poop there, but he didn't.
That's one of the places where
Yeah.
he'll do it.
Yeah.
So what happened to a casual runner after pulling the first super tall lever in the two towers before White Tower?
Mm-hmm.
I thought that was a pretty random place for it to happen.
It's very weird what can trigger Trico to poop. Like, it's basically just flat ground, you're not looking at him. And we used to think it was breaking line of sight, but that's not necessarily true. That helps, but he will poop in that hallway when he's directly looking at you, so he makes it weird. He just, like, maintains eye contact.
Stocky said it happened in the left in White Tower several times.
Yeah, White Tower is one of the best places to get it to happen. There are multiple locations at White Tower. And
yeah, including at the very end.
Yeah, I am gonna try to get it to happen at White Tower because I would like to see if I can get it to happen. But I've already attempted twice. I cannot get over that Coliseum though. Like
That was pretty insane.
It's definitely not an exaggeration to say that that's the hardest barrel.
I don't think anybody watching would contest that at all. The good thing about what we've come up is, except for that one barrel at White Tower that's really tough.
With his
Most
tail.
of them, I mean, they might be a little bit out of the way, but we've only got like five more barrels that aren't part of the regular run.
Yeah. So I'm gonna let Trico do this instead of trying to do the barrel first, because he's kind of pre-programmed to assist you with this puzzle, and that's where he's going at the moment. And it can be hard to get his attention away from that to do the barrel, so I'll do the barrel afterwards.
I found this to be one of the
He's pooping!
more clever puzzles. He is?
We
Oh,
just
what?
got it! We
You're
got
just-
it! What?
Yay!
I have
Ladies
never...
and gentlemen.
I've never had it there before.
People order our patties. That's what poop means. It's from SpongeBob.
I have never had poop there before. That was completely unexpected.
Did you know it could happen there?
No, because that's not even flat ground. Like, that's a slope, so usually he won't choose to poop at a place like that.
I think he feels bad about how poorly that
Yeah, he did.
camera section.
He did a
helmet
bad
section
job
went.
in Colosseum, and he wants to make up for it.
Maybe that's why. Maybe constipation was the reason he couldn't do it. Maybe we're thinking of it backwards. If he had pooped beforehand, he would have just flung y'all up there to the stars. This does seem to be working better, Sable.
Yeah, he listened a lot better. I mean, we're still not necessarily in a great spot, but maybe, yeah, I can make that work.
Yes, good job. Good jump.
I'm also gonna go play with his poops because, let's be real, he doesn't poop very often.
They are interesting. I think they taste like Jello shots.
Oh no.
Oh, did he catch it?
He
too?
did, yeah.
Goodness, why couldn't he have been this Trico for all these barrels up till now?
So for those who have never seen it, because it is very rare to have it happen in the game, this is Trico poop. These little orbs.
Man,
We can pick
I
them
mean,
up.
I know you've done a lot of
They
you've done a
jiggle.
lot of marathon events. How how often has this happened in a
Never in a marathon.
sweet sploop? Hey, can you get him to eat him? Oh, but Trico does like to do the jump again after you've done this.
Yeah.
I've noticed.
Which is fine, because I wanted to go play with the poop anyway. That didn't sound weird. Hey, buddy. Let's go.
I'm not here to hobby shame. So he's thinking about it. Think about it. I love that water displacement.
Yeah.
Whoosh.
I think
So
it's a
good.
very clever puzzle to use the water
Yeah.
displacement to get you up there. It was super frustrating in my casual playthrough, like I could not figure it out, but
Right.
I do really
Yeah,
like how clever it is.
That may have been the one. Like, I remember in my runs, whenever I saw armor, I'd be like, all right, how did they solve this? Because I don't like fighting the armor without a stick. I was a big pansy about it. But this may have been the one puzzle where I did actually look up what to do, that I wandered around for a real long time before seeing it.
Yeah. This section destroys the OG PS4. All of the bubbles, I imagine, right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Little swimming away. He's got legs. Knows how to use them. Oh, for some reason I'm thinking of. Have you ever seen Lady and the Tramp?
Oh, sure.
So when Trixie, the the dog that it's like voiced by Peggy Lee, the famous singer, is singing that song about him. He's a tramp. And at the end, she's like walking away with like this little sexy walk. It's like Trico swimming away just kind of brought that image to my mind. I think it's something about the resolution and how it looks on Discord. He was just swimming off, and I could just hear, "Wish that I could travel his way." Did you ever see the Disney Plus remake for that?
I didn't. I actually heard it was kind of good though. Apparently.
It actually is. Yeah, I enjoyed it.
I panicked for a second because I was like, oh, there's a barrel over there. Well, yeah, that's the point. We'll get it later.
Yeah, it's weird once you're like in barrel mode, then when it's one that you're normally supposed to get, it just kind of messes with your mind.
But we don't have any more before that, right?
Nope, there were none. The next one is that one after we leap out of the nest. Remember
Yeah.
you like run up those stairs.
That one's rough.
Yeah. Yeah, like feeding him in that one. I think what ended up working best for you after several tries was to stand in front and hold it.
Yeah. Because he needs to be able to like straighten out. And it's like just big enough for him to stand in and no more, so.
He's a tramp. He's a scoundrel.
This is easy. I mean, this is just platforming. Once you know where you're going, you're basically good to go.
You say it's easy. You make it up that like 3 times faster than I do. Oh, the adult is back again.
Welcome back.
Okay, that should be the last time. Keyword is should.
Should.
Pretty sure you
I thought
missed.
it was what you said last time.
Wait,
You
did you miss it? Yeah, I think you missed it.
I was watching them. I had to stream
Oh,
off
yeah,
on my
yeah.
Oh,
laptop,
good.
She
So,
chatted.
I saw the food.
I'm so tired. I was like, she chatted in comment.
It's got a little gummy drops. Blessed run.
Gumdrops. Ugh.
Little gum drops.
I'll stick with my Jello shots analogy.
Yeah, the barrels will give you unlockables. They'll give you like different costumes. They'll give you the ability to paint Trico.
You can paint in all sorts of wacky, wonderful colors, including green.
I thought about playing with a green Trico. Because I have a separate file that has a
It's
green
lovely.
Trico.
Looks moldy. And I also saw
Ooh, saved by the rock there?
Yeah, basically. It's a pretty safe way to do that if you know that you're gonna get hit, to just dodge in front of that rock so she can't yeet you off the cliff.
That's brilliant.
it's kind of random, like her positioning, because if she jumps back,
Yeah.
then you're pretty much safe no
Right.
matter how you go about it. Whereas she jumps
you-
forward, she will probably definitely.
I like how you position the camera there. I always just feel for it, and it's off camera. It's really frustrating.
I positioned the camera to look at her so that I can see what stage of her like jump cycle she's in. If she's done with her jump, I need to hang on for a second so that she continues to attack that side so I have time to get out the other side.
Yeah. She doesn't always behave, and she
Yeah.
can and will knock you down very, very rarely.
Because yeah, like I need to get her committed to an animation on that side before I move to
Right,
the other side.
right.
That's pretty much like the second Trico segment is done with. Like that's the worst bit out of the way. Now we have another bad bit coming up.
A notorious bit.
Oh yeah.
Physics.
I don't see it going as badly as Helmet Barrel.
No, there's basically. Well, you know what? Not even gonna say it. Not even gonna say what I was gonna say.
No, don't. Leave it for the gods to decide.
And Sancho, you don't say anything, all right?
I'm just eating my banana.
How long have you been eating that banana for?
You know, I'll take a bite and chew on it and then get caught up in the game and forget I have it. So it's the process.
This is like a good part in the run where you can just cut up, stretch, maybe
Yeah.
have a little bathroom break.
I'll be honest, at first I was like, why can't it just be a ball? But I really like the shape of this and the way it moves. Like, my brain gets it. I just don't like how it doesn't always behave the way it should.
Yeah.
Like, I love the shape of it. I think it's very clever.
It's definitely a
Make a
puzzle
ball.
in the way a ball wouldn't be, right?
Yeah, a ball would be almost too easy, but
Mhm.
also it would roll around a lot.
Yeah. Yeah, in some ways this is better because it has some rigidity to it. It's not just got like this full 360 motion.
So there's nothing I can do at this particular point. I just have to kind of wonder what's going on. And then the boy's gonna be like, boy, it seems like I waited for an eternity. Which means we do kind of have to actually wait for an eternity. So whether I move, whether I don't, doesn't really matter. We'll just, we'll wait until the cutscene triggers, which is gonna be the camera panning upwards.
Yeah, the game is basically running down on a timer to fade you out to black.
So while we're waiting, Sable, do you know where that file is that has the anatomy of Trico? I scrolled up like 5 months of our DMs and
Yeah, let me see.
I really want chat to know all the ins and outs of Trico anatomy. Unicorn, if it happens, it's your fault now. We were not talking about this.
No,
Is this
I
the
was
speed
actually
jail?
surprised.
Okay, first
Oh,
off,
no.
shout out to Odd Club, who's a very, who's a beauty watcher. He's in our channel all the time, and he is stuck with us through this entire run, so that's super awesome, and been active in the chat. Yeah, we can't do anything but wait here.
Hey.
But this puzzle is really cool, once you know what to do.
Yeah, and it's unavoidable. So it's in every category. You have to do this puzzle. Because there are no sequence breaks in the game, really. Unless you would like to count White Tower, but I don't really think that's true. And I think, considering that both Usurp and Sancho also run this game, I think we can all agree this is a run killer. If you're trying to world record, this is a run killer.
Yeah.
If it does not go
I wouldn't
perfectly.
know. I've never tried to world record, but I'll take y'all's word for it.
And it's not just one part to it either. There's
Yeah.
lots of tiny little things that can go wrong at any moment, and they will. Like,
Well,
if you
yeah.
get the first part perfectly, the second part can just go really, really badly. But, you know.
Well, I was trying to get sub 350 my last time, and having what happened to mine happen really, really hurt that. Oh
Like,
yeah,
I've
not
never
Club
seen-
isn't Sonic. Better.
I've never seen a perfect puzzle.
Yeah,
cage
no.
puzzle before. It simply doesn't exist.
I'll be that guy who's like, I've done one off camera.
Oh yeah, I did it like ages ago offline,
Yeah.
just doing some practice. Yeah.
Well, I did and I was doing a 360 ollie at the same time.
You know, it was kind of world record pace, maybe sub 3 hours.
Yeah, probably. It would probably been like in the 250s. World record right now is a 315, by the way, everybody.
Which is still
315 something.
incredible for
Yeah,
this
that's an insane time.
Yeah.
For any percent. For all barrels, it's higher, obviously, but... Alright, Trico. You got me, buddy. I'm counting on you, my man.
I
There's
need
a lot
a
of
tree to
different,
go.
That was like
different factors to this. Oh my goodness.
he just like clipped into the cage, so he didn't even do what he was supposed to do. But okay, sure. Let's try it again, buddy. That wasn't necessarily your fault. That was the game.
Chico's like, what wizardry is this?
You tried, my
What
man.
foul
Let's try again.
devilry is this? Is it gonna be there when I push?
Yeah, the cage
having
has sometimes bad
Existential
reactions
crisis.
on
Yeah.
on,
Gosh. Sorry.
on solid objects. Oh no.
There we go. Oh, come on. Okay, we're up. That is literally. Oh, and we're back down.
Oh, we're down.
Is this a reset at this point? Like how far
Nah.
over left you are?
Nah. Trico can do it. He just might get me into the corner, but I can get myself out of the corner.
So, yeah.
He's
This,
trying.
Whoa,
he's just trying
dude.
to whew, overcompensating.
I don't think he's ever thrown me that far. So I'm gonna need
That was
to
your feet. Whoa.
fix this cage to begin with.
And
which-
also not fall off.
Yeah, which
Yeah,
Trico is gonna
that's-
make
this
very
is- you're in a-
hard.
Tough spot. Ooh, made it. Oh, nicely done, Sable.
Oh, the cage kept rolling though.
Still, nevertheless, you didn't fall back down.
Yeah, all those little indents on the floor, including when it
And
goes
see,
from
Trico.
concrete to
This
grass. affects the
right
cage.
here is why cage puzzle is hard. Because Trico tries to help you, and he's wonderful, and he's trying to be helpful, and he just makes it so much worse, you know?
Yeah, he can totally knock you up. You can have it set up a perfect alignment, and all of a sudden, bloop.
And that's
So-
just the first half.
Like, honestly, that wasn't that bad. Which kind of gives you perspective about, you know, what this puzzle can look like. That wasn't the worst.
All right, this calls for a long slide whistle once you get going.
Alright, now this
If we
part
get
was
going.
cursed. Yeah, this part was cursed last time. We, the structure of the cage kind of clipped into the wall. There we go.
Yay!
Your whistle's giving out.
Your whistle has about as much will to live as I do.
I ran out of breath. I didn't realize, I hadn't thought through in my mind how long that actually takes. And I couldn't go at full blast because my daughter's in the next room and probably hopefully is asleep.
So this second
Interesting.
Not really
Awful.
sure what that throw was, but
Yeah, that was yeah.
alright, I'm just gonna roll off the back and we'll try to fix it from here.
Yeah. That's good.
Yeah, that should be fine.
Oh,
that was decent.
Brilliant.
Okay,
That was
that was
really,
a
really
good
good, that
second.
second part.
Yeah.
That was decent for sure.
Ooh. And then the cage is like straight up.
Yeah, so I can't even get out.
I still like when it pops like up because the
Uh-huh.
doors are perfectly down. I don't know how often that happens. I've only seen it once.
I've had the boy clip through the bars before. That was
Oh,
fun.
for sure. He just like pops
oh,
out
yeah,
of the top.
the one where he got like flung through the air. Yeah.
Yeah, like I went to grab the helmet and then the boy just went.
Yeah, I think we have a clip of that one.
Yeah, definitely.
So much more often, what happens in that second phase is that the cage ends up somewhere that you just can't solve it and you have to reset because you're stuck and
Mhm.
you can't ever get enough momentum.
Right. Oh, like if it's perfectly in between the two middle
Right.
sections, it looks like it's a great setup, but nope, there's nothing you can do.
Or if it's to the left of the other cage, between the cage and the wall, there's nothing you can do.
Man, I can't imagine. I'd seen runs, so I'd seen how that part was solved. I can't imagine trying to do this section without knowing that quick shortcut up to the
Yeah, yeah.
Because that armor just is so intimidating.
Yeah. And And sometimes as well, it looks like he's gonna step up and catch you, even though he most certainly won't.
Somebody just got caught. Was it Aiden that just
And
got
if you're
caught?
unlucky and you're a bit too slow, he will just continuously grab you. It was
JK got
JK.
grabbed like 3
Yeah.
times
Oh,
in
was
a
it
row.
JK?
was so
Yeah.
funny. Yeah, because like it was just something about how close the barrel was to the edge and how long the boys pickup
Right.
animation takes. And he wasn't leading the armor away at all, so it was kind of funny. I got a lot of channel points tonight. Let's see what I can spend them on. Yeah, unlock a random sub. Really Run has 5 unlockable emotes. Last time we were here, they didn't have any up yet. Yeah, I'm sharing this.
Sometimes Trico will be nice enough to do this section by himself, but he has changed his mind today.
And between that cage puzzle and the helmet, I mean, we're already disqualified, but I don't think we would have beat the world record.
Yeah, sure. Because I'm pretty sure that there's a lot that can be improved in my world record for all barrels, but I'm pretty sure that one thing that can't is that I got the helmet thing on either first or second try.
Oh, goodness. Wow. But I mean, you did get sub 4 and you would have had it anyways. You know,
Yeah.
all things being, if everything really had still gone the same way.
I mean, I
You never know.
think all barrels can be taken to like a 350 if you have a really good run.
Oh my goodness, who would want to put themselves through that though? Aiden said, yeah, Aiden's real gung-ho about it. I remember one of your runs that I was studying to get ready for this. You just said to Aiden, you're like, hey, if you want to do it, you could make this your thing. You could be the expert. So
Yeah.
let's guilt him into it.
I mean, I'm not gonna complain about more runners.
More competition, more like.
Okay, this barrel is a little bit of a nightmare.
Oh my
because
gosh.
this room is very, very small, and so there's not much room for Trico to do anything. And I need him... Yeah, I need him to, like, actually have space to eat this. So we'll see. I exist somewhere. There I am.
I matter. I'm good enough. I'm smart enough. Gosh darn it, people like me.
Alright. Man, so this is where we would have ended up if that other Trico hadn't ripped the cage down. That would have been so much easier.
Oh yeah. Oh, that's fascinating. Is there much to explore up there?
Just those
you can
platforms.
go out of bounds if you jump up the side of the wall.
Oh, sure.
Ooh. But not like intentional in-game.
Oh no, I don't think it's useful. And I've tried doing it before and it just didn't work out.
Ooh, he's a nice ways back.
Okay, well.
Oh, nice try. He's going for it.
I figured I would try. Since he was already interested. Dude. Freaks. Thanks, buddy. That was good.
I love when he like spreads his front legs sideways so he can
like a giraffe.
Scoot his head down. Yeah, it is like a giraffe. Trying to drink water. Great job, kid. Now let's blow this joint and go home.
Just take like a clip of that and put the vine behind it where the guy's skiing and he's like, I'm a giraffe!
I'm a giraffe! Say Colorado!
Oh, that would be awesome.
What are we?
Okay, so next one is not until after Cage, right?
Yes, you are correct.
So we've got a little while.
Not until the spiral staircase.
Right.
Of after White Tower skip.
After the flight reset.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I think that was another one you had to backtrack to in one of your runs. I can't remember which
Yeah.
now.
Well, do you remember if it's up or down? It's up, right?
Yeah, you have to. It says walk up spiral staircase to left at the top of the stairs
Yes.
after White Tower
Yes.
skip.
GPS. So it's quite a length away, the next barrel.
And then after that one, the next 4 are pre-programmed, and then there's only
Right.
3 left around the White Tower.
Mm-hmm.
So
We've
so
got
we're in the home stretch.
Yeah, we've got a
that
lot
ways,
of
but there's a
regular any
tremendous amount
percent.
of the run is left.
Yeah, it's just regular
Yeah,
any percent.
Yeah. Woohoo!
I'm gonna do a jump to that ledge. Ooh, nice.
I feel
That
like
wall on
yawning.
top can actually like jut you out.
Yeah, Trico
As
can
can all
be.
walls in this game.
Yeah, Trico can be kind of problematic there, like moving his head where you don't want him to, pulling his head out from
Yeah.
under you when you're in the middle of a jump, that kind of thing. So we're gonna get to essentially,
Yeah, we're coming up to another story
yeah,
section.
yeah. And
Oh,
while that's
goodness, yes.
happening, I am going to get up and stretch just because I've been sitting for a while. I'm gonna mute myself. Use this opportunity to gossip about me while I'm gone.
Okay,
I was thinking, why don't we all take a stretch break? But Asurp's been up and down this whole time.
Everybody in chat, if you haven't had water for a while, now's a good time.
Yeah, let's just
Stay
officially
hydrated, my
all
dude.
take a water break. And Asurp will practice some of her beat poetry with you.
Oh no, I never agreed to that.
It's in the fine print.
The deal has been altered. Pray I do not forget.
Exactly.
So here's the second cage that we find in this game. So you can imagine what's gonna happen next.
Gulp number 3.
Chomp, 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 chomp. And again, we position ourselves in such a way that Trico will not have to adjust his entire body, which saves frames and time.
Is this me, or is this the easier of the 2 antenna rooms to try and get the trophy where you avoid
I
Trico
agree.
for 3 minutes?
I agree, yeah.
No, it's the first one, because you can drop down the ledge on the first
Well,
one
sure.
and just hang there, and
Sure.
Trico won't be able to catch you.
If
Oh,
you're
really?
Is
I
this
didn't know
the
that.
first one?
Uh-huh.
Yeah.
It is the first one where the railing is broken, but if you're just trying to like run around, I think the second one is for some reason easier.
Yeah, I
Yeah.
think he's somehow a little bit less aggressive, maybe. Like he
Yeah.
doesn't just knock you over and then it's done.
All right, while this is happening, I'm gonna get up and stretch. I'll be back in just a minute. Enjoy the cutscene. It is,
Yeah,
I think, most people's,
that we skipped.
top favorite little story scenes.
Yeah.
Ah.
So, what we just skipped was a lovely flashback. So, the cutscene we skipped before the last time we got chomped, we kind of had like semi-flash, and now we have a full explanation as to how and why we got here, as you can read on screen, the subtitles. We were just sleeping in our little village, in our little wooden house, and Trico just kind of snuck his head in the window, chomped us, and then flew away. And was then struck down by a bolt of lightning, fell into the valley, had his tail severed, horns broken, etc., etc. And then Trico's body was recovered by the suits of armor, to which they lured him down, starting out of the game, chained him up. The boy got buffed out with some sick stats, and yeah, that's basically what you missed. That's the general gist, but obviously the cutscene itself, it's a very beautiful cutscene, and it has a gorgeous sound, like song, piece of music to go with it.
Yeah, the soundtrack for it is great.
Yeah,
I agree.
and the scenery as Trico's flying through the air, absolutely gorgeous. And
Man,
Yeah,
he
you
really
don't
takes
really.
his time jumping up right there.
Yeah, you don't really get like cutscenes in this game that you can just get background knowledge, and so the fact that you get this flashback at this point in the game, I think that's why it's so memorable, because it's rare.
Yeah, I agree.
Yeah. And at this point in casual playthrough, we really start to appreciate the bond between Trico and the boy. Trico's gained such an understanding of the boy and that he's aware that he's done something wrong, and we can see and hear the guilt and regret in Trico's barks and barks. And he's desperately trying to find a way to recover his friend, and it's just such a touching, heartfelt moment.
And yet you also just see like the a little bit of hyper animal intelligence here. It's like, all right, well, I took him out of the cage part. What else can I do? I
Yeah,
guess
you
we
can
could
see
take
the
him.
cogs start turning,
Mhm.
like he tries to paw you and everything.
Guess
Like
I could
hopefully like
shake
you're
him out
hero.
in case all of his vertebrae need to be detached.
Yeah. No, it brings them to different areas,
Yeah,
different
like maybe
bits.
the sunlight will work.
Yeah. Maybe, a nice patch of grass,
Maybe drowning him
nice
will
and
work.
free. Yeah. Yeah, humans like water in their lungs, right? Helps
Yeah.
everyone.
That's why the spray in the face method doesn't work for us as a deterrent.
I
Oh, goodness.
appreciate that his idea to bring you into the sun is like, yeah, I'll put him in the sun, and then he stands over you so that you don't get any sun because you're just in his shadow.
Yeah.
Well, it makes sense, melanoma doesn't want you to get sunburned.
And he's
I think
there
it's
talking to you the whole time. Like, bro,
yeah,
wake up, bro.
and he's
Eat,
being
bro.
so gentle with these, you know, weapon killing claws of his.
And we've seen him literally tread on suits of metal, steel, ancient armor, and then, destroy them. And yet, with the boy, he's just so gentle, takes his time with everything. So, make sure that he's fine. So heartwarming and wholesome. It's really amazing. Like, touching moments in this game really do hit home.
Mm-hmm.
And then the cutscene's about to end because Trico's like, I'm done.
Yeah. And we've got to speed run this part, but it's also very adorable how happy he gets here.
Yeah, I'm gonna leave the camera, like, back facing this way so that we can see him dancing back there.
Yay!
Jump! No. Yeah, he does a little wiggle dance and he asks for pets and then he keeps singing.
It's so cute. It's so well done.
And it's funny that he just keeps, like, trying to tap you and paw at you. Like, are you really there? It's like, I'm not seeing a vision. Like, you're actually in front of me.
I didn't even need to slaughter 16 colossi to bring you back. Oh, that was nice.
Yeah, the biggest skip in the game, and the only real... It's not a sequence break, it's more you just skip an area. Which is notorious for being quite hard.
Yeah, I mean, it's not a sequence break because you still do the beginning and the ending of the area, you just don't do the stuff in the middle,
Yeah.
There's no reset here, so this is one of the few times we do actually have to wait for Trico to just show up. And maybe eventually he'll decide to join us. There he is.
Wiggling.
He was like, he's alive, my work here's done. Peace, I'm out.
Where are the barrels? Give me the barrels.
Sorry, buddy, no barrels for quite a while. So yeah, after the 4 we feed Negatrico, there's one inside the second balcony on the right.
Yes, and one down below.
One down below, and then,
And then
of
the
course
final
the 4
one.
at the elevator. So we're cruising now. The staircase one is the one that's like one of the most out of the way.
Yeah, for
Like
sure.
it's so many stairs.
Yeah, I mean that's one where you would be going up the staircase and you would probably just give up because you're like, ah, there's nothing up here. This takes 6 years.
Exactly, yeah. 'Cause
Like,
how
I had
many
to look up
flights
a
is it?
guide. I had to look up a guide on my platinum trophy. I was like, where is this lost stinking barrel? Oh, never would have thought.
Oh, that was it? It was that one? Hmm.
So I'm
And
trying
this
to
is, I
convince
like
my
to call
friend
this...
to fit down this tunnel that he's a little big for.
A little bit too chunky.
Well, if we hadn't fed him so much.
Yeah, I was gonna say that's probably our fault.
I like to call this the guillotine section.
That's fair. That's fair.
It's a bit rough, but okay.
I mean, what's he expecting to happen? I mean, there's supposedly nowhere else for them to go, but he's got a giant bird dog with razor sharp claws.
I think
We
I
don't-
named this split in my own personal splits. Mom, get out of my room. I'm in a mine shaft. I just need something to smile at while I'm running the game, okay?
Well,
That's
it's-
a really long split.
It's right before White Tower. You need a little bit of positivity.
Yeah. Chico's okay, don't worry. He's
Resting.
yeah, he's sleeping.
I mean, he's a main character in an A-A game. He's durable, okay?
Yeah. He can withstand a few rocks, you know?
Oh my goodness, I still haven't finished my banana.
Oh my lord.
That was not where I wanted the boy to be, but you know, that's okay.
And possibly one of the, like, wackiest fight coming up as well, where Trico's AI can either be super helpful or not helpful at all.
I don't even remember the
think-
last time that I actually had not pacifist Trico here.
I think 4 out of 5 times I have to kill 3 of them myself.
Yeah, 100%. He is just
100% of the time, 4 out of 5 times, I have to kill 75% of the armor.
I don't like those odds.
Oh, can you shove him off? I like this aggression here.
Yeah, I'm
Maybe
mostly just
that-
messing around.
It's so hard to make him fall. Like, you have to go one way and then the other, I think?
I wanted to get the piggyback trophy, but
Oh, the piggyback trophy! Wow, he's gone. Did we have...
is
they
Trico done? No, there's a guy standing up.
Aw.
Oh, I would have been like, we just found a new way to break the game. Go for piggyback trophy, and Trico goes bananas.
I mean, that was still decent.
This particular, yeah. Well, I've definitely seen worse, let's put it that way.
But
And
there,
he recovered quite quickly from
Yeah.
being angry too.
and there's definitely, you know, a chance that he will actually destroy all 4 on his own, and none of them will, you know, just be pushed down and have to get back up like that guy did. But that's
Hmm.
pretty rare.
To me, it feels like, you know, there's a 25% chance for each that he'll kill them, so sure,
Right.
there's a chance that he'll kill all 4.
Right.
But that's with the 25% chance for each, so it becomes so small.
So which way are you going to do White Tower today?
I might give the regular way a go, like, as I pass by.
So, just for some context, that tower, you're meant to go all the way to the end of that scaffolding, and then you're meant to jump around the entire, like, left side of that tower, which takes around 6 minutes. But if you jump in between, like, the planks of wood in the bridge, which you're not meant to do, you can, like, jump the way up and avoid doing that section entirely, which hopefully, fingers crossed, we get first try.
Was that inverted controls for a while?
It was, yeah.
For you?
Yeah.
I still haven't figured it out. If
I
it's,
think
is it
in
like
that-
purely inverted, or is it like kind of inverted?
It's kind of inverted. It's like
It's-
rotated.
Yeah.
Right. So it's not like you push left to go right.
And in each
Whoops.
after each few seconds of the cutscene, oh my goodness. And after each few seconds of the cutscene, like controls shift again, so it's very hard during that cutscene.
Yeah, that's what
Oh.
usually happens. So that's fine. We'll just do it at the other location.
Just do it the normal way.
Yeah, I like my setup. It requires very little finesse on the joystick and a lot more finesse on the camera.
Yeah,
each have
Stable
our
does
own
it
way.
a completely different way, like set up entirely.
This way it seems scarier to me.
I think a lot of people have said that.
You know, each runner has their own personal taste, and it's really entertaining to see, you know, every runner take a different approach to tackling
Yeah,
the problems.
agreed.
There we go.
Oh, we got
Ooh.
it. Very nice.
First try.
It is very easy to fall off there because the boy is definitely not meant to stand on that bar. But no, that was great. It was a really good white half.
Look at me. I'm as helpless as a kitten.
Yeah, the boy's just kind of tripping right now.
Yeah, I mean,
Film
I can
is
mash
me.
buttons and you can see that these things start to move, but there's just too many. It's impossible for you to get out.
There's all the danger boys coming after us, so
Danger
Just wait.
boys.
danger boys.
Stranger danger.
Stop. Don't touch me there. This is my no-no square.
How did they suddenly become so organized? That's what I want to know. It's like somebody at a board meeting. Like, all right, here's how we're gonna do this.
I mean, I imagine they have a lot of time on their hands.
I wonder how many.
Alright,
hours
everyone,
there-
get in formation.
Yeah.
Today we're gonna do Roman Turtle.
Ooh, nice reference.
Thank you.
I'm impressed. How many armors are there total in this game? That's an interesting thing to think about.
If I could do math, I would know. I cannot.
If I cared, I
And
would
here's
know.
here's like a very yay moment in the game.
Yeah, as long as you're not 80 and getting
Right.
killed as he runs across
Yeah.
the bridge.
Yeah.
Still a clumsy oaf.
He's not the best at flying less taught, but he tries, and that's all that matters.
Well, so here's a place where I got soft locked.
Yeah, I remember
Yeah.
that.
Because after this moment, it was so weird. Like, I tried to jump to his head, and I thought I had the setup right, and the fall didn't kill me. But because I didn't trigger that little wooden thing that sticks out and falls, and because I didn't land on Trico, it just didn't go to the next checkpoint, I guess.
Yeah, this game has weird kind of barriers and triggers
Yeah, and who would have
because
even
it
thought
really
that
doesn't
would
want
be
you to
one?
skip things. Yeah.
But so landing on Trico counts even if you didn't do that other intended part. But if I just land here and somehow survive, this lever does not work.
Yeah, and the
And
intended
Trico
part,
just stares at you and the lever's pulled.
the intended part is to let the wooden planks break and then hop over to a gargoyle that will break and then you'll fall down onto Trico's tail or sometimes his leg.
Bye!
And we can also fall to our death here as well. Come on, Trico, you can do it, buddy. Good boy.
It was either my most recent run or the one before that where he missed me there. It was very recently that I had him miss.
I mean, luckily he doesn't waste too much time.
Nah.
Maybe like 10 seconds. But
Yeah.
it's just inconvenient.
So if we're running all the way up, we don't even need to reset here, huh?
No.
Because
the purpose
you'll
of the
have plenty
reset,
time to...
right, is to get Trico like turned around and focused on you, but
Poor boy shook to death. Oh, that happens so much. TV. Secretive.
and he's asking for pets and it's adorable, but oh, that's down. I want to go up. Trico,
You
what
wanna
am
go
I
all-
looking
yeah,
at?
Up the
There we
big
go.
stairs first? Yeah. No, up the big stairs first and then...
Oh, and then to the left.
And then up and to the left, yeah.
See, this is what your notes are for.
Yep. I mean, I think that's actually would have led you right to the same spot, maybe?
It would have.
But I have...
Yeah, like I just
Yeah,
would have had to go around an extra little swirl.
Hmm.
But there are certain points in the game in which, no matter what, Trico will always ask pets. And this is, just happens to be one of them. Which is why we reset usually.
This tower, are we ever in here before or again? It
That's
just
a good
seems like
question.
it's so big and intricate for one that we only pass through once, but I think we do. Only pass through it once. It's just so similar, you know?
Yeah. I'm trying to like look down to the bottom and see what might be at the bottom. For all we know, this could be like the bottom of or the top of the water puzzles.
Yeah.
Or it's the bottom a bit of the towers that the bridge is on. I don't
Oh yeah, that's probably more likely.
Well, if you want to just jump down to see, I've got the slide whistle ready. No,
like I'm walking
we've
all the way
spent a
back
lot
up
of
for
time.
this
No.
barrel.
I know. It's so out of the way. And he's so slow carrying it.
Hey buddy, now please come
Hey,
up here
turn around.
Eco.
to flat ground so that I don't chuck this down the stairs, okay? Thank you.
Yay! And that's the fastest I've ever seen that barrel done. Good job. I think we're back on world record pace.
Yeah, I'm sure
Not that
that
it matters because we still skipped one.
I'm pretty sure that by itself fixed the entire Coliseum.
Yeah, I think so. Because last time you went down left and then down right and then up right and then up left. No, that's not true. I love this little trick right here.
Yeah.
I don't know who found this. This is brilliant.
I think it was Satsu, if I remember. But it might have been Ryan.
Yeah, it's basically a quicker way to get Trico onto the roof pilings, because otherwise he has to do at least two or
Like
three
three
jumps.
jumps.
Yeah,
Three
I think
jumps,
it's 3.
yeah.
And he doesn't run either.
Nope. He takes his time with each one. He does this measure the distance butt wiggle thing. Oh, that
Or
cloaca
sometimes
wiggle
he just
thing.
stops and kind of chills
Woo!
for a bit.
That scared me for a second.
I am just super stuck.
Gosh. Oh, and that's the best when you need the camera to be like in a wall in order to climb straight up. And the camera's like, no. Lakitu is not helping.
Yeah, the camera is definitely an enemy in this game. Secret last boss.
All 3 games really, but especially this one. In reverse order, it's so weird that Ico came out first, and because they made the camera stationary, or on a railing, or on a rail, it's actually the easiest of the 3. Jukes!
Yeah,
Boy
getting
grows
around
up to
those
be a
guys.
running back for...
Getting around those guys is actually kind of challenging because those particular ones will always walk to meet the trajectory that you're on. So it can be kind of annoying to get around them in particular.
And this segment coming up is a very, like, memorable one as well in the
Yeah,
game.
one of
Oh
my
gosh,
favorites.
it's my favorite. I
Condor
loved
Clash.
this part of the game. It was so thrilling. Gosh, it's so good. Because, I mean, they really got you attached to Trico with that other long cutscene. And now, you're... First you feel like there's nothing you can do, and then you find out there are things you can
And it's the build up of the confrontation with creatures.
Yeah.
And now they're finally face to face.
do. Yeah. I think having a helmet on for one just makes it a little unfair. Like, it's like two people in a boxing match, but one of them gets to wear a football helmet. You're
Armor
like,
rating's
come on.
too high, please no.
That is not fair. Yeah, exactly. Or a full football uniform. Alright, let's fight.
So we just get Trico, well, to safety as quick as possible, really. So pulling
Yeah.
the lever, getting down, jumping down, we all want to do that as quick as possible, because if we are too slow, then there is a higher chance that Trico will get spears in him. And this is part of the game where he does a spear check, in which Trico must have no spears in his body to progress. And obviously having no spears in him takes, saves time.
Stunk. I love how sometimes, like, they can aim from so far away and get it perfectly, and others they're like 5 feet away from him, and then just the spear just like
No,
flies
no, no,
off.
no, no. Okay, fine, fine. We won't be able to make it, so I'm not even gonna try.
Oh, okay.
That's not the worst.
No, that's not bad at all.
It's just cool to run through their legs.
It is, yeah.
It's very exciting.
Yeah, so what you usually do is you run through their legs and then drop down on the other side of the bridge, what Sable's about to do now, all during that entire semi-cutscene that's going on.
And it's very risky because if you don't make it through perfectly, the boy will grab Trico as he's falling and you'll end up down below, and that means you'll have to solve this entire minecart puzzle as intended, which is very hard and very time consuming. It involves
Yeah.
climbing up a chain and standing on
Oh
these
gosh,
Tricos
the
as they're
chain is the
flying
worst.
around. And
Yeah. And you'll be running up and down those other spiral staircases too, like instead of doing that drop, similar to that other room. Like, it's almost like the other room was there to train you for this one.
But yeah, this is like a near perfect control flash. That was a really good thing. You can also soft lock in this next bit coming up with the spear check.
yeah, you can. So the game's gonna check how many spears we have, and I am going to specifically check. Well, we're risking it, aren't we? Because I don't see any. If the little boy says, "Hold on, Trico, I'll pull it out," that means that the game thinks that Trico has spears in him, and I need to pull them out before we can progress. The problem is that right now, there are none to pull. So if he says that, we'll have to do this entire section again.
From the top?
From this part.
Oh, okay. And it will just put one back for you to pull?
Yeah,
or-
yeah. Uh-huh. It'll... because it randomly generates the spears when you reset, so...
Completely pointless cutscene. Oh yeah,
Oh
this
yeah, it likes
mirror
to
that
remind
I've...
you how to do things. So you know how
Or it's like, oh yeah, this mirror that I've wished I've had this whole time. It's reminding me of its capabilities. Just watch out for those train carts, Sable.
And so what I'm doing at the moment is destroying some armor that I would have to fight later, so that Trico isn't distracted by them and he can just make a straight up climb out of this place later. I really do not see any spears. So hopefully we're fine. Which would be the fastest iteration of doing this, is, you know, not having to pull spears at all.
Mm-hmm.
It's encouraging that he hasn't said it yet. but he can basically say it at any time, which makes this frustrating because you can go through all this only to find out that you can't progress.
Oop. I'm sure he's fine.
He just needs some
Just
Gatorade.
use it as a
He's
giant
fine.
trampoline, it's okay. Yeah. Just need some boy puree. Can I ask you guys something?
Puree.
Can I ask you something?
Yes, of
What's
course.
the difference between, like, jam, jelly, and preserves?
Preserves have chunks, right? I think. I
That's,
think.
Like, I've never Googled it. I just want to find the person who actually knows on their own. So I just
So,
like
like-
asking people.
I know jam is like raspberry and like strawberry, whereas orange you call it marmalade. For some reason.
Yeah. Uh-huh.
That's
But it's
the
still
thing.
called marmalade jelly or marmalade jam. Like the Oh, someone in chat is saying jelly is from juice only?
Oh, and jams from like the pieces.
Okay. And then preserves is like whole big old chunks preserved as a I don't know.
Doesn't jelly also have what's the thing that begins with G? Not glucose.
Gelatin?
Gelatin?
No.
Glucose?
It's like it's like the thing that vegetarians can't eat because it's made out of animals.
Gluten.
No.
Gorillas. Vegetarians can't eat gorillas.
Hold on, let me just.
Oh, it's the chat is waking up now after all this time.
And it looks like we did pass the spear check as well, so that's good.
Yay!
Gelatin. There we go. Gelatin. Yeah.
So I'm obviously delirious at this point. But my question is, what consistency do you think is the boy puree juice in the barrels? Do you think it's like a jelly, a jam, a marmalade, or
I don't know.
preserves?
I think it's a
Because
jelly.
how it comes out on the other end is quite squishy and it doesn't like seem to stick to anything. So I know, yeah, jelly seems like
How do you
biggest
make
option.
vegan gelatin?
Right,
Like, I
it
wonder what
wouldn't
that's.
dissolve. I don't know, because then it would stay kind of chunky when it gets in the water, right? When
I
you're
don't know,
when you're in
yeah.
that lake puzzle. So
How many soft
maybe
locks
it really
are in
is
this
just
game?
like a Gatorade. It's a soup. It is soup. How many soft locks? Oh, it depends
Yeah.
on what version you're playing.
It
right?
does, yeah, it does depend on
Yeah.
what version you're playing. There's, what, probably 3 that I can think of. Just off the top of my head in 1.3, which is the most stable version. But, I mean, Sancho,
Yeah.
you found that new one just like last week or whatever. Was that even this week?
Let's see. It was my most recent run, right? The one that I submitted. No, I haven't submitted it. I want to do better before I submit. So
Them's dangerous words.
I know. I just want sub 350 first. Like, I don't want to submit another one that's still ranked 10, if that makes sense.
Yeah.
I just don't
Yeah.
feel like that's worth it for you guys to have to ask you to do it.
Oh no, I have to look at Trico more. Shucks.
But yeah, it was last Friday. Come to think of it.
Oh, was it?
It was last Friday night. Like, it was a late night.
So all of these jumps that Trico is doing right now would be interrupted by armor had we not exploded them earlier while he was still injured. Which is why we did that. Now he could just make a straight climb out of this place.
Hey, and he has a nice little autopilot in this
Yeah.
section as well.
So he
So
knows
can
what to
just
do.
keep chill. Yeah. Yeah, late game Trico is much better with jumps. Usually.
If only barrels made a difference, and it was like that would be such a fun thing to have to craft. Like
Yeah.
which barrels are worth giving him and which ones are not.
Based
I
on
bet
how
the
much it
command.
helps.
I
Yeah.
bet. Yeah, I bet we would. I bet we would do the command skip once, because that's 4 that are right there.
Right, and he's pretty good
And-
at eating them, and you can still kind of get the skip.
Yeah, exactly. Like, man, it's like if that just boosted him so that then the turtle armors were like all immediately donezo, that would be a real fun thing to get to theory craft.
And then coming up after we break this little barrier is going to be the third and final antenna room. But what I think is like really, really sweet is that the bond between the boy and Trico has grown so much that Trico resists the urge to obey
Right.
the actual signal that the antenna is giving off.
And the game
is
like
just
has
Such a nice
the
thing.
game has done such a good job of training you about all the ins and outs of everything that like even on your first playthrough you jump down there and you're like there's just this thrill of I have the mirror. This one will go differently. Like it's just such a good triumphant moment.
I will have my revenge!
Take that antenna room. Let's go back and destroy the other ones.
Our battle will be legendary!
Kung Fu Panda.
Yeah. Be thinking about Tai Lung.
Yes, which you know that's Chinese. It actually means too cold.
That is
So
so
that's
cute.
fun. And Master Ukwe literally means master. So the turtle's Chinese name is Master.
I thought Lung meant dragon, or was the term the dragon's one?
Maybe, but I know it means cold, like too cold.
I guess it depends on the context of the words and how they're arranged.
It's the tone.
Oh.
Because you know with Chinese there's 4 different in Mandarin Chinese there's 4 different tones and it changes the meaning.
Yeah.
Like
I took
Yeah.
Chinese for a
but
while.
when you have Americans saying it, you
Yeah.
don't know what tone they're using.
I
so.
never got good at tones. I'm so bad at Chinese tones.
Yeah, it's like just saying hello in Chinese is like ni hao, but when Americans say it, they're like ni hao, like saying hi, just using the regular intonation.
Very
Tricks.
flamboyant.
Tricks, buddy.
Oh,
I'm gonna need you to
Trico.
not.
Honey.
Trico.
ugh!
Yeah,
This section
this
is
is
my
hard.
nemesis. I hate this section with a passion. I've never had it go well in a run. It always eats up like 5 minutes of my time. It feels.
Because you can either shoot all the eyes down in like I guess one current swoop,
Mm-hmm.
or you can have Trico step all over you and have a walkabout.
Yeah.
He's still doing decently. He seems to have gotten his act together a little bit, but the camera is really making this hard. It's looking in
Yeah.
directions that I'm not.
But you
Yeah, the
remember
camera likes to pan away when you're trying to aim the lightning sometimes.
I had to flat out just not go after one of these mirrors because it was spinning so fast that the
Yeah.
mirror couldn't even stay targeted on.
Yeah, because when you shoot a
Like
'Cause when
this.
you shoot a
Yep, that's
mirror-
gonna spin too much.
Look, that
oh
one.
no,
Yeah, she already abandoned it. She saw it turning. She
Oh.
was like, nope, I know better. See,
Yeah.
that's wisdom right there.
There's
I
no
would have spent
sense.
5 minutes.
physics.
There's no sense in wasting time on it.
I appreciate you illustrating that one, Laura.
Yeah,
You're
I,
like,
I
"I'm gonna
did
make
it for educational purposes.
I appreciate that. I hear my wife getting on the treadmill. That's how long I've been awake. She's now doing her morning exercises. Rodrigo! Yeah, I ran all over this area my first playthrough and it did nothing.
Pretty sure when I did this for the GDQ thing, I forgot where I was, and so as soon as he hopped up to here, I just like yeeted myself off and died because I thought that we were over there.
Oh, that reminds me, I want to rewatch your mirror run. Because I remember there's a moment where you just set yourself up perfectly in White Tower and then flat out jumped in the,
The
opposite
wrong
direction. Yeah, it was so funny.
Well, so I was dumb because when I did the mirrored run, in my brain I was like, oh yeah, the screen will be backwards. But no, I didn't think that the fact that the screen was backwards made the controls backwards too.
Right, right.
So I just got myself in all sorts of trouble.
I bet you were so exhausted at the end of
Oh,
that.
I was so
mentally.
tired. I felt like I had just taken every college midterm that I ever took all at the same time.
It was still an incredible feat of
Yeah.
just mental stamina.
I think
That's
my
what
favorite
it
thing was when you'd have a difficult skip, and so you would position it, and then not look at the screen, but just look it down at your controls and just be like, all right, muscle memory, here's
Do
what
it
I
from
do.
memory.
And then you'd look up and be like, oh, it worked. Like with the bridge skip. That was so entertaining. That was part of, was that part of our meme-tober? That whole week
Yeah,
was a lot of fun.
Oh yeah.
It makes
The
me
Team
wish.
Ico events Meme-tober.
It makes me wish that boy. It makes me wish that doing Trico.
That grab detection is like so turned up to 11.
As I was trying to say, it makes me wish that doing a blindfolded run of this was viable, but because Trico is so variable, like there's no way.
No way, no way, no way. Any day now.
Oh, it didn't explode. You see that,
That was
right?
actually so funny.
We hit it and it didn't explode.
Yeah, that tends to happen too.
Yeah. Especially
why.
in this section, for some reason. They don't explode.
Yeah, it was messing with me because for a while I didn't realize it's just kind of like that's what happens, and I thought, oh, maybe I need to aim underneath instead of at the railings, but no, it's just.
There you go.
controls you.
Trico. Good shot.
Nice shot.
I remember when he knocked me off and I was trying to shoot the scaffolding that the armors were on.
Oh
What a
right.
bean.
Yeah,
What
his
a
tail
bean.
just whipped you off.
Swiped me. Yeah.
Yeah.
I got decimated.
His tail just literally swiped left and you fell off.
Never forgive that.
But it led to the probably the best moment we've ever had.
I don't think my lungs have recovered from that moment.
We were all just laughing so hard. So what happens is, and I had to watch it again, like to understand what had exactly happened. But you had run up to a ledge, and Trico was going behind you. But then, boy physics, you stumbled and were hanging. And as you were trying to climb back up, Trico's foot just kind of mashed you down. And so you just kind of clipped into the ledge and got stuck there for 8 minutes.
Yeah, so what I think happened was, as you can see, the boy has push-up animations that he does when he climbs up something. The boy was doing that animation as he was kind of slightly meshed into Trico's foot on the side of a ledge. And instead of having the animation interrupted, he did the full animation, but because Trico's foot was in the way, in such a strange manner, he completed the animation, but didn't,
Make it up to the
hold
top.
himself up. Yeah. So the game thought that, oh, you're not on the ledge anymore, so why would you want to do the animation again? But also still thought that he was on the ledge. So I was... and then the physics broke and the boy started dancing like there was no tomorrow. And then I called Trico down and he stepped on me and I became one with the floor. And then it got worse, it just got worse. It was 8 minutes of I don't even know what suffering.
Yeah.
But
at
now
first-
that we know, now we know that happens, it's important to be a little bit more careful during that, particular bit, as to not get shoved off by Trico.
This section is kind of just calmly going back and forth. I'm totally gonna just put that in, or one of the clips of it, in the chat for people to see.
Oh no. Yeah, if anyone's curious of what kind of thing I was on about, hopefully clip can be posted.
So yeah, you can go to Usurping's channel. You can find it by, I'll just do commentator, and find the full highlight if you want to check it out. It's really worth it.
It's also on Last Guardian subreddit.
Oh,
If you
nice.
spread it,
I
it's one of
did
those
see
moments
that.
where, yeah, it's one of those moments where if you play this game, you need to experience the pain and what I went through. It's very funny though.
I think I shared Big
And it
Leg
did
Stretch
make
on the
my day.
Reddit as well.
Oh yeah, the big leg stretch is awesome.
Yeah. Like Trico's model will sometimes do weird things after battle with the armors, and one particular time with me, he killed them all and just stared into my soul, looked all the way back, and stuck his back leg all the way out and stood there just with his big piercing eyes looking at me like mortified.
Like I'm gonna take a leak. Oh wait, I have a cloaca. I'll just keep my leg out like this. That leg stretch was amazing.
And he went back to normal. Like, okay, I'll do what you're saying now.
But yeah, I mean that's the charm of this game, and part of the reason why, if you have a certain temperament for speedrunning, it's really nice that it's not all up to you. Like you can totally rage at the game for trolling you and not have
You
to
can
feel like
totally
you're
blame
trash.
the game. Yeah, you can blame the game, which I like in speedruns. And this is the ledge I died. I did the trick on.
So yeah, that clip I shared, just picture from there another like 7.5 minutes of Usurping trying to will her way back up through the top. And eventually like just popping up out of it. Oh, it was so funny.
I mean, it's always good to get the memes out of the way before you
Yes.
do an actual serious run.
Yes.
If that happened during a run, I think my reaction would be 10 times more guttural.
So I do think that the boy juice in the barrels is more of a consistency closer to Gatorade, but boy himself is just preserves at this point. Like he's just like he's not quite jelly, but he's just preserves.
Yeah, the boy is something else in this game. You can see he's able to fall from great heights, and his arms sometimes snap backwards and then back again. You don't know what's going on.
Yeah, he's like triple jointed. He can do the walk like an Egyptian dance.
He can shake your hips like Shakira.
The way his hands like kind of flap around when he's like running, it's like it's not a very efficient run. He's like hopping back and forth.
Yeah.
It reminds me of what show was it? The Goldbergs, where one of the kids like runs with his arms just like flapping behind him, and it just looks so funny.
Yeah, the boy is like 8 or 10 years old. He's very young and very small. So we'll give him credit where credit is due. He's not exactly the most... what's the word?
Ooh, that was
No,
close.
completely lost my trail of thought. I'm gone.
Put together.
So basically, what Sable's trying to do in this section is, Trico's not very good at flying, so using these towers, we're trying to make a nice little, runway bridge so that we can try and entice Trico to start flying again.
Wee.
One more for the road.
Yay.
We've had some really good flops in this run. I think, Serp, you might have to help me out. I think Stocky's making up words.
Launch and Sag. Sag is a Pepe emote. Launch is just lunch, but launch. Like how you say chomp, almost.
I'll take your word for it.
It's okay, I understand the language. The
Well, you
language.
living in Europe, you're just by default more cultured than this Texas boy.
Boomer.
Oh, Trico, no!
Oh no!
Oh.
The boy didn't grab Trico, so
That's yeah. There's some brutal reset points.
just-
That's a very generous one.
Mhm.
Whee!
Trico!
I always end up catching the stairs.
dude.
He just keep
He's-
trying.
He's unsure.
Yeah, he's just like, oh, I'm sorry, you need me to cushion your potentially fatal fall? I think I'll move. There, right on his head.
You just needed the whistle. You
Yeah.
needed the whistle to do it.
Whistle of luck.
It's the magic flute from Smurfs and the Magic Flute.
So we're finally done with this section. The bridge is out. We're having a party, and we can finally get on to the last, I guess, area of the game, which is split into different areas. Then we get this nice, cool, epic scene coming up.
Woohoo!
Yay!
How much more to the game is there at this point?
20 minutes.
I mean, I
in
know
an
it
any
varies.
percent. Yeah, like 20-ish
Yeah.
minutes in any percent.
Right, so we're doing well because
Yeah.
we got 25, and
For a
then
couple barrels.
I'll
two
ask
of which
them
are
if
easy.
they want us to. I'll ask them if they want to let the credits play or not.
Yeah,
I'll
I mean, the
figure that out
credits are
right
great.
now.
We can certainly play those if they have time. We didn't drop frames there. That's the
Huh.
first time on PlayStation 4 that I haven't dropped frames
Wow.
there.
Stream, I'm telling you, it's been quite the adventure.
And here is a kind of interesting fight where sometimes bad things happen. So usually the way we route this is we go to one corner and then try and blast the scaffolding up on the tower, because Trico will often get distracted by the super armor.
Really?
The spears in there. Oh my goodness.
Also, he is like not murdering anybody. Way to go, Trico. I love you, man.
You know,
This guy
after
coming
all-
toward me will stop.
Yeah. After all we've been through, this still could be faster than 413, the 413, I think. I could be wrong.
And Trico intercepted the beam.
Thanks, Trico. Luckily there's only 2 phases to this fight, but sometimes you can get mysterious third phase. Oh goodness.
Wow.
This fight is something else. No, no, no.
Oh. Oh. There we go.
Oh, that guy went flying. Did you see him in the background? Buddy, I didn't need you down here. I needed you up on top, my friend. So I'm standing in front of this door on purpose. When Trico finishes the first phase of this fight, which is, you know, destroying that final suit of armor, this will open and a guy will come out with one of those eyeball shields that Trico hates. But I'm gonna startle him as soon as the door opens and he'll be like, what? And then he'll drop it so that he doesn't bring it into the fight. But first, Trico needs to finish the guy up here.
Yeah, so what I said earlier about armors spawning in a certain way, that goes the same for the armors that come in through these doors. They will usually always have the same weapons or no weapons at all. Some will come straight for the boy, no matter what. And which is why we can track and predict, you know, which doors the rear guys will come out of. And obviously, there are some instances where you'll get 2 guards with mirrors, eye shields, I don't know anymore.
Yeah, it's
Yeah.
an RNG possibility that in the second phase, one of the doors up here past the stairs will have a guy that also has a shield. Which is why, if you noticed, after I knocked it out of the hand of the first guy, I real quick zipped to the left and took a look to see if that guy had a shield.
Yeah, because even if he doesn't, it's always safe to just check.
Ooh, oh,
And then
I
we'll do
almost
the-
had him.
Oh my goodness. And then we'll do the same in another fight as well, using that kind
Good
of
job,
method.
Trico.
Yeah, fighting those mirrors is one of the more frustrating things as an early runner. It just feels like they just don't stop.
Trico did just awful in this fight, but that's okay. That is a very suboptimal fight because there were a lot of armors that he didn't kill when he knocked them down. And he stepped in front of my mirror beam quite a lot. But, you know, there's not much we can do about that. So,
No. Yes, sometimes he just stays out of the way and sometimes he just stays in the way.
we've still got another fight for him to make it up to me. Can you catch this, buddy? Can I not, like, yeet it off the cliff? Trico! He's not ready.
Oh dear.
Oh, well, at least he
Get down, get down, get down.
headed
Get down,
it
little
down
boy.
in front
Get
of
down, little boy! I saw this thing going straight for the stairs. So,
Yeah. Oh goodness. Oh goodness. Yeah.
really? Now you're ready to catch it? Buddy. Hey. Uh-huh. There.
All
And we've
right.
got one more on this side.
It's about like halfway around.
Yeah, it's always hard to tell. Should be down here? I mean, this is a fine place to go down in any case.
This spot with Trico though.
Yeah, because he gets up and moves. Or you just can't grab his tail. Like,
Or as you start going down, he starts to move.
I just
Gosh, it's
want
so...
his tail. Okay, I'm on his tail. Good. Now just don't move, dude. Don't move! Buddy, please. Please. We're in a very tenuous
You're doing
balance
great.
here.
Oh my gosh, where are you gonna jump to? Oh, that was well done. That was so well done.
So close.
What in the world? That was great.
Okay.
That's why we pay you the big bucks.
It's this way, right?
Yeah,
Yeah.
because there's no way you could have taken it back if it was the
Right,
other way.
right. That was kind of my thought. Yeah, it's down here. Oh, just jump.
So yeah, we still don't even know where the best place is to stop and leave him, because it could have been further over. But then again, you're probably going faster there
Oh, that
Then it
was
would've been to
so
lead
much
into that spot.
faster than it was in.
than last time.
Yeah.
Oh yeah. Yeah, that was great. This will, I mean, it's not gonna count, but it will definitely be sub that 413 run.
Yeah. So, I mean, it would have been a new world record if any of those helmets would have landed on top of the Coliseum.
I think you did it at least, what, 10 times?
At least.
10
Oh my
tries?
goodness.
We might need to, in our race, we might need to have, like, some kind of
A
limit.
mercy
'cause
rule.
We can't just all stay there forever, yeah.
Hey, I
But
got.
then whatever we make the rule, that'll be the... Yeah, anyways. Oh, we'll work it out. We've got months.
Trico.
Yeah.
Dude.
You've got time.
We've got this barrel and one more, my dude. You can do this, alright?
Almost there, buddy.
I think maybe we can also allow the catapult skip to be the one you're allowed to practice. Not that it will help.
Oh, thank you, game, for giving me a hint because it
Just for
took
sanity.
Trico so long. Okay, the problem is that Trico is now right here, and that's going to make doing this next skip even harder because he's going to be following right on my tail.
So you just gotta get it first try.
Yeah. I don't think we're going to have a chance at a second try.
No
Cool.
problem. I don't know how he's holding on to that rounded edge, but no problem. Like, he's got some Spider-Man hands on him.
Spidey hand.
So in an ideal world, we're going to wake this guy up by putting a helmet on him, and then we're going to get 2 more guys to follow me. I am going to lead them to 2 armors that do not have helmets, and then explode them, and hope that the RNG rolls in my favor, and 2 of the helmets go in opposite directions to land on the 2 armors that do not have helmets and wake them up. I'm sure you can imagine.
Lightning actually hits.
Yeah, I'm
hits
sure
the
you can
armor.
imagine how often this happens.
I'd say 1 in 3?
Neither of them.
What do you think, 1 in 3?
I'm gonna get caught, but that's okay.
So that was
Oh, haha!
Alright, we have
psych.
0 and 3. Oh, that
Was
one
that
was
a
so
use of the square
close.
button?
I did use the square button. I cheated a little bit.
Oh, that was so gutsy. My goodness. Okay, we have the go ahead to show the end,
Sweet.
like the end scene
Awesome.
after destroying the master, and then it's up to us whether we want to do the rest or not. They said it's fine, but I don't know how you guys are feeling energy wise.
I mean, let's skip the credits.
Right.
And show the
So
rest, right?
Yeah.
Because
let
the ending
the
is
cinematics play.
right. The ending is kind of
Yeah.
what makes the game.
And then we can just say that's the end of it.
Yeah.
And in between that ending, I can work out how our time was overall. Sean had a really good run today.
I think I caught the end of it. Was it like an hour? Something?
It was like an hour. The in-game time was an hour and 50 seconds even, like no
Oh, wow.
minutes. Yeah, or 1:23:40. Like it would have been good enough for second place
Yeah.
if he wasn't in first.
Incredible.
Yeah.
How much longer until Trico evolves into Globile? Aha. Ha.
I think a more fun
Very
question
nice.
is. Oh, nice. So you didn't even destroy him. You just
No.
shown the thingy. That's cool. I already forgot what I was gonna say. Oh, if you could like mod Trico to be any other like video game or movie creature, what would you make him? I think that's
Well,
an
that's a
interesting
good question.
That's kind of fun because like a giant Spyro, even though he still
Yeah.
acts like Trico, would be kind of funny, you know. And it's a similar model already.
So would it have to be mapped to like Trico's
No.
model?
I mean, it could just, you know, just if someone just found a way to
Gar-
like,
Someone
mod the
said
game,
Garfield.
and make it.
Where's lasagna?
And the barrels that are lasagna, like
Choke
tins of
lasagna.
lasagna instead. That's such a funny thought. Ooh. So have you just done this game long enough to know you have the time to escape that one? That was crazy.
Oh, Trico, he stuck his butt in the air. You chungus. Where's the other guy?
Lay off the
There he
barrel.
is. Alright, it's stopping.
I think this was fun. It
progression.
it definitely got to show a little more of his personality
Yeah.
by trying to do all the barrels.
Definitely.
Same principle as before. You know, we're gonna stop that guy from coming out with a shield by surprising him.
Surprise! You gonna throw him a party?
A party
Alright.
called Trico Smash. There you go, buddy.
Let me
Yay.
flash. Yeah, there are 3 phases to this fight as well, but sometimes we can
Fine.
have 2
Ugh.
phases or 4 phases.
So annoying. It's like if they're 1 pixel into their animation of getting up, even though they're still lying on the ground, you just can't grab those helmets. 1 frame, I should say.
And also depending on like how like high up you are on the terrain,
Yeah,
Right.
yeah.
into their heads affects it as well. Like if you're like 1 inch up on like a block, it might not register. My game might just say, wait, so you're too high up.
The other guy didn't come out at all. The other
Yay.
shield guy.
Yay!
That's good RNG.
Look out! Gosh, I hate the camera in this. I wish it could be like just overhead. Like how much less stressful
Oh,
would that
oh
be?
yeah. Now here he is.
Oh, there
here
he
he
is.
is.
Oh,
Oh,
Oh, wait,
Rico
what's-
responded fast though. That was awesome. They got a kill there
Leave me alone.
too. Whoa. He is on point.
Trico's doing really well.
Jacoby. Good fight.
He's making up for the first White Tower fight.
Yeah. Yeah, even though he saw a mirror, he seems to be still doing very well.
Yeah, yeah.
Come on, Trico.
Who's still alive?
Yeah, finish the fight, buddy. Stay out of the middle, friend.
I actually have that split aim to finish the fight because it's that, like, the name is
Yeah.
music that plays at the end of Halo 3 when you're in that, in the Warthog. I think that's what the cars are called.
That actually was a really clean fight. That was good.
Yeah. And gutsy play from you too. Like there were a couple times where you let yourself get grabbed that I would have just been running around, but you knew you'd be okay, I guess, from all the experience.
Well,
Or
it's
you
a
took the bet.
combination. Yeah, it's a combination of, you know, encouraging Trico to fight by allowing yourself to get grabbed, and trying to cluster enemies together by getting grabbed in a certain place. Like if you see that
Mhm.
you get grabbed and you're going to be in a cluster, that is better than just avoiding it.
All right, last a barrel. Number 47 out of 48. So, just because we got trolled so hard, this would have easily been the world record in all barrels.
Yeah, if any one of those Coliseum attempts had worked, even like the 10th one in, we would still be fine. I think.
Oh, definitely.
Hey, bud, I'm gonna need you to take this, okay? Alright, so that is all of the barrels.
So we are right now at 3 hours and 55 minutes into the run.
Yeah.
Awesome. This is gonna be the last 10, 12 minutes.
So yeah,
But-
that would have beaten
okay.
the 313.
And also,
Before 15.
spoilers if you really don't want to see the end of the game, you know.
What
Heads
are
up.
you doing? What are you doing, Trico? Get down.
You want me to climb on the wall? You want me to touch the wall?
Normally he's very good at, you know, like tracking this on his own. I don't know why he got a little confused there, but it's okay.
I think
He
it
doesn't
happened
want
last
to run
time
away.
too, like the barrel sort of breaks him a little.
Yeah.
There's probably an optimal place to feed him from. I don't know what to think about it.
Well, this is a suboptimal place to climb. I can tell based on the structures and how far apart
Yes.
they are.
Right, where he's going towards.
Yeah.
Because you're in a it's not the place he normally goes to.
Right. And normally, in that place, which is the place we want to take him, and we would take him in any percent, he only needs to jump 3 times to get you where you need to go.
Mhm.
4 if you're doing it safe.
Yeah.
But he does have a mind of his own,
Mm-hmm.
and sometimes he'll want to like jump up a different way, to which I'd
Good
rather
job.
not fight him.
Yeah, and that was like a little bit of a skip there, because the game wants you to wait for him to hop up one more. But you made the daring jump. Splat. Oh, I forgot the whistle. Well, it was a short drop anyways. What if this was... If you could mod other things, I would totally make that a magic 8-ball. Master of the Valley, will I beat you? All signs point to yes.
This is he's a big menacing blob.
Mm-hmm. Reminds me of the villain from Fifth Element.
I haven't seen that in a long time.
Just that giant hurt ball of death.
It's incredible that you go through the entire game, and the one pulling all the strings is a blob.
Yeah. Yeah, something like that seems like it's not even from your universe. Or your galaxy or whatever.
It feels so out of place. It's like, who are you and why are you here? Like, you of all things, really? Especially because in Ico, you know, you got the Shadow Queen, and then in Shadow Bosses, you've got Dorman, who's big, menacing shadow, plus Guardian, blob.
Yeah. I'd say it's a marmalade consistency. I'm sticking with my my consistency spectrum, I guess is the word I should use.
He seems like a hazy liquid cloud.
Yeah. With some little stringy strands in him. Does Trico ever poop more than once in a single run?
Yeah. I don't think Shadow Tash is still here, but Shadow Tash has had him poop 3 times in a run.
Holy cow!
Yikes.
Right?
The real Tricofecta.
Yeah, no, that is blessed.
What was he feeding him?
And yeah, like, final stretch of the game, now things really do start to get a bit interesting. But it's an ending that no one really expected or really thought of.
No, not at all. Yeah, it's just the fact that it's whatever this thing is, it's in a
Sorry.
thing. Its form just doesn't even look humanoid. It's just a ball. Trico lives in the tears of broken speedrunners.
Yeah,
and
maybe
the
that's what's
souls
in the
of
barrels.
commentators.
Speedrunner tears.
There's a lot of them, I can guarantee that.
Yeah. I just always hear the Wizard of Oz music here for the flying monkeys. I like how the camera shakes as they fly by real close. That's a nice touch.
And you also have a really nice scream sound effect coming up.
Blah.
So yeah, that's kind of what's in the barrels. Yeah, this game, the ending, it explains some things, but not everything. Like the Tricos bring in their victim and then regurgitate them in fluid. So the Master of the Valley can absorb whatever it wants from the bodies, and I assume what's left is catapulted and condensed into a barrel for the Tricos to snack on
Yeah.
as a reward.
Much how, you know, a McDonald's chicken nugget is made out of like whatever's left over of the chicken after it's been processed.
Yeah. Eat healthy, kid.
Yes. I love the music here. And the
And just
scene,
the
like,
scene. Yeah.
yeah,
This
yeah,
scene
the,
is right here. Amazing.
so many feathers. Like, I don't know how he's not half bald after all this.
Right?
Yeah.
I can tell people in chat are really like, oh, there's at least a couple people who have no idea what was gonna happen now. I'll get the mayor. Nope, one more fake out. What do you guys think? One more whistle here. After the awesome scream.
Brilliant. Amazing.
Oh, I wish I could do this in my own runs. I guess I can for these scenes. But I'm gonna clip
This
the
is
first
just-
time I did. Y'all's reaction was
Yeah.
classic.
This is just an auto scroller, basically.
You
it
can
reminds
move
you-
around.
You can, yes, but it doesn't
Can you fall
speed
off?
anything up. Yes, I think you can.
Yeah,
Like,
I'm
you
pretty sure you can.
Let go, I'm pretty sure.
We're gonna shadow up the Colossus, these guys. They don't have sigils. And we don't have a sword.
Do-do, 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 This is why I need a kazoo. So when I start running Shadow again, I can just hold on, guys. Let me just whip out the kazoo, and I'll fight Avion. Kazoo, and yeah, brilliant.
That kazoo cover of that song is the best. It makes me smile so much.
I'm happy to do this so much. A great way to end the trifecta, really. With a kazoo.
Yeah, so I used a
And us.
recorder during Eco run, and then the kazoo
Whoa.
and the sliders.
Oh,
Whoa!
Yeah, I just like I just
keeping going
vanished.
places.
Yeah.
You just yeet you all the way to the mirror? That'd be nice.
I've never seen it happen.
Oh, are they gonna break his tail? Is that supposed to happen? Just kidding. You know what this reminds me of? When you pull that tail out of that pig inside.
Sure.
Or whatever it is. What is in that?
It's a worm. It's like a mind control worm.
Lovely.
That game is weird.
It is. That's fair.
I love how like you spend the entire run like repairing Trico and watching him
Yeah.
like regrow, and then his tail gets pulled off again.
After all my
Back
hard
to
work.
square one. Yeah.
Obviously, time's coming up.
Right?
So let's get ready for that.
It's a good tail drop.
Yeah, that was pretty decent for sure.
The time is on when the Master of the Valley has a little aneurysm.
Yeah, when he's
and
hit,
goes, "Clear."
not when the cage
Yeah.
is hit. Time.
Yeah.
Alright, I'll wait. I'll wait till what I see it on the other screen. Oh, it's gonna be easy. Just subtract. Okay. 2. 4 hours. 4:06. And 7 seconds. So with all that went wrong, it was still a great bit faster
Yeah.
than the 413.
And like we
So,
chose
7
to get all
minutes.
barrels. Like we converted what was planned to be an any percent into all barrels so that we could fill our estimate. And we came very close to being like directly on estimate, considering that
Oh
we
no,
added.
you guys crushed it
Yeah,
because of
we
my...
added almost an hour to the
Mhm.
run and still came within just a couple minutes. So
Right, and this includes me showcasing some Eco 60 hertz just to fill some time.
sure.
So if we'd taken my, 40 minutes of run, 35 minutes of run out of it, we would have still been almost around just the 7-hour mark.
So this is a world record run, not?
Yeah, for 2 any % plus all barrels and PAL Eco is so specific. But we have the 2 IGTs come in at under 2 hours, so this total was under 6 hours with the barrels. So that crushes my solo marathon of all 3 games. Congratulations. Bucci cheated. Okay, but the rest of you guys did great. She just had to run the version that's 40 minutes faster than that or something.
I wish
Yeah.
I didn't watch the Game Awards last night so I could have woken up early enough to watch it all.
It was such a good run. It was so good. Yeah, and I was telling her afterwards that, after like the SGDQ run was good even though it had that really, really rough start and a couple like random deaths. It still came into the estimate and it had its own like flair to it because of how the chat was cheering her on and how she like landed right on estimate. But it was really cool to just watch her totally crush the game too.
Oh yeah.
Don't shake a baby. I love how after all of this, he still resorts to like, well, how am I gonna get him home? I'm not a marsupial.
I love his thought process throughout this entire scene.
All right, I figured it out. I would want him to be modded as Toothless.
Oh
from
yeah.
How to Train Your Dragon. That would be really super cute. Some of the mannerisms are already the same.
I think if I had to make Trico something, it would be either Unit 1 from Neon Genesis Evangelion, like when it goes berserk mode and goes all fours and starts like crawling out. That would be amazing.
Oh my goodness.
That'd be terrifying but amazing.
I mean, the whole point is that he's no longer a weapon, but still, that would be really, really cool.
Yeah.
A long Furby. Oh no. Nightmare fuel.
Mothman.
Furby swiggling about. Oh no.
Okay, my other choice, just for the lols, would be Gromit from Wallace and Gromit. No wings either, just somehow he flies.
With his ears just go flap flap.
Mm-hmm. And of course he stands upright, like Gromit usually does.
What about Slinky Dog from Toy Story?
He would.
Imagine doing the platforms, just his butt goes over his head, then his head over his butt. It's amazing.
And then like you grab his body, you just kind of like woo, like swirl around it. Oh, and he could very easily help you in the tunnels because only his front half has to follow.
Yeah.
He's super fast.
Then he could just retract really quickly.
He just ate the dude. Yeah, that's number 4. That's the 4th time he ate him. It's sort of a running gag.
Mm-hmm. It's almost like there's a pattern here.
Yeah. A destructive pattern.
And here's the really touching moment
Oh yeah.
that broke many a heart. So I'll just let it play out. I'll just mute my mic.
Right. But I do like to call it the Harry and the Hendersons moment.
The one thing that I will say about this scene is that this is the last playable moment of the game. I will regain control of the boy here. And the final thing that you, as the player, do in the game is tell Trico to leave. And he'll stay here and keep fighting these guys until you tell him to go.
Sadly, the plans to make him the living tattoo parlor for the entire village will not be realized.
I think the fact that the elder says that line is just salt in the wound.
Uh-huh.
Yeah.
And then you
yeah.
just get this black
Like,
screen.
I'm hurting enough already. Ah.
So there's just a smidge more, because we can skip
The
the
text
credits,
is-
and then it's literally like a minute or something. We can spare a minute, right?
Oh, you can skip credits?
Yeah, you can
The
skip.
credits?
Mm-hmm.
Oh. What allowed them to finally allow that?
Change of heart.
So we've got
Yay.
one more scene. It's very short, but it's basically the culmination of the entire story that they wanted to tell. So I think that we should watch it.
Mm-hmm. And it's very Ueda, because all 3 games end with you being not knowing the fate of the person you were, you cared for, or one of the people you cared for, and then finding out at the very end, okay, it wasn't what I wanted, but it still worked. It's the bittersweet sort of ending.
Right.
Yeah. Still something to hang on to.
Mm-hmm.
So it's trying to trick you into thinking that this is the opening, like, start menu, which is why this is kind of like a hidden scene, right? Because it's, most people would see this and be like, oh, okay, the game's just restarting, and then they turn off the game, because this is the same as the start menu. But if we hit a couple buttons, we can get this to go. And I will stay quiet because the music for this is just really on point.